Chapter 1151 Total blockade lost. The Royal Navy is over. I don't know who shouted in the port, and the whole port suddenly fell into hysterical cries. But they still couldn't stop the British Navy from being completely annihilated with grief. The last British warship was turned into a sea of flames in the shelling before the darkness covered the earth. On the King-class ironclad ship, Liu Chen and Xi Yuan smiled triumphantly. Today they finally let out a bad breath. But their mission is not over yet, but has just begun. Liu Chen said, "The Emperor asked us to block Britain. From now on, we will control all routes to Britain and prohibit all non-imperial ships from passing through." Xi Yuan nodded. He said, "In this case, you and I will be divided into two directions, one in the east and one in the west. We will destroy the British ports while the blockade is on." Liu Chen nodded after hearing this. The next day, when the sun rose, the British in London discovered that all the warships of the Empire had disappeared overnight, and a strange atmosphere immediately enveloped London, and various speculations circulated in the streets. Many people believe that the Imperial warships chose to evacuate after destroying the British fleet, and some merchants even prepared to set sail again for maritime trade. But the bad news soon came. Some armed merchant ships trying to go to sea were sunk by Imperial warships patrolling the route. At this time, the British finally remembered that the Imperial Navy blocked the British waters. News from all parts of the UK in the following time confirmed this fact. Imperial warships continued to attack British cities along the coast, sinking any merchant ships going to sea. The entire United Kingdom now seems to be locked in a cage, and this has plunged Britain into panic. When the British industry is booming and developing, the British economy mainly comes from the plunder of the colonies and dumping of domestic industrial products. It can be said that Britain's strength is based on the establishment of a vast colony and overseas trade. Now the two lifelines of Britain have been cut off. It will not take long before Britain will become a country that does not enter the country. Compared to the panic of the British aristocracy was even more unbearable. They gathered a large army and mobilized the whole people to prepare to fight the Empire on land. However, the Empire did not follow the routines at all. Now this huge army suddenly became a burden. It would be a heavy burden for the current British government to support so many soldiers without fighting. After all, commerce is cut off, and the British mainland simply cannot feed so many troops. "Murphy, you can't disband my army. The war has just begun, and no one can guarantee that the Empire will land." In the House, when Murphy proposed to cut off part of the army, Buchanan enthusiastically opposed it. "I did not say now, but that if the blockade continues, we will have to make this decision. Think about it. Over the past 2 centuries, overseas colonies have fed the 20 million British people in Britain. In fact, they rely on the British. The land simply cannot feed so many people. Once there is a shortage of food, no one can guarantee what the UK will encounter next." Murphy's tone was deeply helpless. The members were silent. The Royal Navy was all over, and they were unable to lift the imperial blockade of the British coast. Buchanan's face flushed red, but he knew that his army could not fight at sea. "We have already lost this war. Britain without the Navy is no more than a sloping duck. Without the oceans and overseas colonies, Britain will fall into decline. Even if the Empire withdraws its troops in the future, the declining Britain will surely be lost to other European countries." Bullying. "In this case, we might as well ask the Empire for forgiveness. Money, land, market, what they want, we will give what, as long as we can survive in Britain." A member of the council shouted loudly, "Shameless, throw him out." The voice of this congressman fell, and the whole house was like boiling water. Members yelled and cursed. The conditions mentioned by this person deeply hurt them, because this is their policy towards the colony. However, some MPs chose to support this vocal MP because, in their view, they are now facing the survival problem of Britain. Murphy's mood now is also very tangled. The most important problem he faces is the 20 million mouths on this island. The prosperity of industry has allowed British businessmen to circle a lot of farming land, and at the same time a large number of farmers have entered urban factories to work, which makes British agriculture very vulnerable now. If it wants to feed so many people, Britain can only destroy industry and return to the era of an agricultural country. Quiet. It's not the time for internal fighting. Murphy shouted, Your Majesty and Brooke are already in Moscow. If Your Majesty is ready to do something diplomatically, he will definitely send personnel to contact the Empire. Now we just have to wait. After hearing this, everyone stopped arguing. Facing an uncertain future, they could only continue to wait. King Zhu. The news of the London naval battle arrived here 3 months later. As soon as the news was published in the newspaper, the people of the entire empire were boiling for them. This time they finally paid back the humiliation they had endured. The Emperor, in the first battle in London, Britain will no longer be able to make waves on the sea, and take this opportunity to take the British colony in South America as soon as possible. In the Imperial Study Room, Pang Yukun said excitedly. Kui Shannon said, It is really difficult to block the 60 warships in the British coastal area. Liu Chen also mentioned that it is impossible to completely prevent British ships from going to sea. The next official suggested that the military factory produce a batch of mines to Europe as soon as possible, and use this to block seas. Xiaoming nodded when he heard the words. With the improvement of the imperial industry, the imperial military system is also becoming more and more perfect, and various weapons have specialized research laboratories. There are mines, and naturally there are mines. 3 months ago, the Empire's contact mine experiment was successful, which means that the Empire's navy will have the ability to mine and block ports. And this greatly reduces the heavy task of warships. Mines are good things. You urge the military factories to produce them as soon as possible. If you want the British to succumb to this time, I am afraid that you will not be able to do it within a year or a half, Xiaoming said. After a pause, he continued, Except for mines, the production of tanks and military vehicles cannot be slackened. For the Imperial Army, mechanization will be the next goal. Kui Shannon was excited when he heard this. He would be so excited that he couldn't sleep as long as he thought of the future battles of the Empire's large group of tanks, so he responded loudly. Pang Yukun said, The surrender of Britain will happen sooner or later. The old minister has already thought of the conditions to be put forward after the surrender of the United Kingdom. Doesn't Britain want to steal the technology of the Empire? Then the Empire will completely abolish Britain's industrial capacity this time and prohibit they study weapons and use them as sheep to raise sheep. Chapter 1152 European Undercurrent. It's so wonderful. This time, there will be no day for Britain to turn over again, so that the centipede will not die and not become stiff. Following Pang Yukun, Zhang Xingcheng said in a deep voice, As far as the current empire is concerned, the only threat in the current world is Europe, so when the empire officially declares war on Britain, the empire will focus on Britain. Li Kaiyuan is in charge of the empire's economy. He said, Technology is one of them. If you want to cut wool, you have to kill financially, occupy the British market, and order the British to allow the Empire to open banks on its territory, destroy the British pound, and let the Empire Dragon coins become its currency in circulation is the real killer move. Both policies are very good, but the veteran believes that what the Empire really wants to control is the British Parliament. Anyone who is obedient will be allowed to come to power, and those who are not obedient will be allowed to stand in the opposition. By exploiting the loopholes of so-called Western democracy, the Empire can do a lot. Fiji groaned. Old Fuji's trick is really wonderful. Xiaoming couldn't help laughing when he heard the words. Britain would never think of it anyway. From now on, the Empire will decide who is the Prime Minister of their country. After a pause, he said, Before the British surrendered, you compiled these plans into a book. Once the British surrendered, these plans were implemented immediately. Yes, the Emperor. The crowd responded loudly. Moscow. Vladimir was walking with Ekaterina in the gardens of the Kremlin. The British port was attacked and the news that the sea was blocked has reached Moscow. Upon hearing the news, she was so anxious that she had to come here again to ask Ekaterina to send troops to Central Asia. We in the United Kingdom have fulfilled our promise. Is Tsarist Russia ready to betray our promise? Vladimir was very dissatisfied with Ekaterina's delay. With a slight smile, Aklina said, Vidomir, war is a very serious matter, especially when facing a behemoth like the Empire. How do you ask me to send my soldiers before I am fully prepared? On the battlefield, I will certainly give the Eastern Empire a bit of color when I am equipped with a large-scale gun to equip my army. Looking at the direction of the Ottoman Empire, she continued, furthermore, we must have enough allies to drive the Eastern Empire out of our sphere of influence. We are currently communicating with other countries. If more and more countries join us in the future, the Empire will have nowhere to go. Do you expect those cowards to fight the Empire? Holland and Spain may have their pants in fright, Vidomir said in a slightly mocking tone, and she glanced at Yuglin with inexplicable eyes. Now she found that she seemed to have fallen into the conspiracy of the Tsarist emperors. In Europe, Britain has always been the leader. But now the role seems to have been changed. Tsarist Russia has become the leader of Europe overnight. These countries are not a climate. At present, the main powers in Europe are France, Austria, and Prussia. Unfortunately, Henry of France has become a climate. It will not be long before this man named Henry will become the Emperor of France. Lina said worriedly. This Henry was supported by the Empire, and the purpose is to make him disrupt Europe. This Henry is very ambitious. If he unifies France, he will realize his dream of unifying Europe. Vidomir has been paying attention to the civil war in France. Learned a lot of information. Ekaterina said, is it just the Eastern Empire that will allow Henry to unify Europe? In my opinion, the Empire just wants the European civil strife and takes the opportunity to profit from it. So the most important problem for Europe to unite at present is to solve Henry. As long as France turns to us, I think other European countries will make choices again. This is not an easy task. This Henry is the Empire's tool to prevent European alliances. Vidomir shook her head gently. Because of this, we must prevent Henry from taking control of France, defeat Henry within a period of time, and allow André to regain power, and then angrily André will definitely stand with us, Aklina said in a deep voice. Thinking about it these days, she always felt that it was a foolish act to make her country fight the Empire alone. Instead of this, she might as well take the opportunity to expand her territory in Europe and unite Europe against the Empire. This is indeed a good idea, but Tsarist Russia does not border France. How do you let your army enter France? Vidomir said. Ekaterina laughed. This one depends on you. Don't forget that your husband is a prince of Prussia. Prussia refuses to fight against the Empire. Will Prussia refuse to fight against France? Just allow us to pass. Even so, there is a Poland between you, Vidomir said suspiciously. A strange color flashed in Aklina's eyes, and she said, if Poland prevents Europe's plan to fight the Empire, we Tsarist Russia will definitely teach them severely. Vidomir showed a vigilant look. She finally understood Ekaterina's thoughts. In the history of Europe, Tsarist Russia has been trying to go south. However, under the impediment of European countries, not only did Tsarist Russia not occupy excess territory, but it also often suffered losses. It is precisely because of this that Tsarist Russia will advance to the Far East. Now Aklina clearly realizes that the best time has come. Britain is trapped, the French civil strife, and Prussia is integrating and acquiring the German federal state. In this case, it is easy for Tsarist Russia to annex Poland. However, despite the fact that Ekaterina's plan has been penetrated, Vidomir is helpless. Now the United Kingdom itself is still unable to protect itself. How can it still care about Europe? Mainland, she said. Now I only care about Britain's interests. As long as you can help Britain, I will go to Prussia to lobby. Of course, if you can share Poland with Prussia, the hope of success will be greater. Ekaterina showed a clear smile. After the eastward strategy was blocked, she finally saw the hope of Tsarist Russia's expansion. She said, of course, if they want, they can come to Moscow to sign an agreement to partition Poland. When Vidomir heard the words, there was a hint of bitterness in her smile. For the United Kingdom, France, Prussia and Tsarist Russia have always had the ambition to dominate Europe, and this time they were finally able to get their wish to carve up Europe. However, in his opinion, Tsarist Russia and Prussia will not be smooth sailing. because there is another powerful country in Europe that is the Austrian Empire. She thought that Austria would definitely not sit back and watch Poland be divided by Prussia and Tsarist Russia. Instead of splitting the waves into two, it would be better to split it into three. Chapter 1153 Blitz, May of the 9th year of the Empire calendar. When the news that the three countries of Tsarist Russia, Prussia, and Austria sent troops to divide Poland reached Xiaoming's ears, he suddenly had another illusion of historical recurrence. Because in contemporary history, Poland has been divided up and destroyed many times in Europe. The most recent one was even during World War II. But in this era, this is not good news for him. Tsarist Russia, Prussia, and an Austrian jointly carve up Poland. There must be shady deals among these three companies. And his most direct feeling is that their ultimate goal is France, and now they are aware of the bomb. It's really a headache. Putting this news on the table, Xiaoming was a little helpless. At present, the Empire did not have the ability to conduct large-scale landing operations in Europe, so the option of direct intervention was rejected. Furthermore, Prussia, Tsarist Russia, and Austria are all land powers and do not rely heavily on the sea. The Empire's fleet of seas is terrible to them, but it does not pose a direct threat. He was really unwilling to just watch his layout in Europe being cracked. So even if Henry might face failure, he still had to find a way to let Henry drag them into the water. The Emperor: do you want to rent a machine gun to Henry like in the Middle East? In this way, France can become a meat grinder, Qui Shannon said insidiously. Xiaoming was a little worried. This Henry has no feelings for the Empire. If he is given enough ammunition and machine guns, it is not certain that his muzzle is aimed at anyone. Moreover, Central Asia is where the Empire's oil interests are and must be kept, but Europe I just want to weaken its power. But Henry does not have a machine gun. Once these three countries intervene in the French Civil War, Henry will undoubtedly lose, Qui Shannon said worriedly. They have invested a lot in Henry, transporting ammunition from the Empire and replenishing all kinds of supplies, just to let Henry take charge of France. Once Henry failed, the Empire's investment of tens of millions of golden dragons was all overwhelmed. Xiaoming frowned when he heard this, as Qui Shannon said, if Henry was not supported, the war would soon fall to one side. But if you continue to support Henry's weapons, I am afraid that Henry's defeat will not be changed. After all, unless you have the same equipment as the Imperial Army, you can win the war. And France armed by the Empire may be a big trouble for the Empire in the future. Therefore, after pondering for a while, he said, the French Civil War led by Henry has caused serious damage to French domestic industry and production. Even if Henry fails, France will take a long time to recover. Therefore, the money invested by the Empire is also not in vain. After a pause, he said, since the purpose of the Empire is to weaken Europe, this intervention in the war is basically a small total European war. In order to allow European countries to fight for a while, the Empire only needs to increase its support to Henry. Just do it, don't let Henry die too early. Qui Shannon nodded. This is the safest way for now. After making a plan to continue to support Henry, Qui Shannon said, the Emperor, this time Europe is suddenly surging. I'm afraid there is something strange behind this. There are naturally strange things. I have received news that Queen Victoria of the United Kingdom is taking refuge in Moscow. In this incident, she and the Queen of Tsarist Russia played an important role, but in the end, the goal must be empire. Qui Shannon suddenly realized, the Emperor meant that they had seen through the Emperor's layout in Europe, and they did it on Henry? Xiaoming nodded slightly. I'm afraid that is the case. After all, it is not a secret that the Empire supports Henry in Europe. Qui Shannon was a little unwilling. He said, just let them dismantle our trick. It is too cheap for them. Xiaoming's eyes were deep, and he said, I won't let them so easily. Supporting Henry is a step, but I still have a very important step. When speaking, Xiaoming came to the map and pointed his finger at the Caspian Sea area. In recent years, most of the tanks produced by the Empire have been sent here. Now Qi Guanyi's large-scale tank group operations should be very proficient,
So let the Northwest Military Region use Blitzkrieg. Let's teach Tsarist Russia a lesson. If I remember correctly, Qi Guanyi's army is now equipped with 180 tanks, which is enough to deal with Tsarist Russia. Qui Chang'an recalled, at this time, when attacking Tsarist Russia will inevitably return with all its strength, defensive, unable to attack France, allowing Henry to deal with Prussia and Austria. If he has sufficient Eagle rifles and guard artillery ammunition in his hands, even if he loses, Austria and Prussia will be greatly injured. At that time, no matter what conspiracy they have or break it. Yes, this is my method of cracking. You immediately give Qi Guanyi an order, this time let Europe see what is steel torrent. In response, Qui Chang'an returned to the general staff. While giving Qi Guanyi an order, he also allocated a batch of military transport vehicles to the Northwest Army. In order to control the land of the former Golden Horde, Qi Guanyi's Northwest Army extended a long way. Without convenient transportation, it would be difficult to control these areas, and the most important thing is that these areas are often flat and suitable for vehicle transportation. Therefore, the military vehicles produced by the Empire are mainly supplied to the Northwest Army. The General Staff's phone number arrived in Rozut, and a military vehicle immediately set off toward the grassland. Every 300 miles, the military vehicle would refuel at military fueling points along the way and continue to the west. After 6 days of trekking, the military vehicle arrived at the Northwest Army military base located 300 miles east of the Caspian Sea. Offensive to Tsarist Russia. Upon hearing this news, Qi Guanyi and the generals looked excited. The area they are in can be said to be the farthest under the control of the empire. Here, they are south of the Persian and Ottoman empires, north and west are the territories of Tsarist Russia, especially the Eastern European steppes directly west of them, which used to be in the Cossack Khanate. The Cossack cavalry of Tsarist Russia originated from the Cossacks who lived here. Because of this, Tsarist Russia regarded them as thorns in their eyes and thorns in their flesh, and they have not been smashed in the past years. For a while, let the soldiers prepare for a 1,000-day use of troops. This time our Northwest Army uses tanks for the first time. We must fight a beautiful battle. Qi Guanyi said loudly. He learned the current situation in Europe from the mouth of the signal soldier, and he has to say that the Emperor's vision is very accurate. As long as Tsarist Russia is overwhelmed at this time, the losses of the countries involved in the French Civil War will inevitably be significant. At the same time, the victory of the war against Tsarist Russia will further enable European countries to recognize the reality. Chapter 1154 Cavalry vs. Tank Yelets. This is a military fortress located on the border between Russia and Russia. In order to defend the Eastern Empire that entered the homeland of the Golden Horde, Yelets' garrison has increased from 8,000 to 30,000 over the years. During this period, the Yelets' military fortress was repeatedly fortified, like a large mountain on the road leading to the hinterland of Tsarist Russia. Like every morning, Oleg led his scout team to explore the situation on the grassland after breakfast. This was his daily task. When he first received the task, he was excited and nervous, always worried that he would be discovered by the Imperial Lancers. These Imperial scouts armed to the teeth are very brave and precise in their marksmanship. Once discovered, they are basically unable to return to Yelets alive. But after changing players for a few rounds, Oleg became smarter. He no longer went to the Empire scouts to investigate the route that often appeared, but often wandered aimlessly around and came back. After all, the Empire has not appeared in these years. Cross-line behavior, early warning and detection is of no use. And his team members were unwilling to die in the hands of the Empire scout, and he tacitly concealed this behavior. Of course, the route he chose was not worthless, and sometimes he could still find traces of Imperial actions. For example, in an area east of the Imperial military fortress, Imperial scouts patrolled very frequently and intensively, as if they were hiding some secrets. But today, he finally discovered the anomaly when he headed toward this area. As in the past, in front of them, dark green steel monsters with peculiar shapes were advancing in the direction of Yelets. Behind these steel monsters followed different machines, which were full of soldiers with guns and live ammunition. What is this trademark? Oleg felt his soul stiffened in an instant. This unknown fear made him turn his horse's head and rushed towards Yelits with his team members. Leaning out of the tank, Chi Guanyi looked at the scouts who were fleeing with binoculars. He patted the heavy body of the tank, and then looked at the troop carrier following the tank cluster. Chi Guanyi looked a little relaxed. According to the Emperor's order, this time he concentrated all the machinery in the military base to prepare for a small-scale mechanized operation. For this reason, 180 tanks and 130 troop carriers came out with 3,600 infantrymen. This time his goal was to break Yelits and turn this place into ruins. "General, do you want to solve these scouts?" the gunner in the tank asked. "No, it's boring to let our enemy fight us in the castle. Keep your speed behind them." Chi Guanyi's eyes flashed a little bit of abuse. Ahead, Oleg desperately urged the seated horse, and while galloping, he turned his head. When he found that these machines were not as fast as the horses, he felt a little relieved. But the sudden appearance of the Imperial Army was still full of uncertainty. He kept urging the horses, and at noon he finally saw Yelits. During this period, more and more scouts discovered this peculiar Imperial Army. "Colonel Maxim, we are in trouble." Oleg rushed into the city and immediately climbed up the wall. At this time, a middle-aged man was standing on the city gate and was observing the situation outside Yelits. He was the Commander Maxim of Yelits. "It's also for you to say, our enemy has reached under the eyelids." Maxim frowned. All these years of peace and security is a normal state. But there is no doubt that this calm was suddenly broken. "Although I don't know what these machines are for, they seem to have only more than 3,000 people." Maxim's eyes flickered. "And Yelits has 10,000 Cossack cavalry." "With so few." "When people ran to Yelits, they must be backed by something." Maxim's adjutant stood beside him. "Then let those Cossacks try to test their depth." Maxim is a typical nobleman. He has no affection for Cossacks. In his opinion, Cossacks are a group of lowly people. The adjutant nodded and immediately dispatched 3,000 Cossack cavalry from the city to fight. More than 3,000 cavalrymen filed out from the city, and the Cossack cavalry immediately rushed towards the Imperial Army with a saber. The Imperial Lancers did not appear this time, which made them feel unscrupulous, because here they encountered the most fierce Lancers. In front of the Yelits fortress was a vast flat area. After seeing a large number of cavalry rushing out of Yelits, Chi Guanyi decisively ordered the tanks to line up against the Cossack cavalry. At the same time, the soldiers on the troop carrier also entered the fighting posture, ready to shoot at any time. Facing the strange imperial machinery, the Cossack cavalry did not hesitate much. Among the Russian army, the Cossacks hated the imperial soldiers the most, because the imperial lancers wiped out more than 20,000 of them when they rescued the Golden Horde. Let their honor be damaged, and their combat effectiveness has been questioned. Therefore, once into the battle, every Cossack cavalry is full of hatred. It's just that the times seem to have made a joke with them. When they brandished their sabers and slashed at the imperial tanks, the only thing they got was the crisp sound of metal clacking. Some unwilling Cossack cavalry were very unwilling. They repeatedly chopped around the tank, but they could not cause even a little damage to the tank. The strange machinery of the Empire was also very quiet, chopped by a circle of Cossack cavalry. Jingling sounds resounded across the battlefield. Maxim's expression is the same as Oleg's. They both look like a ghost. On the battlefield, the Cossack cavalry who lost patience quickly lost patience, and they began to look at the mechanical soldiers. But just when they were about to turn their heads and leave, an unforgettable scene appeared for them. 180 steel monsters suddenly turned, and the Cossack cavalry who had no time to dodge was directly crushed by the steel monster. After the tragic scream, a pool of meat was exposed under the mechanical monster. At the same time, fire suddenly appeared in front of the mechanical monster. Da came out of intensive shooting. The rushing Cossack cavalry fell one by one. Faced with this situation, the Cossack cavalry surrounding the tank became even more anxious. They chopped the tank frantically, but this was useless. At this time, the soldiers behind the tank seemed to be tired of the game. A series of shooting sound came,
and the Cossack cavalry around the tank fell one after another. The tank continued to advance, but the speed was even faster. The charging Cossack was as vulnerable as a baby facing an adult in front of the tank. The 3,000 Cossack cavalry came out quickly, and they collapsed quickly. The remaining hundreds of Cossack cavalry fled back to Yelets in panic. Chapter 1155. Change. Close the city gate. Maxim shouted loudly, with fear from his heart in his voice, and the scene before him had exceeded his understanding of war. We must fight against the army of the gods again. Oleg's lips trembled and he was frightened. It's just that their fear has just begun. At the moment the gate was closed, the steel monster in front of Yelets made a booming shelling sound. Then Yelets's city gate shattered, and the hit city wall collapsed into a big hole. Boom boom boom. The shelling continued, and 180 tanks concentrated on the city wall of Yelets. It was only a short time before the wall of Yelets collapsed. Go ahead. In the tank, Chi Guanyi waved his hand, and the soldiers on the military vehicle immediately jumped off. They followed the tank and moved towards Yelets to attack. Maxim was completely beaten up. He didn't know how to fight the Empire's offensive and shake off the dust on his body. He could only make the soldiers counterattack in a panic. But like him, his soldiers also didn't know how to effectively deal with the strange tactics of the Empire. They could only rush to the tank again, and repeatedly fell in front of the tank. Occasionally there are some fish that slip through the net, and the rifle behind the tank will also be solved. In the Bear King tank, the ammunition reserve of the machine gun is more than 2,400 rounds, and the 180 tank is like 180 moving machine guns. As for the tank artillery, it was designed to bombard the strong defensive points of the Russian army. With the cooperation of the two, the Russian soldiers in Yelets had no hiding place. Maxim's confidence was defeated by a large number of casualties within a period of time. He knew that if the fighting continued, none of the soldiers in Yelets would survive. After careful hesitation, he decisively ordered the soldiers to withdraw from Yelets, and he must personally inform Empress Ekaterina of what he had learned on the southern line of Russia. If they cannot figure out a corresponding solution, the future fate of Tsarist Russia will be very miserable. The retreat of the Tsarist Russian soldiers was quickly discerned by Chi Guanyi. After ordering the occupation of Yelets, he stopped pursuing. The purpose of this empire is to force Tsarist Russia to return to defense and lift the crisis in France. Because of this, he naturally needs these remnants of defeat to report back. Moreover, the capture of Yelets is not the end of his mission. There are 5 such forts on the border between Russia, and he wants to take them one by one and transform them into the defensive forts of the Empire. Belgrade. Henry severely tore up the joint communique between Prussia, Austria and Tsarist Russia. In this communique, the 3 countries demanded that Henry immediately surrender to André, the legitimate ruler of France, or the 3 countries' armies would enter France and interfere in the French Civil War. What are they? They dare to order me like that, Henry shouted, venting his anger. After more than 2 years of war, he controlled southwestern France and this year officially attacked Paris, the heart of France. Belgrade, where he is now, is only over 100 miles away from Paris. As long as he enters Paris, he has won the war. But now the intervention of the 3 kingdoms has changed his future. Because of this, he was so angry. General, although we have the material support of the Empire, it is impossible to defeat the 3 countries, and the Empire is thousands of miles away. Even if they send troops, a few months of war may be over, let alone a large-scale troop transport. Europe consumes so much, it is impossible for them to send troops. It was Henry's most trusted Colonel Duman who was talking, and everyone was worried about the sudden change now. Henry said, should France yield to them? Are you just preparing to watch France be destroyed? Shaking his head, Henry said, no, we can't do this. This is our France, and no one is allowed to interfere with our ideals. Duman said, of course, no one is happy to say this, but how do we face it now? Henry said, the Empire will not sit idly by. They have invested so much in France. How can they watch us fail? I think they must be thinking of a way. In this way, We will negotiate with them and wait for the Empire to give our message. That's all. If the Empire abandons us, perhaps the coalition government is an option that can be considered. After all, we cannot bet the lives of 300,000 soldiers." Duman worried. Henry nodded. He is not a fool and will not fight a hopeless war. London. For the British living here, the days of being blocked seem to be very long, because only 6 months after the sea trade was cut off, there was a shortage of supplies in London. Frightened Londoners scrambled to buy supplies and hoard them at home, which caused the prices of supplies on the market to continue to rise. This allows more Britons to join the rush to buy. After all, no one wants to starve to death. Faced with this out-of-control situation, Murphy immediately ordered the prohibition of food transactions on the market, and instead took over all the materials and distributed them to the citizens of London in accordance with the quota. Life has gradually become distressed, which naturally caused dissatisfaction among many people, especially those in Northern Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. These regions have a history of brutal oppression by the British. Joining Great Britain is only because Britain has become strong and wealthy, taking the opportunity to enjoy the wealth together. But now the status quo in Britain has obviously caused their dissatisfaction, and many people think that the English people have caused this disaster. They were even more dissatisfied when Murphy ordered the control of materials and planned to distribute them. There are many people in England with a high degree of industrialization and naturally less grain. This will lead to a short supply of materials. Relatively speaking, Scotland's food is abundant, and facing the blockade for 1 or 2 years, it has no effect. But now Murphy's order has immediately allowed them to live on the same level as the English. Because of this, the number of people demanding Scottish independence within 6 months of the blockade increased rapidly. In their view, once they left the United States, they would be able to negotiate independence with the Eastern Empire, lift the blockade, and even reach trade cooperation with the Empire, allowing Scotland to surpass England. As the propaganda market of Scottish independent parliamentarians continues to increase, the demand for independence is getting louder. In addition to Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales also have the same situation. In this period, Ukwan and Kang Ming, who had returned to the Empire from Britain, returned on the Empire's warships. Looking at the undulating fields on the coast of Scotland, he smiled. "There is noisy. This England will eventually not escape the palm of the Empire." Kang Ming said with a smile, "No. This time we come back and add another fire." Chapter 1156 Test Flight. Xiaoming stood on the left side of the airport runway and looked at the monoplane that was taxiing forward. Whether it is the Blitzkrieg against Tsarist Russia or against the United Kingdom, there are front-line generals under command thousands of miles away, and information is lagging behind. He, the Emperor, can only grasp production, technology, construction and logistics. And now this monoplane being tested is one of the projects he has been focusing on for more than half a year. With the continuous improvement of the imperial industrial system and the continuous development of chemical engineering and the materials science, today's imperial technological level has fully reached the level of the early 20th century. Because of this, the Imperial Machinery Factory was able to turn the tank on the drawing into reality, and now the high-tech machinery of the monoplane has once again succeeded in a period of time. It can be said that the technological explosion of the Empire today is entirely due to the accumulation for more than 2 decades, and the accumulation of talents has played the most important role. At present, the majors of the major universities in the Empire are basically in line with the contemporary scientific research system. In addition to the traditional chemical, materials, and physics majors, in the past 2 years, there have been more computer majors and atomic energy majors. The reason why he has only added these 2 majors to major colleges and universities now is because only when the technology has accumulated to a certain stage can the 2 majors meet the conditions, and the development of science from simple to complex is more regular and cannot be violated. Of course, in addition to new majors, he also released a lot of new knowledge in the old majors.
such as steam turbines and aero engines. The veteran never thought that people could fly into the sky. It's really eye-opening now, Fiji said. As the years passed, the Three Dynasty veteran had grey hair and a little rickets on his back. 2 days ago, he had already proposed to Xiaoming to formally resign. He spent his days in King's. At the age of nearly 65, his body became increasingly unable to support the current intensity of government affairs. In this regard, Xiaoming did not retain him. In recent years, the empire has been fighting from the east to the west, and the development of science and technology is booming, but he has also been improving in government affairs. And for the first time in the empire, it was requested that officials resign from the court at the age of 55 and return to their fields at the age of 60. After all, when people reach this age, both their bodies and their reactions are already a little slow, and they should no longer hold positions in the court. Moreover, Xiaoming also deliberately eliminated these old officials whose ideas have gradually fallen short of the times. In his opinion, only new-style officials can lead the empire to a more glorious future. It stands to reason that Fiji should have resigned 5 years ago, but Xiaoming believed that he was still more prestigious among the old officials, so he kept him for 5 years, let him be responsible for supervising hundreds of officials, and dismissing those who were corrupt and accepting bribes. The old officials of the People's Republic of China can be regarded as using their talents to the fullest. It's not just held of, I never thought I would see such a magical machine, Pang Yukun said. Suddenly, Fiji was about to resign and return to the field. He was suddenly reluctant. Without such an opponent, this court is much lonely. However, he also understands that today is different from the past. The empire nowadays is not fashionable. The atmosphere of the entire empire is the same, and his age is not too young. In a few years, he should be the same as Fiji. Some of the same feelings. Xiaoming glanced back and forth at the two of them, and couldn't help laughing. You are all fussing? The blowout period of imperial technology has just begun, and you will see it later. Ha ha ha. So, the old minister must live longer. Fiji laughed. When the three were talking, the monoplane began to lift off at the end of the runway and rushed into the sky like a bird. In an instant, the entire machinery factory burst into thunderous cheers. Fly, fly. The technicians of the machinery factory danced with their hands, while the workers lifted the aircraft technicians and threw them into the sky to express their excitement. For the people of the empire, the meaning of airplanes is not comparable to that of tanks and cars, because humans have always been in awe of the sky in the long history, thinking it is the dwelling place of gods. But the success of the monoplane now means that humans can fly freely in the sky, which is not comparable to a hot air balloon moving with the wind. Xiaoming couldn't help being infected by this enthusiasm when he saw it. This is his empire, a thriving superpower. Lin Wentao, you did a good job. It can be said that you completed the test flight of the aircraft ahead of time. But now is not the time to be proud. The military production of the aircraft must be put on the agenda, especially the development of bombers and transport aircraft. Xiaoming said, no country in the world currently has an air force. Therefore, fighter planes didn't make much sense to Xiaoming. What was really useful to the empire were bombers and transport planes. The former could carry out carpet bombing on enemy positions, while the latter could speed up the deployment of the empire's army. Don't worry, the emperor, we have accumulated experience through this aircraft. The following is simple. Lin Wentao nodded. He already has the design drawings of the bomber and transport aircraft. This monoplane is just to start the aircraft industry. Soon the empire will be established in the Northern Aircraft Design and Manufacturing Center in Jinzhou, the Eastern Aircraft Design and Manufacturing Center in Qingzhou, the Southern Aircraft Manufacturing Center in Chengdu, and the Western Aircraft Manufacturing Center in Chang'an. These manufacturing centers will design and manufacture all types of aircraft for the future of the empire. Well, I hope I can fly between the cities of the empire as soon as possible on an airplane made by the empire. Xiaoming showed expectation. For him, the most terrible things in this era are transportation and information transmission. Only when these two are resolved,
The empire can effectively control overseas colonies to avoid the distance between the colony and the empire. The liftoff plane flew 10 times around Kingsu City and then slowly landed at the airport. This test flight ended perfectly. After commending the technicians and workers involved in the aircraft manufacturing, Xiaoming led the ministers back by car. On the way back, Xiaoming asked Pang Yukun to plan the construction of the empire's airport from now on. Don't wait until the plane came out. At the same time, he also demanded that in addition to retaining some valuable walls in the empire, all other meaningless walls should be demolished so as not to affect the construction of traffic roads. In addition, the two also discussed the imperial welfare system. In the more than 2 decades of industrialization, the biggest change in the empire is actually the people's living standards. From the previous lack of food and clothing, the empire has no shortage of fish and new clothes every year. The whole empire is the standard of living has already surpassed Europe, even leading for 100 years. After all, in addition to military and heavy industries, Xiaoming also brought contemporary food industry and various light industries here. Chapter 1157 Population. According to statistics, after the end of the Civil War, the population of the empire grew steadily, and there were probably more than 20 million new people. Speaking of the welfare system, Pang Yukun thought of the population growth of the empire. After all, this was the most intuitive response. 20 million in 10 years, an increase of about 2 million people per year. 10 years ago, the population base of the empire was 80 million. The annual growth rate is about 2.5%, which is a little bit low. Xiaoming said. Pang Yukun said, in the first few years, the growth was slow, but since the emperor promulgated the welfare policy, the population growth of the empire has accelerated. According to statistics, the growth rate is 5%. Xiaoming nodded. Population growth is a long process. It is impossible to make the population of the empire grow from 100 million to more than 1 billion in less than 100 years. The only thing he can do now is to encourage childbirth and speed up this process. The reason is very simple. The huge land occupied by the empire needs to be occupied, otherwise sooner or later these lands will be occupied by other countries with explosive populations. After all, in addition to the war of blood and fire, human beings really have to face the war of reproduction. When the population of a nation is declining, it will not be able to control the land being occupied by other races with a large population, and his previous glory is just for others do just wedding dresses. Because of this, he will increase the population of the empire as a war. Since he is from modern times, he is very aware of the truth that the more developed the society and the richer the material, the population growth rate of this country will continue to decrease, even negative growth. In the future, the empire will also face this problem, so he must not take it lightly and have to take advantage of the initial stage of the country's development to have more children. So he said, in this way, you can improve the empire's childbirth welfare policy during this period. All families raising 3 children or more and 5 children will enjoy lifelong free education and the medical benefits. All families with 5 or more children in addition to the above benefits, they will also receive maternity subsidies from the court and free transportation benefits. After a pause, he went on to say, people are reluctant to have children because of the pressure of life. So the empire involves people's livelihood. At present, education in the empire is completely free except for universities, and the medical part is free of charge. The ultimate goal is to realize that all medical care is free in the future. Moreover, the empire will build welfare houses throughout the country. Families with more than 3 children can get a free share. Pang Yukun had no objection to Xiaoming's ideas. Now that the empire's finances are becoming more and more abundant, the implementation of such benefits is completely affordable. He said, the old ministers will give these policies to the states when they go back. It's such a cheap thing. I'm afraid the people will cheer. This is exactly what I want. No matter how much territory the empire lays down and no one cultivates, it will be wasted. Xiaoming frowned. Fiji is old, Pang Yukun is old, and he is getting old. Time waits for no one. Taking advantage of this,
He will try his best to do something that will benefit future generations. The issue of childbirth benefits was shipped, and he continued, after the internal combustion engine is used, oil will be the lifeblood of the empire for a long time in the future. For this reason, it is necessary to plan ahead. Pang Yukun said. The lower officials have ordered the empire to establish oil storage depots in various states, and take advantage of Persia's no regrets, and spare no effort to store oil. Xiaoming nodded. In addition, there are ore transported back from various colonies after meeting the empire's domestic needs. The rest is used to reclaim the sea and make land for future generations. Pang Yukun noted this incident. The two said that the motorcade had arrived at the palace. After getting out of the car, Pang Yukun returned to his official office, while Xiaoming went directly to the bedroom. Moscow. While the empire was rejoicing for the successful flight test of the plane, Ekaterina frowned. News from the border kept coming, which made her fall into panic. In a month, the Imperial Army occupied Yelets, Caravel, Mondomuson, Your Majesty. Now Moscow is completely defenseless against the Imperial Army. Ivanov worried. Ekaterina said, no one thought that the Empire would suddenly launch an attack on us at this time. Obviously, the Empire is in the corresponding French Henry. Igor said, Your Majesty, compared to France, the most important thing for us now is to protect ourselves. The defeated soldiers are talking about the terrible weapons of the Empire. It is these weapons that easily destroyed the fortress on the border of the Empire. Many people say these weapons cannot be stopped. He is the commander-in-chief of the Tsarist Russian army, and what he cares most is war. Ekaterina squeezed her eyebrows. She did not expect that the Empire would have such a powerful force to attack Tsarist Russia directly. After all, they had a stalemate in Central Asia for several years, and she thought it would continue. In order to deal with a possible attack by the Empire, we must bring back the troops preparing to go to France. After hesitating for a long time, Ekaterina made a very difficult decision. Now no one can predict what the Empire will do next, whether it will continue to wander the border, or will it be a full invasion. As the Queen of Tsarist Russia, she must consider her country. As for Europe, she can only let it go. Neither Igor nor Ivanov had any disagreements. It was not Britain that was at risk, but their Tsarist Russia. Now Ekaterina suddenly regretted mingling with the British. Obviously, the Empire is becoming more and more difficult to provoke. The order to withdraw to France soon came from the Kremlin. This news was also received by Vladimir. Several months passed. Vladimir lost a lot of weight again, and when she heard the news, her spirits were suddenly wilted. The 3 fortresses on the border between Russia and Russia were destroyed in a few days. Ekaterina is probably very scared this time, Vladimir said. Brooke said, indeed, after all, hundreds of thousands of Ottoman troops never crossed these 3 fortresses, and the Eastern Empire only had 5 days, but it is said that this was because of a strange weapon, such as machine guns and cannons. It is said that it is extremely hard and runs faster than a horse. With Vladimir's insight, she could not imagine what kind of weapon this was, but even if Tsarist Russia was so frightened, it must be a weapon that changed the balance of the battlefield. She sighed and said, we can't make a desperate move. It seems that it's time to talk to the Empire. We can't stay in Tsarist Russia forever, and Ekaterina is not credible. If necessary, she will even hand me over to the Eastern Empire in exchange for benefits. Brooke is also worried. The situation in Britain is very serious now, and they really can't wait any longer. Chapter 1158 Attack on Prussia Königsberg. Fertu was reviewing the Prussian army preparing to march on France. He saw soldiers in light blue uniforms walking in front of him with Hank rifles with their heads up and chest up. He raised his hat high to express his gratitude to the soldiers. Praise. On both sides of the road, countless Königsberg citizens were cheering. They sprinkled flowers on the road the army passed by and shouted the slogan of Long Live His Majesty the King. Today's Prussian leader, Fertu, is indeed commendable in the eyes of every Prussian. It was he who sent a mission to obtain a large amount of advanced technology from the Eastern Empire, which allowed Prussia's steam engine technology to surpass other European countries in a short time. The rigor, patience, and hard work of the Prussians are the icing on the cake for Prussian industry. Using the technology they have obtained, their industrial quality has continued to rise over the years. The Hank rifles that soldiers are now carrying are the result of Prussian industrial progress. This imitated Eagle-type reloading rifle was modified by Prussian craftsmen to become a firing reloading rifle similar to the hand-style rifle. Although the firing pin technology is not mature enough, each soldier carries a replacement firing pin solution. The problem that the firing pin is easily damaged. In addition to leading the industrial development of Prussia, Führer II also successfully annexed the German Confederation scattered on the roads of Europe with the help of the British and French, expanding the territory of Prussia by 5 times, and annexing the land on the west side of Poland. After that, the area of Prussia is now about the same as France. Also worthy of pride is that Führer II's second son is now the husband of Queen Victoria. There is no doubt that only a powerful country can be favored by the Queen. Schroeder stood beside Führer II. Unlike Führer II's elation, he was a little worried. He has been to the Eastern Empire and witnessed the prosperity and strength of that country with his own eyes. When the two countries had close exchanges, they only gained a little bit of the empire to make Prussia a European power. It can be said that Prussia today was created by the Eastern Empire. It's just that since Führer II approved the marriage with the Queen of England, the relationship between the two countries has taken a turn for the worse, and it has already fallen into a freezing point. He once persuaded Führer II to be cautious, but Führer II, who was blinded by his immediate interests, finally agreed to the coordination of Britain and France, betraying the alliance with the Empire at the cost of annexing the German Federation. Schroeder, why do you have this expression? Isn't our Prussian army not strong enough? Führer II asked. Schroeder looked at the red-faced king and said, compared to Europe, it is indeed very powerful, but it seems to be a lot worse when facing the Chinese Empire. Führer II was tall, with a square head and a wide mouth, and a strong voice. He said unhappily, enough Schroeder, since you came back, you have never agreed with my idea, the Chinese in your mouth. Now the Empire is supporting that Henry, now he is our enemy. Your Majesty, the reason for this is because we Prussia chose to betray, and now they are ready to punish us. Schroeder impulsively said, the UK is over, and it is Prussia's turn next. Führer II became more impatient. He never thought he had done anything wrong. He said, Schroeder, you are too naive. The House of Nations has never had a real covenant. The Eastern Empire was still very weak. We need to contain the British and French armies in Europe, and I risk the demise of Prussia to challenge Britain and France. Shouldn't I get some practical benefits? After a pause, he continued, Prussia is a small country. It is the wish of everyone in Prussia to merge with the German Federation and expand its territory. Only Britain and France can help us do this in a short time. The price we paid is to offend the East Empire. These two things are for the benefit of Prussia. Schroeder opened his mouth and sighed. He said, Your Majesty's decision may be correct, but I think long-term cooperation with the Empire is the long-term benefit. No. Haven't you found out yet? The rapidly expanding empire is so similar to the current Britain. He will not allow Prussia to become so strong that it unifies Europe. This is where the world's great powers have regional interests, said the second. After cooperating with the Chinese Empire, he has been restoring Prussia, fully developing industry, and recharging his energy for nearly 10 years. The power accumulated in Prussia has finally given him the ability to display his ambitions. Schroeder looked at the crazy Führer II. He thought for a while and closed his mouth. Like every king, Führer II had an almost crazy pursuit of land. After accumulating great strength, Führer II already had more ideas. This time, agreeing to Vladimir's lobbying seems to be due to the marriage relationship between the two countries, but it is actually for the expansion of Prussia. With the cooperation of Tsarist Russia and Austria, Poland, a major power in Eastern Europe, perished. He knew that the next target of Führer II was France. The two were talking, and Führer II's intelligence officer Palusai hurriedly came to the two of them and said a word in his ear. What? Tsarist Russia's army retreated. Führer II dared not say anything. Yes, Your Majesty, They retreated in a hurry. It is said that the army of the Eastern Empire occupied the 3 forts of Yelets in Tsarist Russia. Paris said. When Ferry II heard this, he said, "Are you sure it is Yelets? It can't be wrong." The 3 fortresses of Tsarist Russia's defense against the Ottoman Empire were all breached within 5 days. Buell's emphasized again. "What's happening in Austria now?" Ferry II asked. "Their army is still deployed on the French border. Nothing has changed." Ferry II breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "In this case, there is no problem. We and Austria can still defeat Henry with the withdrawal of Tsarist Russia, and there is one less person to share the benefits." Price was worried. Now this Henry has gathered 300,000 troops. The elite troops are all equipped with advanced firearms provided by the Eastern Empire. The food and supplies are also abundant. Even if we can win, I am afraid the loss is not small. Because of this, we have to do it now. Once Henry takes control of France, war will break out on our Prussian land. Do you want to see French soldiers appear on Prussian territory? Of course not, Price said loudly. That's right. Go back and do your intelligence work well. We Prussia must fight this war. This is the best time for Prussia to dominate Europe. Ferry II's eyes seemed to burn with a flame. Chapter 1159 Empire Trader Belgrade. Henry happily watched the carriages enter the camp. These were all supplies provided by the Empire. For him, his happiness is not the amount of supplies, but the Empire still choosing to support him at this moment. In the lonely present, this is more important than anything, even though he is only using the Empire. "General, this is a military commissioner from the Empire." A gorgeous carriage stopped in front of Henry. The officer in the carriage reported to Henry. At this time, 3 imperial soldiers walked down from the carriage. They were dressed in imperial uniforms, each carrying a rifle with a long barrel. Henry's gaze swept over these unique rifles first, and then politely said, "Welcome you. France is in crisis. Welcome you here to face the shameless intervention of the 3 kingdoms of Prussia with us." The imperial soldier headed by Han Kang said, "General Henry, you are welcome. This is an agreement between the Empire and France. We will support France to the end." "Thank you very much." Henry smiled, and he wondered, only 3 people are here this time? Han Kang understood what Henry meant. He said, "The Empire is too far from Europe, and long-distance transportation is very difficult. So the Empire will let us come after careful consideration." "Then you are?" Henry was puzzled. Han Kang explained, "We are snipers in the Imperial Army. We are responsible for killing enemy generals on the battlefield and throwing their command into chaos. This time we will come to help you on the battlefield." Henry could not help but feel a little suspicious when he heard the words. He didn't believe what changes the 3 people could bring to the war. "In order to test the 3 of them," he said, "now the camp is the front line of the battlefield. In that case, can the 3 show us live?" "Of course there is no problem," Han Kang said. This time he came to the goal to make Henry win as soon as possible. Henry smiled and immediately led the generals out of the camp and into the trench. Since the post-installation rifle was installed in Europe, the war situation has also begun to change, and Henry, who was deeply baptized by the Empire, has even more mathematics the road of the Empire. Now we are only 1 step away from Paris. As long as we conquer this place, my army will be able to move forward and end the French Civil War. Henry pointed to the trench opposite and said, "He has been here for 2 months, and he has never been able to break through the enemy's trench barrier." Han Kang took out the telescope he had brought and looked at the opposite position. The enemy clearly appeared in the telescope, perhaps because of the backwardness of European reloading guns. The distance between Henry and the enemy's trench was only about 150 meters, which was a very close distance for snipers. "Can you find out their main commander?" Han Kang asked. "It's easy." Henry smiled, and he said to the gunner, "Fire the opposite." Upon receiving his order, Henry's artillery immediately bombarded the opposite position. When the artillery stopped, the trench on the opposite side seemed to move suddenly, and the soldiers shuttled back and forth during the period. Some commanders in military uniforms also appeared in the trenches. Henry said, "After every shelling, we will attack once, so now as soon as the shelling is over,
The enemy general will direct the soldiers to counterattack. Han Kang nodded. He had been watching the opposite side. At this time, 500 meters away, he suddenly found several people wearing general's clothes. "Are they?" Han Kang handed the binoculars to Henry. Henry looked at it and cursed. "The general in the middle is Martin. He is Andre's most trusted general and the commander of this war. Unfortunately, they are too far away from the battlefield and the chance of killing them is slim." Han Kang didn't speak. He took out his sniper rifle. The European general's security awareness on the battlefield was obviously very low. After all, there was no concept of sniping them at a distance. So the man called Martin said furiously to the other generals without worrying about the bullets that would fly past. Henry stopped speaking when he saw this, but stared at Han Kang intently. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. 10 seconds later, Han Kang suddenly pulled the trigger, and with a gunshot, the opposing general fell to the ground. After putting down the binoculars, Henry was stunned, and the expression in his eyes towards Han Kang began to change. Only then did he realize that the Empire had sent them a treasure. "It's amazing, it's amazing," Henry said. "It is almost impossible to achieve a fatal blow at 500 meters. You did it easily." Han Kang said lightly, "It's not a happy time yet. There are still many officers on the battlefield that we need to solve." After that, Han Kang asked the other two snipers to find the sniper position. Henry was even more excited when he saw this. He immediately ordered the soldiers to prepare and waited for his order to attack. When Henry was happy, the Andre army on the opposite side turned into a mess. The top commander Matim was hit by a bullet in the head and died instantly, which made the other generals panic. It's just that Matim's death was only the beginning, and then one after another on the ground was shot and killed, which made them realize that they were being targeted. When they found that all the officers had died under the metal bullets, they basically understood that it was obvious that Henry had the deeper support of the Empire. When they were too late to come back to their senses, and after more than 10 important generals had died in a row, they found that the enemy had come out of the trench and rushed towards their position. Facing Henry's powerful attack, Andre's army quickly collapsed and lost the top commander. The army lost its head like a fly. Most of the officers did not have a unified command to fight separately. This couldn't stop Henry's unified and effective command, and they soon fell into a rout. The youth army soldiers deployed on the battlefield seemed to drive ducks, driving Andre's soldiers out of the trenches, and then out of the Belgrade area. After the breakthrough victory, Henry was extremely happy, because Paris was beckoning to him. As long as he occupied Paris, France was his. So after occupying Belgrade, Henry immediately ordered the soldiers to take Paris after Prussia and Austria intervened. But his hope eventually fell through. After his army fought hard for 7 days outside Paris, the Prussian army entered France from the north, and the Austrian army entered France from the southeast. The triumphant Henry immediately faced a three-front battle. But Henry still did not give up at this time. He sent Han Kang to 3 battlefields respectively, hoping that the 3 strange men could help him change this war and win the war completely. Chapter 1160 Tooth for Tooth. Dengzhou. Brooke looked at the wide asphalt avenue, and the shuttle cars felt like a dream. Now this is the 3rd time he has been ordered to negotiate with the Chinese Empire, but this time it is the least tasteful. When he came to Kingzhou, Prussia, Austria and France had become a pot of porridge in Europe. According to their predictions, even if Tsarist Russia did not participate, Prussia and Austria would be enough to defeat Henry and eradicate the biggest unstable element in Europe. But what is unexpected is that senior Prussian and Austrian military officers have been shot and killed frequently on the battlefield, which has caused chaos in the command of the armies of the 2 countries. However, Prussia at this time demonstrated its hidden strength for many years. The Prussian army equipped with a rear-mounted percussion rifle was not weaker than Henry's army, and even slightly prevailed. So even in the case of heavy losses for senior generals, Prussia and Henry did not win the battle. But Austria was not so lucky. With the firearms 2 generations behind Henry's army and the frequent deaths of officers, the Austrian army quickly turned from offensive to defensive after entering France. After analyzing the current situation, Brooke and Vidomir believe that it will only be a matter of time before Henry replaces France. But after the war, France, Prussia and Austria will all need a period of rest and recuperation, and there is little hope of joining forces against the Eastern Empire. It is based on this concern that he came here again. In 2 years, I didn't expect such a big change here. Brooke was a little bit sad. He now looks up to the Eastern Empire, just like the natives looked up to Britain. On the streets of Dengzhou full of tall buildings, he suddenly felt very small. Unlike the previous 2 times, they were not received by any imperial officials this time. This cold treatment made Brooke understand that in the eyes of the imperial, Britain has any qualifications for negotiation. With a slight sigh, Brooke led his entourage to Dengzhou station to buy tickets and set off on the shuttle bus to Qingzhou. At the same time, when Brooke arrived in Dengzhou, Xiaoming received a call. After hanging up the phone, he sneered and said to Pang Yukun, "These British guys really don't see the coffins and cry. They toast and drink fine wine. No, I don't do a good business. We have to do some moths. This time we must beat them hard," Pang Yukun said with a cold snort. Xiaoming nodded, and he said, "This is natural. You can draw up stringent negotiation conditions. If they agree, they will continue to block Britain until they agree." "Yes, the Emperor," Pang Yukun smirked. In the afternoon, Brooke arrived in Qingzhou. Like last time, neither Xiaoming nor Pang Yukun went to see Brooke, but still let Tang Wen be outstanding. In the morning, Pang Yukun had already revealed the terms of the negotiation to him, and now he knew it well. In the meeting room of Weijie restaurant, Tang Wenji and Brooke's people sat opposite each other. In the face of Brooke, Tang Wenji deliberately showed a very arrogant posture. Britain's actions made the empire shameless. In the face of the British envoys, they did not have to smile to welcome him. Bang! After he was seated, Tang Wenji threw the proposed treaty directly in front of Brooke. He said, "This is the condition of the empire. If you can't agree, please return." Tang Wenji's rude gesture immediately made the British envoys look angry, but they could only endure it. Taking a deep breath, Brooke opened the treaty with trembling hands, only to read the first page. He closed the document angrily. "Impossible. You are a humiliation to England. We cannot rent London to you." Brooke roared like an angry lion. Before coming, he had thought that the Empire would put forward harsh conditions, but he had never expected that the Empire would put forward such unbearable conditions. It's nothing more than renting London, but the rent of the Empire renting London turned out to be a golden dragon, which is simply a shame to them. Tang Wenji looked indifferent. "If you can't accept it, you can leave now. This is the condition of the Empire and will not be changed." Brooke tightly held the treaty, and he shouted, "You are deceiving too much." Slap! Tang Wenji then patted the table again and stood up. "Too much deception? After the treaty was signed last time, the Empire thought you would honestly, but what about you threatening the Imperial diplomats and seizing the Imperial fleet?" For this reason, the Imperial Naval Commander, Commander Yun, was directly dismissed. "Compared with this, you are deceiving too much." Brooke was speechless when he heard the words. Upon seeing this, Tang Wenji snorted heavily and said, "The treaty hasn't been finished yet." "Keep reading. This is only the first article. What else is there below?" "If you want to discuss this time, please discuss together. Don't go back and forth. It's quite far off." Brooke felt as if he was in a cold winter. He continued to watch. In addition to renting London, the Empire also asked Britain to abolish the British pound and circulate the Empire Golden Dragon as a trading currency. The market asked Britain to abolish all self-protection trade policies and give the Empire the best preferential country treatment, no tariffs on imperial goods. Military: Britain must not have a regular army, only retain a small amount of self-defense. Military industry must not develop any weapons that threaten the Empire. At the same time, the Empire is allowed to station troops in Britain. After reading this, Brooke felt that he was about to commit a heart attack, but the treaty did not end there. In the last article,
The Empire asked for the trial of the war criminals who initiated the war. The purpose of the Empire is clearly to use this as an excuse. Suppress the hardliners in Britain and support the pro-imperial faction to come to power. Tang Wenji drank tea leisurely while observing Brooke's expression. The purpose of these treaties is obvious. Once Britain agrees to these conditions, Britain becomes a colony of the Empire. The Empire has its own deep meaning in choosing this way. First of all, Britain is a threat to the Empire in Europe. In this way, Britain will be completely castrated by the Empire. Second, Britain has always been a European cudgel in history and has been responsible for messing up Europe. This nail left by the Empire can be used when a power emerges in Europe, so that the Empire can save a lot of effort in Europe. I can't agree. And I won't agree to death. Brooke's voice trembled. Once a document was signed, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. Tang Wenji didn't speak. He stood up, motioned to his subordinates to open the door of the meeting room, and then made a gesture of please, meaning to let Brooke get out. Chapter 1161 Lost Dog. The Emperor. Brooke did not agree to our conditions. He has already taken the locomotive that night to Dengzhou. In the Imperial Study Room, Pang Yukan personally reported to Xiaoming, "Are our conditions a bit too strict?" "No, it's not harsh at all. If the roles are exchanged, they will do more than us," Xiaoming said. He knew the faces of the robbers of these Western powers very well. Pang Yukan nodded. "Since they disagree, we can only continue to block the UK to see who can hold on to the end." After the two said this, Pang Yukan turned and left. At this time, Xiaoming looked at the map in the Imperial Study Room. This was a brand new world map. On this map, all the areas currently controlled by the Empire were painted in red. The entire map suddenly looked red. This is the result of his efforts over the years. Now the Empire has controlled 50% of the world's land, and these areas are still very resource-rich areas. At present, the only conspicuous place left is the United States of Europe and North America. These old colonial powers are still struggling to support, but with the Empire that controls the huge resource area, they will lose their underpants sooner or later. But even so, he can't be careless. His goal now is to exchange the least cost for the greatest benefit. In order to achieve this, upgrading the imperial weapons is one aspect, as is the rational use of contradictions among European countries. With this in mind, Xiaoming set his sights on the battlefields of France, Prussia, and Austria. For him, the longer the battlefield war lasts, the better, so that he has plenty of time to build his own mechanized army. Once this goal is achieved, the Empire will have the ability to have a military presence in Europe. Because of this, he chose to send snipers to France to help Henry fight, and then he will send military advisors to France, and even support Henry's more advanced weapons. After all, Prussia jumped too high this time, exposing his abilities and ambitions, and he will not make life easier for this betrayer. Glancing at the expanding territory of Prussia, Xiaoming left the Imperial Study Room with his hands and Qian de Fu on his back. Before Brooke came, he made a plan to inspect the key military factories of the Empire. The first use of tanks in Tsarist Russia was effective, with the emergence of this kind of cross-age weapon. The Russian army has absolutely no power to parry, and the impact of this war is that the major military regions have applied for the formation of tank troops one by one. For this reason, Xiaoming once again specially approved the construction of 3 tank factories, striving to make each military district of the Empire have its own tank unit as soon as possible. In addition to the production of tanks, he will go to the key shipyards of the Empire this time, and the steam turbines will be put into use. This will have a revolutionary impact on ship manufacturing. From then on, the battleship will not burn coal but oil. In this way, the fleet can arbitrarily conduct long voyages on the ocean with a supple ship. After all, the volume of coal is too large and the combustion efficiency is too low, which makes the current status of the Empire's supply ship very embarrassing. Often a fleet sails long distances and needs to bring a lot of supple ships. Otherwise, the coal on the 3 or 5 supply ships is not enough for a fleet. In addition to the cannon giant represented by steam turbines, He focused on inspections of the major aircraft manufacturing research and development centers just established by the Empire. His goal is to allow the Empire to have a small-scale bomber fleet within 3 years, while also developing on-transport aircraft. Dengzhou. Brooke looked at the prosperous Dengzhou city with mixed tastes and sailed for Europe on a merchant ship. The scene of the negotiation is still clearly printed in his mind. If possible, he never wants to come here again. For him, this is a place he yearns for, but he feels scared. Bearing the turbulence of the ship, Brooke returned to Europe 3 months later under the load of the Imperial merchant shipping, and then returned to Moscow in embarrassment. Seeing Vidomir, who lives in Tsarist Russia, again, Brooke couldn't even bear to speak, but facing the look that Vidomir expected, he still told the cruel facts. After listening to Brooke's story, Vidomir's expression was sullen. She said, "The Empire will never want Britain to agree to these stupid conditions. Even if all the British starve to death, they will not succumb to them." "Your Majesty, don't be angry, I have already rejected them. But what about the current Britain?" "The Imperial blockade continues, and the situation in the UK will get worse. When I come back through the English Channel, the Imperial warships are still patrolling." His face is full of worry. After a pause, he said, "And according to people who fled from Britain, the voices of independence in Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland are now getting louder and louder." Rumor has it that diplomatic envoys of the Empire are in close contact with independent parliamentarians. It seems that the Empire is dismembered. Britain's sinister intentions. Brooke said. Vidomir already knew the news. She said, "You don't know enough." "I got the definitive news. The Empire promised to help independent MPs like Henry. This means that the British Civil War may break out at any time, and Murphy will not allow Scotland to be independent." Brooke sighed. It seems that the Empire has already prepared for it. Like these treaties, this trick is equally vicious. Now Vidomir seems to be strong, but in fact she has nothing to do. Since the Empire conquered the Russian border, reading www.uukanzu.com has been in a winter-like atmosphere in Tsarist Russia. Ekaterina has gradually become indifferent to her and even talked about expelling her from Tsarist Russia in public. Now she is considering going to Prussia. At least her husband is the Prince of Prussia. Thinking of this, Vidomir said, "It's useless to say that these are not available now. Since you're back, let's go to Prussia during this time. It's not safe here." Ekaterina is just a profit-seeking person. She was terrified, and she dared not send troops to France again. Brooke sighed in his heart. Now they are running around like bereaved dogs. How could the once glorious Empire of Sun never fall to such a state? After hesitating for a while, he said, "Your Majesty, hiding in this way is not an option after all, and I am worried that the domestic opposition will take the opportunity to rise. If Murphy steps down, Your Majesty's future will be full of unknowns." Vidomir said. "Then what do you mean?" "This trip to Prussia, we should seek the help of King Ferry to return us to the UK, so that we can deal with the domestic tension in time." Brooke said. Chapter 1162. Canal runs through Zhuxingwen is watching nervously the part where the Suez Canal connects with the Red Sea. Now the construction workers are placing explosives at the bottom of the canal. Once the explosives explode, the remaining soil between the canal and the Mediterranean will be blown up. From then on, the Suez Canal will be officially penetrated. This means that the Imperial warships will no longer have to go around Europe and can directly. The Red Sea enters the Mediterranean through the canal, reducing the voyage by 10,000 kilometers. Moreover, there are many European countries along the Mediterranean Sea: Portugal, Spain, France, Austria, Greece, and the Ottoman Empire. Once the Empire controls this canal, it is equivalent to controlling the Mediterranean. European countries must look at the face of the Empire if they want to pass through this canal. Zhuxiang, the explosives are all set up, and now they can be blasted at any time. While Zhuxingwen was thinking, a general in military uniform approached him. This time the blasting army provided a lot of explosives, and the low-level construction personnel also came from the army. "Thank you, Master Li, for your help this time. After the canal is opened,
I will definitely ask the Emperor for you on behalf of the Ministry of Industry," Zhu Xingwen said with a smile. "Zhu Shilang is polite. You and I are all for the Empire. Why do you want to say thank you? If you want to say thank you, we should thank you. Now that the canal runs through, the Empire's army can save a lot of distance," Lu Jun said. After Persia allocated the Suez Canal and the surrounding land for 100 miles to the Empire, he was ordered to lead 10,000 soldiers stationed in Suez to protect the smooth progress of the canal. After all, although Ottoman paid the land to Persia, many people still miss the Ottoman Empire in this land. During the implementation of the project, many bandits tried to sabotage the implementation of the project, but they were all thwarted by his soldiers. Although the canal will be completed soon, he understands that the tasks they face will be more severe in the future. Now that the order from the Empire has come down, the Empire will set up military bases along the Suez Canal to protect its interests overseas. "Master Lu is really righteous," Zhu Xingwen said with a smile. "He has very good senses for Lu Jun and is a conscientious soldier." Bringing high hats to each other, Zhu Xingwen said, "Since the explosives have been placed, please order from Master Lu." Lu Jun clicked, and he immediately evacuated the excavators and construction workers in the canal. Once the blasting was carried out, the Mediterranean Sea water would directly pour into the canal, where it would meet the Red Sea water in the middle of the canal. When all the personnel were evacuated, Lu Jun gave orders to the soldiers at this time. With a shocking sound, the soil was lifted into the air by explosives, and the last barrier blocking the Mediterranean Sea collapsed. At this moment, the Mediterranean Sea fiercely poured in. The Milky Way. Zhu Xingwen's eyes were wet. He was dispatched by the Ministry of Industry when the canal was constructed. After more than a year of arduous construction, they spanned 175 kilometers and used thousands of excavators. Nearly 80,000 workers from the Empire and the locals finally dug through this artificial canal. Now he finally doesn't have to worry about progress anymore, no longer worry about being attacked by the local tribes, but a deep feeling of reluctance is rising in his heart at this time. Lu Jun is equally excited and has continuously won military victories in empires all over the world, but here, the victory of the Imperial project is equally great. For him, the passage of this canal is no less than winning a war, and even more important, because the time from the Empire to Europe will be shortened by almost half. 1 month later, the news of the Suez Canal arrived in King's, and the news was published in the newspaper, which immediately caused a shock across the Empire. Businessmen with a keen sense of smell naturally understood the significance of this canal. Soon, there was a call from the Empire to dump industrial products into Europe. With the steamship and the Suez Canal connection, the time for the Imperial fleet to reach Europe will only take 40 days. For the businessmen of the Empire, such a short voyage meant huge business opportunities. The Emperor, the merchants are very excited, and it is urgent to open the European market. After all, for the Empire, Europe is currently the world's largest market. After the Suez Canal was completed, it was not Pang Yukan or Kui Shannon who came to him first, but Li Kaiyuan. The businessman has squeezed his office, and everyone is asking about trade with Europe. What anxious? It's not the time yet. Europe is fighting fiercely, and it's not the time to intervene, Xiaoming said lightly. He naturally knows that Europe is the largest market today. After all, European countries have colonized the world for more than 200 years and plundered a lot of wealth from the world. These wealth have greatly improved the living standards of Europeans, which are not comparable to countries such as Japan and Korea. Because of this, no matter how tragic wars Europe and the West have experienced in contemporary history, they can recover quickly. Because no matter how they fight, the wealth they grabbed is still in Europe. Therefore, now he must try his best to transfer gold, silver and all kinds of expensive wealth from Europe to the Empire. The agreement he made the British sign was to seek wealth from Europe. Wait. Li Kaiyuan was a little disappointed. How long to wait? Xiaoming pondered for a moment, and spent 3 months inspecting important military-industrial bases across the country, and he had a detailed understanding of the construction progress of each base. He said, in 3 years, As long as 3 years, I will be able to build a European expeditionary force, which can fight like Europe once conquered South America. Europeans can't find North. Li Yuan nodded, with the words of the emperor. The empire feels relieved, just waiting for this day to come. Xiaoming smiled and said, even if you are not in a hurry, I am also anxious. The high welfare benefits of the empire are waiting to rob Europe. Otherwise, where can I get the money to provide education and the medical care for all? Li Yuan was even more excited when he heard it. He said sincerely, it is a blessing for the empire to have an emperor to be an official, and it is also a blessing for the people. The emperor's name will be in the annals of history forever. Xiaoming shook his head lightly. He didn't care what name was left in the annals. As the owner of the technology spa, letting the empire reach eternity with the help of technology was his ultimate goal. Okay, after so many years, you still can't change your flattering skills. Go back and dismiss the merchants and tell them that the empire has something to eat, and naturally they have something to eat. The empire doesn't give it to them. They just want to die. Speaking of the last sentence, Xiaoming's tone became severe. His meaning is very clear. If anyone dares to smuggle, sell materials, or resell technology to Europe during this time, don't blame him for being rude. 8. Chapter 1163 Variety Austria Vienna. France got the news on the 7th day of the Suez Canal, which was worse news for him after his army suffered a heavy setback in France, because this means that the empire's warships will appear directly at his doorstep through this canal, and in order to protect its own canal, the empire will inevitably increase its presence in the Mediterranean. Your Majesty, we must stop the war against France. Obviously, we are all fooled by the empire. Using the opportunity of European civil strife, they successfully opened up the Red Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. This shortened the distance of the empire to Europe by nearly half. Expedition to Europe will be possible, and if this continues, Europeans will be slaughtered like the Indians of North America. Dress said to his King France worriedly. At the beginning of the French War, they declared their opposition to this decision. Unlike other short-sighted nobles, Trashk surrendered their eyes to the increasingly powerful empire from the beginning. After these years of analysis, he increasingly believes that the empire will eventually colonize Europe like a backward civilization. Your Majesty, the rise of a powerful country will inevitably be accompanied by a desire for resources and markets. Now the empire controls most of the resource-rich areas. The only thing they lack is a huge market. Europe now fits this condition very well. After a pause, he went on to say, under the conditions of equal technology, civilizations will open up their markets to each other, but when the technological gap expands indefinitely, opening the other's markets through force will benefit the most. Like all monarchs' desire for land, France quickly agreed after Ekaterina's plan to carve up Poland. At the same time, his desire for the land of France ate away at his heart. In the end he decided to send troops to France, but the defeat on the battlefield gradually made him sober. Unknowingly, Austria's weapons have fallen behind France, Tsarist Russia, and Prussia. When the war is over, Austria, which is damaged in strength, is likely to become the target of Prussia. Because once Prussia and Austria belonged to the Holy Roman Empire, both Prussia and Austria claimed to be the pure heirs of the empire, and both held the idea of unifying each other. Dress, you may be right. We should stop the war against France and let the careerist of Feria II continue to fight Henry. Isn't it interesting for two careerists to fight each other? France said with a smile. Dress was taken aback, and he said, Your Majesty, what I said is that Europe should unanimously resist the invasion of Europe by the Eastern Empire. Yes, that's the case. So since they are fighting the Eastern Empire together, should they share advanced weapon technology? Why don't you persuade Ferry and Ekaterina to share their technology with us? France's the look is a bit scary. Dress opened his mouth, and finally he sighed. Now Europe is nothing but loose sand, fighting each other. Every country attacks other countries for its own benefit, and no one will respond to his ideas. I'm afraid I can't convince Tsarist Russia, Britain and Prussia to share technology. Dries said. That's right. So it's useless at all. But one thing is right. We are going to withdraw our troops from France. I don't want my army to be killed completely, Franz said. Dre said, are we indifferent to the Suez Canal? Franz lazily said, who can stop the Imperial Navy from sailing in the Mediterranean now? So, is there a difference? Instead of that, you still think about how to get benefits from this canal, such as building a port as a transit point for the Empire to go to Europe. At least we can make a little profit. Dress sighed deeply. It was obvious that his persuasion had failed completely, and Europe would not be united before the crisis of extinction. Paris. Henry also got the news of the Suez Canal. There is no doubt that the current opening of this canal is a good thing for him, because it means that the Empire will be able to provide him with supplies in a faster time without having to go around Africa to the southwest coast of France. The future empire will directly provide supplies on the southeast coast of France. It's just that the Austrian army in the southeast is still facing him, but he has seen the weakness of the Austrian army during this period of battle. While the north resisted the Prussian attack, he was ready to completely defeat the Austrian army. But to his surprise, his plan had not yet been implemented. On the fifth day, he received news that the Austrian army had withdrawn to the country. For a while, his pressure was greatly reduced. So he immediately ordered the southeast coastal city of Roden to establish a port, and at the same time mobilized troops from the southeast to fight the Prussian attack. In the next month, news of the opening of the Suez Canal reached Spain, Portugal, Prussia and the United Kingdom. For a while, pessimism was permeated throughout Europe. After 200 years of plundering the world, they ushered in an extremely powerful enemy. An enemy that made them feel powerless. Königsberg. Ferry 2 was having dinner with Vladimir. Today he was in a bad mood. Austria withdrew and Henry was on the verge of collapse. The pressure on Henry was greatly reduced. Now the European battlefield has become a war between France and Prussia. This change made him very angry. Feeling the emotion of Ferry 2, Vladimir said, Your Majesty, the war with France is meaningless now. It is impossible for Prussia to defeat France for a while. In my opinion, it is better to have a truce. Acknowledge Henry's rule over France. Ferry 2 looked at the desolate Vladimir. She was the Queen of England but also the wife of his second son. He said, We have already sacrificed 30,000 people in this war. Are these soldiers so sacrificed in vain? Vladimir laughed and said, Of course not. Through this war, we have at least seen the weakness of Austria. Now Austria has chosen to betray. Perhaps your Majesty can launch a war of punishment against Austria with Henry. He will definitely agree. Ferret 2's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he said, Vladimir, you are a smart woman. I am more interested in Austria than France. Vladimir smiled bitterly. Her purpose in doing this was just to make Henry break with the Empire sooner. Once Henry ruled France, he would no longer need the help of the Empire. Then Henry would think of the French colony captured by the Empire during the French War. 8. Chapter 1164 Convention Organization King Zhu. Intelligence from Europe is on Xiaoming's desk. Austria withdrew from the European battlefield. Prussia and France truce, officially recognized Henry's rule over France. In a few months, the changes in the situation in Europe can be said to be more changeable than the summer weather. But for Xiaoming, he didn't care about this change. For him Henry had already achieved his goal. Both Prussia and Austria suffered considerable losses in the war against France, and Henry's army also suffered a lot in the war. This war made the three land powers of Europe need to rebuild their strength to fight against the Empire for a period of time. What the Empire now needs is precisely this window period to strengthen the mechanization of the army. Prussia recognized Henry's legal status to France. For the Empire, Henry may become an enemy of the Empire at any time because Henry no longer needs the help of the Empire. Qui Shannon analyzed. Xiaoming nodded. The sudden change in Prussia made him a little surprised, but he was able to guess the purpose of Ferry 2, with Prussian urination in history. His next target must be Austria and Hungary, which belonged to the Holy Roman Empire. In order to avoid continuing the war with Henry, he is likely to join France to carve up Austria. Henry once promised to recognize the Empire's occupation of East Indochina, Canada, and Tangier. If you want to test Henry, you only need to send an envoy to France for him to sign the agreement. If he chooses to shirk, it means that Henry is ready to abandon the covenant. Xiaoming muttered. What if Henry is really going to abandon the covenant? Kui Shannon asked. I never expected Henry to admit it, so during the French Civil War, I took the opportunity to take down their colony. Whether he admits it or not, I won't spit out the meat yet, but if he doesn't admit it, the Empire can take the opportunity to stop helping him. Xiaoming said. After a pause, he said, Tang Wenji will do this diplomacy. What you are doing now is military preparations. The Suez Canal has been opened. This provides conditions for the Empire to increase its military presence in Europe, regardless of whether it is for protecting the Empire for China's oil interests, or to use force to open up the European market. The Empire needs to increase its military deployment in Suez and Tangier. I want you to deploy 50,000 people here within 3 years to make these 2 imperial military bases. Kui Shannon nodded. Now the Empire is engaged in agricultural construction in African colonies. With the fertile land of Africa and the Empire's agricultural technology, each manor has a rich harvest. The grain, vegetables, and meat in these estates directly supplied the Empire's offshore military bases, eliminating the arduous task of transporting supplies from the Empire. In the past, it was almost impossible for the Empire to deploy 50,000 people here, but now it is very easy. After all, in the industrialized Empire, African farms are also mechanized, and the efficiency is very high. Yes, the Emperor. In response, Kui Shannon turned and left. Watching Kui Shannon leave, Xiaoming glanced at the intelligence documents. In fact, he was not very concerned about changes in Europe, because for the Empire, the gap between the strengths of the two sides is now getting bigger and bigger. The reason why he is messing up in Europe is just to save some effort when he wants to clean up Europe. After all, there are many European countries and the situation is complicated. In some countries, even several changes a year, it is not practical to focus on supporting a certain person. This time the Empire's use of France is over, and the next country the Empire will cooperate with will be Austria. In short, he will not make Europe so peaceful. Decided to adjust the European policy, Xiaoming immediately sent a mission to Austria. As he guessed, less than a month after the mission had set off, new changes occurred in Europe. France and Prussia jointly attacked Austria. On the 10th day of Austria's attack, the imperial mission arrived in Vienna. Beasts, Henry and Ferry too are beasts, and Austria really shouldn't dance with them. Facing Tang Wenji, France angrily rebuked the shameless behavior of the two countries. Within 10 days, Austria was annexed in Poland and 16 cities were lost on the southwest border. The French army that experienced the Civil War was very brave and good at fighting, and coupled with the advanced weapons provided by the Empire, the Austrian army retreated steadily. Your Majesty now understands that it is not too late. Henry also betrayed the covenant with the Empire, Tang Wenji said. After arriving at the city of Suez established by the Empire on the Mediterranean coast of the Suez Canal, Tang Wenji first sent people to Paris. In Paris, his people suffered a cold reception. Henry did not appear from the beginning to the end, and the agreement of the matter was naturally left. I have to say that Henry's trick is very smart. He not only expressed his dissatisfaction with the Empire, but did not directly deny the original promise. However, in Tang Wenji's opinion, this can be directly determined as Henry's betrayal of the covenant. The Empire will not circle with Henry on this issue. His performance can only be appreciated by himself. France was calm on the surface, but his heart was already on the verge of collapse. Facing the two-sided attacks of France and Prussia, Austria could not support it for long. He said, "This Henry is damned. He deserves to be punished like an empire." Tang Wenji smiled. He said, "This time I have received full authorization from the Emperor. Now I have ordered Mediterranean merchant ships to stop transporting materials to France. The evil actions of France and Prussia have disrupted the regional balance of Europe. This is something that the Empire cannot tolerate, and I think it is also something that your Majesty cannot tolerate." "That's right." France was also smiling. He knew that Tang Wenji was talking about scenes,
and any regional balance was nonsense. It was the purpose of the empire to control Prussia and France. But he can only agree now, so he said, His Majesty, the Emperor of the Empire, is truly righteous. We Austria is willing to cooperate with the Empire, but now we face the attacks of France and Prussia. We may not have much time. Tang Wenji was not worried at all. He came up with an agreement and said, in order to maintain peace in Europe, we decided to establish the Vienna Convention organization. As long as Austria is firmly committed to the agreement, it is equivalent to joining the Vienna Convention organization. Since then, the Empire and Austria will become the founding country of this convention organization. France showed a puzzled look. He said, then what use is this organization for Austria? Tang Wenji smiled and said, the purpose of this organization is to implement collective defense between states. Any state party must provide assistance, including the use of force, when a war occurs with another country. Chapter 1165 Imperial Promise Really? Really? France couldn't believe his ears. Now Austria needs military assistance the most. If it can get help from the Empire, it will no longer be a problem to thwart France and Prussia's conspiracy to divide Austria. Excited, Franz just wanted to agree, but he immediately thought that there would be no pie in the sky, so he said, is the Empire so helpful to Austria? Is it just out of good intentions? Of course not. Tang Wenji's expression was still very indifferent. He said, in addition to the military defense treaty, the Empire hopes that the countries that organize the Vienna Convention can trade freely and eliminate tariffs and trade barriers. France was taken aback. Tang Wenji's remarks seemed fair, but it was actually very unfair, because now even fools know that the Empire has strong industrial capabilities and industry and commerce. Once the tariffs are lifted, a large number of cheap and high-quality imperial goods will flood Austria, and Austria can only sell some agricultural products to the Empire. This move is almost equivalent to asking Austria to unilaterally cancel tariffs. Tang Wenji watched France's expression. Of course, the Empire would not kindly help Austria. His goal in coming to Europe this time was just to establish another form of colonization, economic colonization. Given the Empire's strong industrial capabilities, any seemingly equal economic treaties are actually unequal, because these countries simply cannot compete with the Empire. Walking back and forth in front of Tang Wenji, Franz lost his thoughts. If the conditions of the Empire were not agreed, Austria would face the situation of being divided. By agreeing to the conditions of the Empire, Austria will be looted in trade. But even so, the interests of the Austrian royal family will not be harmed. Even if they directly participate in trade with the Empire, the royal members will be richer. In this case, signing a treaty is very cost-effective. Thinking of this, he said, I sign. Tang Wenji stood up and said, congratulations, Your Majesty. From now on the Empire and Austria have become members of the Vienna Convention, and more countries will join in the future. France is a very practical person. He said, so how does the Empire prepare to help us tide over the difficulties? In Suez, 2,000 kilometers away from Venice, there are 10,000 soldiers from the Empire. They took a steamship for 3 days. You can reach Venice. Tang Wenji's words are very powerful. France laughed. Tang Wenji's words were already very straightforward. If France and Prussia do not retreat, the Empire will fulfill the treaty and intervene in this war. If so, I will first announce the signing of an agreement with the Empire. If they do not listen to dissuasion, then I hope that the Empire can help us repel these invaders. France said. Of course, Tang Wenji said with a smile. Then the two discussed further on the issue of the agreement, and agreed on some of the details, such as provisions such as which country will provide supplies for fighting on whose territory. Successfully established the Vienna Convention organization, Tang Wenji returned to Suez again, and France could not wait to announce the military defense treaty of the Vienna Convention organization. In Paris, Henry threw an Austrian newspaper on the ground and stomped heavily. After the end of the French Civil War, Henry successfully took over France and achieved his goal of being Emperor of France. But he did not expect to face imperial constraints in the First War after his official coronation. Your Majesty,
The Chinese Empire is too much. During the French Civil War, they seized all of France's colonies, which caused a heavy loss to France. We must make serious representations. Henry nodded. He didn't tell anyone about his dirty deal with the Empire. Now all French people think that the Empire took the opportunity to get to the bottom. This is also the reason why the Empire was quickly spurned after France's popularity. Any force that stops the French people will be destroyed. The former British, now Prussia and Austria. If the Empire tries to intervene in this just war against Austria, our soldiers will make them pay the price of blood. Henry Gau shouted. The Louvre is full of new aristocrats who have benefited from the Civil War. They are now very enthusiastic about the war, because it was the war that allowed them to get huge profits. In Europe, Austria has the largest land area. But Austria, which is backward in firearms, is obviously unable to maintain its own territory. This is naturally a natural fact in the eyes of the nobles. The victory of the Civil War, combined with the victory of the wars of Prussia and Austria, made Henry a little arrogant. For him, there is no enemy that France cannot defeat. Königsberg. Ferry 2 also got news from Austria. Vienna Convention? Ferry 2 smiled disdainfully. Does Austria think that a newspaper can scare us? Perhaps this is a lie at all. A general said, will the Empire fight us for an Austria? If France and we are fully enlisted, the two countries will be able to send at least 800,000 troops to attack Austria based on their presence in the Mediterranean. Can 10,000 people stop us? Impossible. Ferry 2 was very confident. This war with France fully proved the superiority of their firing guns on the battlefield. Although they suffered 30,000 casualties, Henry sacrificed more soldiers. Therefore, he firmly believes that Prussia's current military strength is enough to fear any country in the main European battlefield. As for the warships on the sea, he does not care. Prussia is a land power and does not need to fight against the Empire on the sea. After thinking about it for a long time, he decided to ignore the so-called agreement signed between the Empire and Austria, and some even wanted to test the strength of the Empire on the battlefield. In Vienna, France received news of Prussia's southward movement and France's continued eastward movement shortly after publishing news of the convention in the newspaper. The actions of the two countries have proved their choice, and now France is somewhat fortunate that he signed the treaty at the beginning, because the two countries are determined to annex Prussia. Giving up the illusion, France began to call for help from Suez. Now only the Empire can stop the expansion of France and Prussia in Europe. After the news of the help was passed, France fell into a nervous waiting, but only 10 days later, a battleship full of imperial soldiers appeared in the port of Venice. He was ecstatic when he heard the news, and the facts proved that the Vienna Pact was not a dead letter of the Empire. The Empire is using actual actions to prove its respect for this agreement. Chapter 1166 Front Venice. France came here after the Imperial army arrived. When he saw Imperial soldiers armed to the teeth, his gloomy mood suddenly improved. Your Majesty France, this is Yi Qinyan, commander of the Southwest Military Region, one of the 6 major military regions of the Empire. Lu Jun introduced to France. The situation in Europe deteriorated in an instant, so Yi Qinyan was dispatched to Suez City to take charge of European affairs temporarily. After all, with the Empire's deployment of troops all over the world, the jurisdiction of the 6 military regions can no longer be confined to the country, but to look globally. Commander Yi, I am very happy that you can come to Austria. France was a little surprised. After signing the agreement with the Empire, he made up for the situation of the Empire and knew very well the weight of the military commander. Only from this point was enough to see that the Empire attached great importance to Austria, which made him very happy. It is the responsibility of the Empire to protect the Allies, and of course it is my responsibility. Yi Qinyan smiled. Lu Jun is a member of the Southwest Military Region. Because of this, he was ordered to come here personally to direct the war. He was already idle in the country and came here by boat as soon as he got the order. At the same time, he took 36 of the tanks just equipped by the Southwest Army and brought it here. These tanks are now being hoisted from the transport ship. Yi Qinyan's words made France even more determined.
He said, "The situation in Austria is urgent now. I hope Commander Yi can help." Upon hearing this, Yi Qinyan's expression became serious. He said, "In this case, I hope that your Majesty will tell us the current situation in Austria and the specific situation of the war zone. There are only 8,000 troops in the first batch of landing troops. I will lead these 8,000 of people prevented the advancement of France and Prussia, and follow-up reinforcements from the Empire will arrive one after another until all our enemies are driven out of Austria." After a pause, Yi Qinyan continued, "But this battle involves cooperation between the Austrian and Imperial armies. I hope that your Majesty can send troops to join us in a running-in exercise during this period, and then hand over the command of the battlefield to us." France was taken aback. The command of the army is a very sensitive matter, but he gritted his teeth and nodded when he thought of the crisis that Austria was facing. In order to appease France, Yi Qinyan deliberately led France to visit the equipment of the Empire. After seeing things like machine guns, mortars, tanks, and troop carriers, France showed a deep smile on his face. In his opinion, they have hope of victory in this war. In the next 6 days, Yi Qinyan and Lu Jun were not idle. They divided their forces and went all the way north to fight Prussia and all the way west to fight France. At the same time, they mastered the temporary command of the Austrian army on the battlefield, and used 6 days to complete the cooperation exercise between the two armies. In Article 7, Yi Qinyan led 4,000 imperial soldiers to personally go north to deal with Henry's French army. He was very interested in this French army, which only used imperial equipment, and was battle-tested. Paris. When Henry learned that the imperial army had landed in Venice, his face changed drastically. From the beginning he did not believe that the imperial army would really help the absolutely weak Austria, but now facts have proved everything. And facing the haiku he boasted, he couldn't hold back now. After a brief hesitation, he immediately ordered the frontline army to immediately select a backup officer. Once the main officer was shot, the backup officer would immediately go up, so that the army would not be confused after losing the officer. Henry made this decision because he considered the existence of imperial snipers, and he saw the power of imperial snipers in the war to unify France. It is conceivable that it is now his turn to face these terrible battlefields. Really should keep those 3 snipers. Henry regretted it. After Austria withdrew, the 3 snipers of the Empire left. At that time, he had not turned his face with the Empire. At the same time, Ferrier too received the news soon, and after a slight astonishment, Ferrier too also did not choose to retreat. Like Henry, now that they have been tied to a chariot, this contest with the Empire must be fought. Vaduz. After leaving Venice, Yi Qinyan came to the front line of the war after a day's trek. When the imperial soldiers arrived in the trench-filled battlefield in green-painted military transport vehicles, the entire Austrian army boiled. They have learned that the country and the Empire have signed an agreement, so they are psychologically prepared for the arrival of the imperial army. Yi Qinyan got down from his jeep and waved to the Austrian soldiers in the trenches, and along with him was France's eldest son Oberna. The 24-year-old Austrian prince insisted on coming to the front with Yi Qinyan and cooperating with Yi Qinyan's command of the Austrian army. After getting out of the car, Oberna immediately summoned the officers to meet with Yi Qinyan and announced France's decision. There are still 60,000 Austrian soldiers here. Vaduz is our extremely important city. If it is occupied by France, Vienna will be directly threatened by France. Oberna introduced to Yi Qinyan. Yi Qinyan nodded. He had a good sense for Oberna, a humble young man. They arrived here first this time. The follow-up Austrian reinforcements of 40,000 are still on the way. It is estimated that it will take 3 days to arrive. In order to prevent the collapse of Vaduz's battle line, he arrived here early, facing a 2-line battlefield. Although Austria's strong national strength was a little overwhelming, through Yi Qinyan's understanding, now the veterans of the Austrian front line suffered a lot and they were all on the front line. Follow-ups are only recruits. The 40,000 people supported this time are recruits. With me, Vaduz's line of defense is as solid as a rock. Yi Qinyan was very confident. After all, He immediately let the machine gunner enter the trenches and build machine gun positions in the trenches. Most of the Empire's support materials for France were rifles, and artillery was also a direct fire cannon, but with the bombs, the power was not small. Therefore, these artillery pieces are the real threat to them on the battlefield. As long as they destroy the enemy's artillery, their pressure will be much less. The best target to suppress this direct fire gun is undoubtedly the sniper. After all, the Empire's sniper rifle has a long range and can restrain the enemy's artillery. So he ordered the sniper to enter the battlefield to find a suitable shooting point to kill the artillery of the French army. Of course, this is not the big killer this time. The 36 Liang tank is his weapon for breaking through the French army this time. For him, offense is the best defense, and he doesn't bother to squat in the trenches and consume time. Chapter 1167 Tame Tactics. Bernard put away his binoculars, and suddenly felt a sense of boredom in his heart. Looking through the trenches of Austria, he saw a strange army entering the battlefield, and according to his understanding, this army was the Imperial Army. In the French Civil War, he saw the power of 3 Imperial snipers. At that time, he felt agitated whenever an enemy officer was shot. But now he might be the target of being sniped. Is it really an Imperial army? Bonnet's lieutenant asked worriedly. Now every French soldier is unwilling to fight against Imperial soldiers. You can see from the military uniforms they wore. Bonnet said that 70,000 troops were used to attack France in Austria. He led the 7th Division of France with 10,000 people. Only 1/7 of them. Starting from France, they fought here like a broken bamboo, but the Austrian army built fortifications here to delay their attack. The officers were silent, and they looked at Bonnet and waited for him to make his decision. We must fight. This is your Majesty's order. From now on, everyone will be refreshed. Immediately send soldiers to dig trenches, Bonnet said. Because they belonged to the offensive side, the French army had no trenches, but had a camp opposite the Austrian army. Now facing the reinforcements of the Empire, he was very nervous, so he asked the soldiers to dig trenches to prevent accidents. However, just after his order was given, he suddenly heard a sound of metal rubbing from the opposite side, and then he saw 18 dark green painted metal chariots appearing on the battlefield through the trenches of the Austrian army. Tanks. Bernat was horrified. The news that the Tsarist border was breached had spread throughout Europe, and the weapons used by the Empire in that war were quickly learned by everyone. This invincible, extremely hard battlefield monster can tear any army apart. The French soldiers breathed harder when they saw the tank. They fixed their eyes on these steel monsters that might attack at any time, preparing to attack and at the same time preparing to escape. Colonel, what should I do now? The officers are waiting for Bonnet's orders. Thinking of the order from Paris, Bernat bit his head and said, transfer this piece of information to Paris, but we must fight before the order arrives. His voice fell, and suddenly the tank started to slowly move forward, and the Imperial soldier followed closely behind the tank and hid his body behind the tank. Boom boom boom. 18 tanks fired one after another. The shells fell into the camp of the French army and exploded. Some tents were suddenly set on fire. At the same time, the machine guns in the trenches started shooting frantically at the French camp, and the bullets flew toward the French position like raindrops. At the same time, the mortar shells drew a perfect arc and exploded in the camp. For a time, the French army was completely surrounded by the firepower of the Empire. In the trenches of Austria, Austrian soldiers and officers looked stupidly at the fiercely inclined firepower of the Empire. Under the intense firepower, the French soldiers panicked, and they looked for shelter to avoid the Empire's attack. Commander Yi, it's no wonder that the Empire can defeat the United Kingdom. In my opinion, the Empire's army is truly the #1 soldier in the world. Obener watched the battlefield from the back of the battlefield. At this time, he started to praise him. Yi Qian laughed. He said, the military power of the Empire is only the tip of the iceberg. This is still the tip of the iceberg? Obener said in surprise, looking at the flying battlefield. He was lost in thought. There is no doubt that if Austria wants to breach the contract, it must consider the military strength of the empire. A faint smile flashed in Yikinian's eyes. The purpose of the empire sending troops to Austria this time was to prove to Europe the strength of the Vienna organization and attract more European countries to join. Of course, the empire has the final say on who will join the convention organization. Countries like France, Britain, Prussia, and Tsarist Russia don't have to consider. Yes, in a few years you will see the true strength of the empire. Yikinian said, now the technology of the empire changes almost every day. In addition to the military weapons already manufactured, no one knows what kind of abnormal weapons will appear in the future. After chatting casually, Yikinian focused his attention on the battlefield. Facing the fierce firepower of the empire, the French army was suppressed and couldn't raise its head. At this time, the French artillery began to fire on the Austrian side. However, the Empire's snipers quickly locked on the French artillery. Whenever the French soldiers tried to reload, the snipers would shoot them. Soon, the French artillery positions were quickly paralyzed. At this time, the Imperial tanks and infantry continued to advance. This combination of tank and infantry tactics proved very successful in the Russian battlefield. Now Yikinian uses it again on the battlefield. French position. As soon as the Empire's offensive began, the place was plunged into chaos. Officers were shot by snipers, artillerymen were shot, machine guns were fired, and mortars were bombed. In a short period of time, this elite army in the French Civil War lost thousands of people. Now that the Imperial tanks are getting closer, Bernat can even see the flames from the machine gun at the bottom of the tank. Facing the rapidly deteriorating battlefield environment, Bernat began to waver before obeying orders and retreating, and now he has no doubt that the Imperial army will behead them to death. And what makes him most desperate is that he can't find any way to restrain the Empire's offensive method. He can only watch his army be defeated. Come on! When the Imperial tanks tore apart the French positions, the Austrian soldiers rushed out of the trenches. They shouted France's name and killed the French with red eyes. It was this group of invaders who killed their battle, killed their relatives and friends and France. They were insoluble hatred. In order to compete for Vaduz, Austria and France confronted each other on a front that stretched for dozens of miles. Knowing this situation, Yikinian decisively ordered the Austrian army to cooperate with the Imperial soldiers to break through the center line, cut the French army into two parts, and then outflank the French army to completely make dumplings. Numerous Austrian soldiers joined the charge, and the combined tactics of tanks and rifles were immediately brought into full play. Bernat saw despair on the faces of the Austrian soldiers rushing over like a tide. It was not easy for France's firepower to concentrate on the Imperial tanks, and now there were so many Austrian soldiers that they had no time to take care of them. Losing the firepower advantage, France suddenly lost its color on the battlefield, while the Austrian soldiers looked extremely brave with the support of the Imperial firepower. NT. Please remember the domain name of this book. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 1168 Blitz DADADA. Boom boom. On a battlefield filled with gunpowder, only the guns of the Empire were left in Bernat's eyes, and the sudden turn of the battlefield situation made him on the verge of mental breakdown. He had never experienced such a battle without fighting back. The Empire once again used advanced weapons to tell them who was the master of the battlefield. Facing the Austrian army rushing over under the cover of the Empire, the French soldiers finally collapsed. For them, this is an unequal war. Persistence has no meaning, and a firm will not bring them any benefits. In a trance, Bonnet realized that he had been dragged by his adjutant and ran back. The French section of the central front had been breached by tanks and Imperial rifles. The Imperial machine guns in the trenches have been moved to the positions occupied by the tanks. The dense bullets once again strafed the French soldiers, which caused their casualties to rise sharply. If they continued to fight, none of them will leave the battlefield alive. In the trenches of Austria, Yikinian observed that the French army had broken through. He immediately ordered the soldiers to be divided into two groups and led the Austrian army to circle around the French army on the front. The victory in the central part of the Austrian army immediately restored morale after successive defeats. According to Yekinian's order, Oberner mobilized all Austrian soldiers on the battlefield to cooperate with the imperial offensive. The dozens of miles of battle lines made the transmission of news about the French army very slow. When the news of the defeat of the Chinese army came, they found that the imperial tanks had been covering the imperial and Austrian soldiers to kill. Especially after the central part was cut off, the French army could not take care of each other. They could only be destroyed one by one under the elite force of the Empire. In one afternoon, with the help of the Empire army, the Austrian army completely reversed the decline, and the French army retreated and fled westward. When the twilight general, a bonfire lit up on the Austrian positions, and the Austrian soldiers were excitedly talking about the daytime warfare and the weapons of the Imperial army. Many soldiers even sang and danced to show their gratitude. In front of a trench, Oberner looked at Yekinian with an admiring look. He said, "Commander Yi, now Austria and the Empire have established an iron friendship. I really hope to go to the Empire to see the prosperity of the Empire." Yekinian intends to establish friendship with Oberner. This is a long-term strategic consideration for the Empire. He said, "This is a very simple thing. As long as Austria can faithfully fulfill the agreement, Austria will always be a friend of the Empire." Oberner said in a firm tone, "Yes, Ling, I will definitely." A city in northern Austria, Prague. When the victory in the western battlefield was achieved, his army had just arrived. Unlike the flat avenues of the Empire, many places in Austria are dirt trails, which restricted the passage of imperial vehicles. Especially Prague just experienced a drizzle, which made the road muddy. But fortunately before night fell, they arrived at the Prague battlefield. Mastilu. This is the current deployment of the Prussian army. Compared with France, the weapons used by the Prussian army are more advanced. You see, this is the Prussian rifle we captured on the battlefield. The commander of the Prague battlefield, Damon, gave a well-made rifle to Lu Jun. Picking up the rifle made by Prussia, Lu Jun frowned. Just like in the intelligence, Prussia really made the firing rifle, which made the Prussian war method more flexible and changeable. This is why the Austrian army will retreat so quickly. Use your front-mounted muskets to deal with Prussian firing guns. You can't win at all. Lu Jun came to the conclusion directly, and he continued to ask, "Does Prussia have other different weapons?" "Yes. Their artillery-fired blooms. The bombs are also very powerful." Damon had a lingering fear. Lu Jun nodded. During the honeymoon period between the Empire and Prussia, Prussia still learned something from the Empire. This is why Prussia can dominate Europe in firearms. However, what they learned was nothing more than fur. They were weapons of generations that had been eliminated by the Empire. Lu Jun knew all about these weapons. He said, "Don't worry. These firearms are just embroidered legs in front of the imperial tanks. Let the soldiers rest tonight, and you will attack the Prussian army at dawn tomorrow." "Initiate an attack?" Damon grew his mouth in surprise. "We are already extremely difficult to defend. How to attack?" "Master Lu, are you sure?" Lu Jun had an offensive step in his mind on the way when he came. He took out a pen and directly sketched the offensive line on a piece of paper. In order to seize the territory of Austria, Prussia has invested a lot of capital this time. 100,000 Prussian troops went south in 3 routes and finally gathered in Prague to try to decide the victory or defeat with the Austrian troops here. Because Prussia was determined to annex Austria, they built trenches and fortifications in the occupied cities to consolidate their occupation. The situation in Prague is the same. The Prussian army built many trenches and fortifications during the confrontation. "Don't worry, you just have to pretend to attack." Lu Jun smiled. He pointed to the city of Most in the north of Prague and said, "Your intelligence says that Prussia has gathered a lot of war materials here, right?" "Yes," Damon answered truthfully. Lu Jun nodded. "The Empire is currently building a mechanized army, and the advantage of a mechanized army is mobility." After discovering that defeating the Prussian army head-on might cost a lot of money, Lu Jun decided to blitz Most. Once the material transfer station in France was destroyed, Prussia had to withdraw its troops. At that time, he attacked from behind, completely defeating the Prussian offensive. Knowing Lu Jun's thoughts, Diamond can no longer be surprised. For him, no force in Europe can break through Prague's defenses. I will provide you with a good guide, and may God bless you. Diamond admired Lu Jun's tactics very much. The next day, when the first rays of sunlight shone on the battlefield, the Austrian army suddenly fired at the Prussian army. This action immediately attracted the attention of the Prussian army, but when they had not recovered, an army of steel and machinery suddenly attacked them and caught them off guard. After breaking through their line of defense, the army did not want to fight, but went straight to the north, leaving the Prussian army a little confused. But only 7 days later, they suddenly received a desperate news that their supply line was cut off, and panic immediately filled the battlefield. Chapter 1169. New member Paris. Henry angrily smashed a porcelain vase from the Empire. The news of Vardutz's defeat spread back to China from the Austrian front as if it had grown wings, which made the newly unified French panic. After successively experiencing civil wars and fighting against Prussia and Austria, France has been devastated, and its production has suffered a lot of damage. In the past, Henry's life could survive with the war materials supported by the Empire, but after the Empire stopped supplies, Henry's life suddenly became sad, and this was one of the reasons why he initiated the invasion war. After all, the looting of materials is faster than production. The reason why the Empire has occupied their colonies is that they can't plunder the colonies now, they can only plunder European countries. But now his plundering plan has failed, and the 70,000 French elite has been defeated, and he has lost the last bargaining chip. There are only two paths before him now: either risk a full-scale war, or retract his head to recuperate. The former is a gamble. The latter depends on whether the Empire is happy. Immediately order the mobilization of the whole people. France must arm itself to resist the invasion of the Empire. After a brief hesitation, the order was issued. After thinking about it, he chose the latter. Obviously, he could not defeat the Austrian army supported by the Empire, so he could only rest and seek opportunities. But he was afraid of being retaliated by Austria, so he could only put on a fighting stance like a hairy rooster to frighten the enemy. A group of French upstarts also panicked, and the name of the Empire haunted them like a nightmare. At the same time, Ferry II of Königsberg has received news from Most. The Imperial Army's offensive was like lightning. When everyone did not respond, an Imperial army occupied the place and burned it. The supplies here. After doing these things, the Imperial Army also used running machinery to carry soldiers to attack their carriages, and the supply line suffered heavy damage. Then, this was not all. After destroying the Prussian supplies, this army attacked the Prussian army in Prague from behind. The Prussian front line that was caught off guard was constantly being torn apart, and his army was completely defeated, and the situation on the battlefield had been completely reversed. Your Majesty, now we must defend the Prussian lands. With the help of Imperial soldiers, the Austrian army is likely to attack us in revenge. A general was worried. Schroeder heard this and said, "You have also seen the power of the Imperial Army. Do you think you can defend them?" "I think the most important thing now is to negotiate with the Imperial to terminate the attack on Austria." If it was before, Ferry II would have smiled at Schroeder's words, but now the facts tell him that he underestimated the strength of the Empire, and this made himself pay a heavy price. In any case, we can't guarantee that Prussia will not be attacked. Now we mobilize every Prussian immediately. Ferry II made almost the same determination as Henry. Like Henry, he also wanted to use this trick to deter the Imperial and Austrian attacks. After a pause, he said to Schroeder, "Of course, I will also consider negotiations." After making a difficult decision, Ferry II suddenly seemed to be much older. He knew that his ambitions were destined to be unfulfilled under the interference of the Empire. Compared with the situation in France and Prussia, Austria fell into a carnival. They followed the Imperial Army to regain the occupied cities one by one. The three warring parties quickly retreated to their original borders. At the same time, news of France and Prussia kept coming.
and Yi Qinian and Lu Jun also arrived in Vienna at this time. Commander Yi, Commander Lu, France and Prussia are now mobilizing, and they seem to be preparing for a substantial expansion. France relayed the information he had to the two. Are they going to sleep again? Are they crazy? Obener felt a little weird. Yi Qinian and Lu Jun didn't care. Yi Qinian said, "A dog that bit you was beaten by you. When you pick up the stick and approach him, he will definitely grin and scare you." Now France. This is the case with Prussia. They have lost a lot of elites in this war, and they certainly don't want to continue fighting. But at the same time they are worried that we will take revenge. France wanted to fight back, but this time Austria suffered a lot of trauma. He said, "This war has badly injured all three countries, and Austria cannot continue to support the next war. I hope that this empire can come forward to coordinate and officially end this war." "I understand what your majesty meant. Now that we have fulfilled the content of the agreement and defeated the enemy together, your majesty will naturally decide the rest," Yi Qinian said. This time the empire was not prepared to be too deeply involved in the European war. After all, if he continued to fight with France, he would not have enough strength. Furthermore, the purpose of the war is to propagate the treaty organization, and the point of war is enough. At the same time, the empire also needs France and Prussia to play the role of European villains, so that other countries can fall into the arms of the empire. As for whether to clean up these two countries in the future, it will have to wait until the imperial army is further mechanized and equipped with bombers. At that time, the battlefield death rate of imperial soldiers will be lower. After expressing his thoughts, Yi Qinian stopped talking. France was happy. He is now thinking about the next trade with the empire and making Austria stronger again. At the same time as the Three Kingdoms War, other European countries are also watching this war involving the empire. After witnessing the invincibility of the empire on the European battlefield, the Netherlands was the first to send an envoy to Vienna. "Brother Tang, it's been a long time." Seeing Tang Wenji in Vienna, Rode, who was wearing an imperial service, said in standard imperial language. Tang Wenji was full of spring breeze. When the war on the European battlefield ceased for a while, he came to Vienna to wait and see, because he knew that there would be countries that could not stand the temptation to join the Vienna Convention. "Rode, you are really more and more like an empire now." Tang Wenji looked at Rod, who was almost the same as an empire, except for his face. Rod said, "Since returning to the Netherlands, I have never missed the life of the empire anymore, and I firmly believe that one day the empire and the Netherlands will be friendly again, so I have been studying the culture and language of the country for several years. The opportunity has come, and now it proves that my conjectures are correct. On behalf of the Netherlands, I formally applied to the empire to join the Vienna Agreement, and I hope Brother Tang will accept it." Chapter 1170 Strategy. Welcome, welcome. The Emperor said, "As long as you join the Vienna organization, your friendship will last forever." Faced with Rod's enthusiasm, Tang Wenji said happily, "The effect of the battle that the empire fought in Europe at the expense of manpower and material resources has finally manifested." Small Europeans like the Netherlands have always been weak in Europe, so it is normal to be engulfed by a powerful country to join the war. Now the empire has created the Entente, and has since established a military common defense system, which means that they have the empire's military power as a backing, and there is no need to look at the faces of European powers such as Lancy and Prussia. "Your Majesty will always be such a sage," Rod said with emotion. "If Brother Tang is willing, I can sign the Vienna Agreement now. How about?" Tang Wenji was fully authorized to come to Europe this time. He asked his entourage to come up with an agreement, sign it himself, and then pushed to Rhodes. The two are busy signing an agreement. At this time, there is a noise outside the door, and someone will report it. It turned out that after Holland, envoys from Finland, Norway, Sweden and Hungary came to see Tang Wenji. Upon hearing this news, Tang Wenji showed a satisfied smile. He really did not expect that the battle would have such a profound impact in Europe. Rhodes signed and stamped, and gave the original of the agreement to Tang Wenji. He said, "This time Prussia, Austria, and Tsarist Russia partition Poland to scare many European countries, and Henry, a careerist,
made people feel even more impressed, uneasy. So when the empire intervened in the war in Europe, many countries saw hope, and they wanted to maintain the integrity of the country under the protection of the empire. Tang Wenji nodded. The partition of Poland between Tsarist Russia and Prussia did have a bad effect. After all, they can partition Poland now, and they will partition other countries in the future. Putting away the original Dutch agreement, Tang Wenji said to Rode, "When I signed the agreement with these countries, we are reminiscing about the past." Luo understood. He bowed to Tang Wenji and turned to leave. After sending Rhodes away, Tang Wenji received envoys from Sweden, Norway, Finland and Hungary in order. In the afternoon of the same day, he and the envoys of the 4 countries, the Netherlands and Austria, jointly announced that the 6 European countries have become members of the Vienna Agreement. After deciding on this matter of profound significance to Europe, Tang Wenji stayed in Vienna for another half-month. After seeing that no other European countries came to his home, he embarked on a journey back home. 43 days later, the merchant ship he took returned to Dengzhou, and when he got off the ship, he immediately went to Qingzhou without stopping. With the empire, there are currently 7 allied nations. Xiaoming reviewed the signed documents one by one. This time he suddenly proposed that the establishment of the Vienna Convention organization was not a whim, but a long-term consideration. After all, it is impossible to destroy the 4 European powers of Britain, Prussia, France, and Tsarist Russia with the current capabilities of the empire. Because these 4 countries have a population of hundreds of millions of people, the military is at the forefront of Europe. The Prussian mass-produced firing gun has demonstrated its war potential. Forcibly launching a war may be able to defeat them, but what he gets is inevitably a place of chaos that needs to consume a lot of the empire's military power to maintain, and these 4 countries are of no value to the empire except for the market. The entire Europe is a resource-poor zone. These 4 countries are no exception. The only Siberia owned by Tsarist Russia is now in the hands of the empire. Therefore, taking these factors into consideration, Xiaoming decided to use the contradictions in Europe to pull one after another. The value of these allied countries was to provide military support and material supplies to the empire. Yes, the emperor. There are not many European countries. Now basically half of the countries have joined us, Tang Wenji said. Xiaoming nodded slightly. Spain and Portugal are old colonial empires, and Britain and France wear a pair of pants. It seems that it is impossible for them to join the Allied powers, Tang Wenji said. According to the information obtained by the lower officials, it seems that this is the case. After France and Prussia were defeated, Portugal, Spain, Britain, France, Prussia and Tsarist Russia quickly walked in. It is said that Prussia and Tsarist Russia also shared military technology, and there are even more rumors. In order to fight against the Vienna Entente, the 6 countries are preparing to establish the St. Petersburg Entente, which also involves common military defense. The St. Petersburg Entente. Europe is becoming more and more interesting now. Xiaoming smiled. A scene that seemed familiar in history seemed to reappear. Could the First World War come ahead of schedule? After a little thought, Xiaoming asked Tang Wenji to go back. He picked up the phone and called Wang Xuan, who was coming back from the country of Japan. After briefly talking about the situation in Europe with Wang Xuan, he said, "The Vienna Agreement gave the empire a strong influence in Europe. You should take this opportunity to establish an intelligence organization to keep abreast of the dynamics of Europe." Wang Xuan nodded, and said, "Don't the emperor want to clean up this St. Petersburg allied state now?" With a gentle wave of his hand, Xiaoming said, "This matter is not urgent. At present, the European countries joining the Allied powers are not stable and may escape at any time. At this time, a world-class war is forcibly launched. They are afraid they will escape. They are all small countries. Once the empire is not supported in time, it is likely to face destruction. Therefore, it is better to temporarily stabilize the situation in Europe so that the empire can take the opportunity to improve their warfare capabilities. When they are confident in their military strength, they will follow the empire to achieve their own ambitions." After a pause, he continued, "Secondly, use the Allied Empire to establish common interests with the Allied nations. Only in this way can the Empire control Europe with the least cost. Wang Xuan will agree, he said. If so, the next official went to Austria to prepare for the establishment of an intelligence system. Xiaoming nodded. He let Wang Xuan go, and called Li Kaiyuan over again. This time, Wang Xuan could not leave the help of Li Kaiyuan for the establishment of the intelligence system. After all, the appearance of Europeans and empires could not be hidden. If this is the case, it is necessary to develop trade with the 6 countries and allow businessmen to flow into these 6 countries. At that time, the imperial people everywhere could be one of the secret guards. Although it is not the whole of Europe, watermelon is not available, and sesame is also good. After learning that the Allied powers have completely opened the market to the Empire, Li Kaiyuan's excitement was beyond words. Now that the Empire's powerful industrial capabilities have saturated the domestic market, it is necessary to find a market outside. Now they finally ushered in the market with the most potential besides the Empire. Chapter 1171 Military Jump Emperor. This is the first battleship in the Empire equipped with a steam turbine. According to the battleships launched by the Empire soon, this battleship should be included in the ranks of battleships. At the foot of Bisha City, Zhang Liang is introducing to Xiaoming a behemoth parked in the military port. Unlike the ordinary ironclad ships built in the Empire a few years ago, this warship has a displacement of 35,000 tons and is equipped with 3 triplets. 406 mm main gun. According to the Empire-designated battleship's main gun caliber greater than 203 and no more than 406 mm, this battleship can be described as a giant among the battleships. Looking at the 216-meter-long shocking wave, Xiaoming showed a satisfied expression. Time flies. After the war in Europe came to an end, 2 years passed quickly after the Vienna Convention was perfectly established. In the past 2 years, Xiaoming focused his main energy on the construction of the Empire's ocean combat capability, and as Tang Wenji said, half a year after the establishment of the Vienna Entente, Spain, Portugal, Russia, France, Britain, and Tsarist Russia announced the establishment of the St. Petersburg Entente in St. Petersburg, and they were fighting against the Empire strategically. In the face of the 6 powers of Europe and the St. Petersburg Agreement with a population of over 100 million, Xiaoming had nothing to do for a while. After all, the last European war had already challenged the Empire's ocean transportation capabilities. Therefore, if a world war really breaks out, even if the Empire takes advantage of its weapons, it may not be able to make up for its disadvantage in numbers. It is precisely in consideration of this factor that he asked the members of the Allied powers to converge in the past 2 years, mainly to strengthen commerce and trade, and promote economic development. The Empire used peacetime to step up its reform of weapons. According to his request, if the Empire wants to cross the sea and conduct full-scale operations in Europe, the military level of the Empire must be at least close to the beginning of World War II. This battleship Jingtao is the proof that Digong is advancing towards this goal. Only in this way can you smell like a giant cannon. Go up and take a look. Xiaoming said to Zhang Liang that there were many admirals behind him, and they were all waiting for such battleships to be installed in the fleet as soon as possible. After boarding the battleship, Xiaoming visited the internal structure of the battleship under Zhang Liang's introduction. In addition to using steam turbines, the artillery of this battleship also adopted automatic filling technology. A dedicated conveyor from the ammunition room to the position of the breech block. The reason for adopting this transmission method is because the main guns of battleships have a large caliber, which means that the weight of the shells will also be large, and the efficiency of manual loading will be very low. So there is this transmission structure in the design drawing he gave, so that the main gun of the battleship can fire twice in a relatively short time. This battleship is really big. Liu Chen's saliva was almost left, and he said, "The Emperor, as long as the Pacific Fleet has such a battleship, it is enough to destroy a European fleet." Other generals heard that they agreed. Compared with the iron-armored ship with a length of about 90 meters, This monster that has doubled its length, armor thickness or firepower is enough to be called a maritime overlord. Xiaoming smiled, and he said, "You guys are not promising enough. This battleship torrent is nothing. The Imperial Navy has even more grand plans." Liu Chen was surprised when he heard the words. "I hope the Emperor will make it clear." By now, Xiaoming is no longer selling off. He said, "It is impossible to defeat the St. Petersburg Entente by fighting on land. Therefore, I have been planning the Imperial Air Force over the years." Now the major aircraft manufacturing centers of the Empire have many excellent bombers have been produced, but they lack a platform for sending bombers to Europe. This platform is more important than battleships. Aircraft carriers. Aircraft carrier? Liu Chen showed a look of yearning. He could already imagine a huge battleship carrying a bomber sailing on the ocean. Xiaoming nodded. He turned to look at the admirals of the Empire. Except for some old faces, most of these admirals were young admirals. These young admirals have graduated from regular naval academies and are very proficient in modern naval construction. They will be the future of the Imperial Navy. Yes, it is an aircraft carrier. This is a large surface ship. The main method of warfare is to use aviation to destroy enemy warships. Of course, this method of warfare is somewhat overkill for the European Navy. At present, these warships are mainly used the role of transport fighters. Xiaoming explained to everyone. Liu Chen nodded. In the past 2 years, the Empire suddenly put away his fists, allowing the Allied organization to behave in a low-key manner. The purpose is to punch out the put-away fists, so that they can have enough power to destroy the St. Petersburg Allied state. After all, the confrontation between the two major allies will sooner or later lead to conflicts, and according to the characteristics of the common defense of the allies, no matter who fires the first shot, other countries will be involved in war. Therefore, in his opinion, a full-scale war in Europe is almost inevitable. St. Petersburg will not sit back and watch the Empire take control of Europe step by step. The Empire will not tolerate the strength of the St. Petersburg Entente and compete with the Empire for colonies all over the world. In the blueprint described by Xiaoming, endless expectations rose in the hearts of the generals. This Bisha city was just a point for the Empire to build warships. The current Empire controls the large shipyards across the country. In their view, the Stormtrooper has been launched, which shows that other shipyards will also launch battleships similar to the Stormtrooper. As the generals thought, through these years of construction, the Empire has 36 shipyards capable of building large surface ships. This Bisha City shipyard is only one of them. It is responsible for the construction of only one battleship, but this does not mean that Bisha City shipyard has so little ability. In fact, in addition to the battleships, the Bisha City shipyard ocean-going transport ships, large-scale supply ships, and marine maintenance ships are still being built, including commercial and civilian ones. The situation in the remaining shipyards is similar. According to Zhang Liang, after the launch of the Storm, the Empire will successively launch 47 warships. These 47 battleships include 9 battleships and 38 cruisers. As for the aircraft carrier plan he calls, Zhang Liang is planning. The aircraft carrier carrying the monoplane is relatively technically not much higher than that of the battleship, and the main industrial capability can be tried to build. During World War II, the United States produced 26 large aircraft carriers, 9 light aircraft carriers, 115 aircraft carriers, 10 battleships, 48 cruisers, 349 destroyers, 498 frigates, 203 submarines, and tens of thousands of landings during the war. Ships, and tens of millions of tons of civilian ships. The Empire's current industrial capacity is inferior, but there is still a level of 20% to 30%, and this is more than enough for the current world. 8. Chapter 1172 torpedoed the sea breeze wrinkled one side of the sea. After the generals inspected the battleship Jingtao, Xiaoming led the generals to the city of Bisha. Standing on the top of the mountain, Beshore City can see through the entire Beshore City area, shipyards, mines, factories,
and roads. This mountain city that once belonged to Goryeo is now part of the empire. Facing the sea, Xiaoming pointed to the east and said, Liu Chen, there is another enemy in the east of the empire. As the commander of the Pacific Navy, you should know who it is. Liu Chen looked serious, and said, America. Xiaoming nodded. Yes, it's the United States. The conflict between the two European camps is almost inevitable, but at this time, you can't let others take advantage of this opportunity, otherwise everything the empire does will become someone else's wedding dress. Liu Chen nodded. He said, the emperor said that when he was in Europe, he would often find American merchant ships going to and from France. Many of these merchant ships were selling supplies to France. This is not surprising. The United States is independent with the support of France, and their relationship with France is naturally good. Xiaoming said, this country is blessed with unique geographical conditions. Once there is a chance for development, it will inevitably become a threat to the empire. So, from now on you have to lay out for this. After all, Xiaoming took out a nautical chart from Qiandafu, pointed to several islands in the Pacific Ocean, and said, establish naval bases on these 3 islands to cooperate with Zhusansi to capture the west coast of North America. The 3 places mentioned by Xiaoming are contemporary Guam, Midway Island, and Hawaii. Occupying these 3 places on the vast Pacific Ocean, the Imperial Navy will be able to control the entire Pacific Ocean, which is also very beneficial for Zhusansi to control the west coast. After a pause, he said, as for European affairs, call Xiuan, the commander of the Atlantic Navy. Yes, the Emperor. Liu Chen said, now his Pacific commander finally realizes his dream of controlling the Pacific. Setting the next strategy for the Navy, Xiaoming and the generals arrived in Yaozu on a steam locomotive. Since the barbarians were driven out of this land, Yaozu has once again been full of vitality. Now Yaozu has many merchants settled. Most of these merchants were engaged in the business of selling cattle, sheep and horses, because in the beginning, Yaozu was developed as a ranch. However, with the development of the empire's industrialization, the pastures around the current Yaozu city are shrinking. Many pastures have been turned into factories by merchants. At first, they were meat processing factories, and soon more factories were born here. The increase in factories attracted the empire's floating population. In more than 10 years, Yaozu has prospered unprecedentedly. The current Yaozu city lacks a complete city wall like Kingzhou, and only the remaining city walls exist as landscapes. The special steam locomotive stopped in Yaozu city. Xiaoming and a group of generals got out of the car. Outside the station, the Yaozu officials who had been notified in advance were already waiting for everyone to arrive. Thinking of some rumors, Liu Chen couldn't help asking, the emperor seems to be very interested in Yaozu city. Now there are many rumors in the court that the emperor is planning to move the capital, but he doesn't know whether it is true or not. Xiaoming smiled, and he said, some people in this court do not concentrate on doing their own things. They always like to figure out my thoughts when nothing is wrong, but this time they are right. I do have the idea of moving the capital to Yaozu. Why? Liu Chen was puzzled. This empire can't take the turn of Yaozu when it comes to prosperity. Why did the emperor choose this place for the emperor? Xiaoming showed a helpless look. After all, this world is different from the local. Here, Yaozu is just an inconspicuous place, but to Xiaoming, Yaozu has a different meaning. But there is another reason why he chose to come here. That is, after the industrial outbreak in Kingzhou over the years, environmental pollution has become very serious, and haze is the norm in Kingzhou city. Although from modern times, Xiaoming knows the importance of environmental protection, but for an era where only coal can be burned, this seems to be just a luxury idea. Moreover, the requirements for environmental protection technology are very high, and some technologies are not achievable in this era. Therefore, for 2 reasons, he had the idea of moving the capital. Simply speaking his own thoughts, Liu Chen smiled and said, so, I want to compare the misty sky of Kingzhou. Here is blue sky and white clouds, and I will always think that King Zhu's palace is too small to be worthy of the status of the emperor. The second emperor must build a bigger palace. Xiaoming laughed when he heard the words. He also wanted to leave something special to this world, so he said, I had this intention. Why not call this palace the Forbidden City? While talking, Xiaoming and Liu Chen took the car to the outskirts of Yaozu. Only then did Liu Chen realize that the emperor came to Yaozu not for the imperial capital. Noting Liu Chen's look, he said, this battleship has seen it, and I must show you a special weapon for the battleship. Liu Chen knew about a military factory in Yaozu specializing in the development and production of naval weapons. He said, isn't the main gun the main weapon of the battleship? Of course it is, but this one is more concealed. Xiaoming laughed. In fact, this thing is not very mysterious. But it is just a torpedo used on battleships. But for Liu Chen this thing is powerful. When I arrived at the military factory personnel responsible for receiving Xiaoming were all there. Xiaoming didn't go around. He said, I received a call and said that you have made breakthroughs in weapons here, so I stopped by. The official in charge of Yaozu military industry said excitedly. The emperor. This Yaozu military industry is divided into two parts, one is the army, and the other is the navy. The navy's torpedoes are complete. We have successfully used compressed air engines to drive them. With single propeller propulsion, the horizontal rudder at the tail of the torpedo is controlled by hydraulic valves to control the depth of the torpedo. Now our torpedo can be boarded. Liu Chen was stunned. As a combat unit, they were only responsible for fighting, and the military industry knew very little. So he can still understand the cannon and the like, and they have completely lost the principle of this torpedo. Looking at the expressions of Liu Chen and the generals in his eyes, Xiaoming said, the purpose of bringing you here this time is to understand all the equipment of your navy. Take advantage of this opportunity to learn about it. After you return, you will accept the new warship. Now, when you sink the warship yourself, I will not let you go. The generals shuddered when they heard the words, and they all stepped forward to grab the military technicians and asked them carefully. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming and the military personnel walked to another yard, which was an equipment research base for the army. Like the navy, a weapon of war was born here. 8. Chapter 1173 Fuse Emperor. This is the rocket artillery produced by our military factory. Because this weapon has dense firepower, but the accuracy is not enough. The next official named it Hail Rocket Launcher. Well, the name is very appropriate. In front of Xiaoming was an army green truck. There were 24 eye-shaped launch rails on the truck. The upper and lower rows were staggered, with 12 in each row. Each launch rail was mounted with a rocket, like the ignition principle of a car. This rocket is also launched by electric sparks, and a special launch button is designed on the truck. As long as the button is pressed, the rocket launcher will tilt out like hail. After going around the rocket launcher, Xiaoming asked, how many rocket launchers have you produced so far? Back to the emperor, we have already produced 300 rocket launchers. If the empire needs it, we can produce 100 in 1 month, said the person in charge of military industry. Xiaoming nodded. Like machine guns, rocket launchers are a big consumer. No matter how many rocket launchers there are, they have to have shells. So like machine guns, the army can be equipped with a certain number of rocket launchers as needed. In this way, at the end of this year, you will provide 600 Hail rockets for the army, and the main energy is to produce rockets. Xiaoming ordered. The reason why he set this deadline is not unreasonable, because the next action of the empire in Europe is likely to detonate a war, which is the dismemberment of Britain. Since the blockade was imposed on the United Kingdom, the United Kingdom's strategy of using quota supply has been strong for more than 3 years. This time really surprised him. However, as the blockade continues, the conflicts between Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and England have been deepening. According to Xiaoming's order, Huqun went to Scotland 2 years ago to contact Scottish parliamentarians. However, at that time, the independence of Scotland was not yet hot, and the empire was involved in war in Europe, so he continued to wait for the opportunity. Last month,
Huquan returned the news of a conflict between a Scot and an Englishman that made him feel that an opportunity had come. After inspecting the two new products of Yaozu military factory, Xiaoming returned to Yaozu City with the admiral. The next day, the group returned to Kingzhou by special train. During this inspection, Xiaoming had a detailed understanding of the military power of the empire. With the current level of technology, the empire would sacrifice fewer people in the conflict for greater victory. For him, the forbearance of these years is not about fear of war, but not wanting the empire to pay unimportant casualties in war. If he can only sacrifice thousands, or even hundreds, to make a country surrender, why should he sacrifice tens of thousands of soldiers? And now, he believes that with the current armament level of the empire, he can fully realize his ideal mode of warfare, and achieve more victory with precision. Back at the Imperial Study Room, Xiaoming called Tang Wenji and asked him to tell Huquan that he could do it with confidence. 40 days later, news from the Empire was delivered to Huquan. At this time, Huquan was playing mahjong with Xi Yuan and other admirals on the battleship. Life on the sea was too difficult. During this time, they would always find something to entertain themselves. In addition to reading on weekdays, Huquan's favorite is mahjong, and Xi Yuan, a rough man who doesn't like reading, only has the fun of mahjong. "Oh, after waiting so long, I finally have something to do," Xi Yuan said when he heard the order from the Empire, who rumored that, now the fleet can go to the Irish waters. As long as the Imperial warships arrive, Ireland will be independent. Xi Yuan nodded. Ireland is an independent island country across the sea from England. Now the British Navy has been destroyed by the Empire. With the support of the Empire, Ireland does not need to worry about the British counterattack. Compared to Ireland, Scotland and Wales are more troublesome. One of these two areas is in the north of England and the other is in the west of England. Good. Xi Yuan dropped the mahjong and grinned. In fact, he was more idle than Huquan, and doing something would make him happy for a long time. The order was relayed, and the fleet sailed towards the Irish Sea. Upon reaching the destination, Huquan immediately sent diplomats to Ireland, Scotland and Wales. In addition to protecting Ireland with warships, Huquan also agreed to let Ireland join the Vienna Convention. After all, the status of the Vienna Entente will make Ireland more secure than warships. Similarly, Scotland and Wales are guaranteed by the Empire. Therefore, between being locked down to death and obtaining security and economic benefits, the three United Kingdom members who have had different dreams have chosen the Empire one after another. Waited for a day. The next day, under the leadership of the imperial diplomat, representatives of the Irish, Welsh and Scottish councillors boarded the imperial warship. Congressman Hinason, Congressman Callender, Congressman Kevin. On the battleship, Huquan shook hands with the three regional councillors one by one. Inviting the three to sit down, Huquan said directly, "Everyone, the time has come. Prime Minister Murphy of England is crazy now. For the English people, they brazenly seized your food and even killed your people for this. It's already intolerable." Hinason is the representative of Scotland. He said angrily, just because he resisted to surrender his own food, Murphy flagrantly ordered the army to shoot at unarmed Scottish farmers. This is an act of a beast. Now Scotland has completely disappointed in England. As long as the Empire is upholding justice, we in Scotland will become independent. Huquan smiled satisfied. This Hinason was a coal mine owner and owned the largest coal mine in Scotland. In the past 2 years, the coal needed by the imperial warships was purchased from his coal mine. After all, it is the most cost-effective to get coal from here rather than long-distance transportation. At the same time, the Empire did this to buy the Senator Hinason. Facts have proved that the acquisition of the Empire was very successful, and the interests and the historical hatred of Scotland towards England have solved the problem. Compared with Scotland, Ireland and Wales are relatively weaker, and their independence is more or less frightened by the Empire. After all, it is normal for a United Kingdom to fly separately when a disaster is approaching. Coland is from Ireland. He looked enviously at the mighty warships of the Empire, but Ireland was relieved by this naval strength. He said, "Ambassador Huquan, we are ready and can announce at any time." Huquan smiled and nodded. looking at the Welsh MP Kevin. Only he did not make a statement. Kevin said, "Wales is too weak. Please allow us to finally announce this decision." Hwquan understands Wales very well. Compared with Scotland and Ireland, Wales is indeed a small one, he said. In this case, you go back and prepare for yourself, and at the same time declare independence and join the Vienna Entente. You will get the benefits you each want. Chapter 1174. Before the war, London. Murphy trembled with anger on the declaration of independence of Scotland and Ireland. "Heinzen, bastard, he betrayed us." "What a damn!" Murphy shouted, wishing to tear Heinzen to pieces. Compared to 3 years ago, Murphy has lost weight. He has worked day and night in order to maintain the collapse of Britain, but he still has this result. Butlin said, "Murphy, I have warned you that Honiton and the Empire are eyeing each other. Now it turns out that I am right. I can't be merciless when it comes to Scotland." After a pause, he said, "Scotland is not only independent now, but it also immediately announced its membership of the Vienna Entente. This is a naked humiliation to us." Murphy's eyes were red, and he said, "We, the Englishmen, were able to conquer Scotland before, but we can still do it now. Butryn, gather the army. We must kill all those who dare to betray us." The corner of Butryn's mouth rose, and he said, "Prime Murphy, this is your style. Think about Queen Victoria, who we still can't return to our country. Do we have to endure this kind of torture? Since the Empire wants war, then we will do what they want. Even if our Britain is destroyed, it will not make them better." Murphy's spirit has been on the verge of collapse, and Scotland's independence is the last straw that has hit the camel. He looked at Butlin and nodded deeply. After a military salute, Butlin turned and walked out of the Prime Minister's office. At this time, his eyes were full of longing for war. After waiting for so many years, he was eager to prove his worth with a war. Königsberg. The news of Scotland's independence and joining the Vienna Entente also spread here, and Widomir, who learned of this news, became more saddened. "It's just that her worries are in vain. Since coming to Prussia, there hasn't been a day since she didn't want to return to England, but her repeated attempts have failed. The Empire blocked the British coast with a weapon called mines, and no one knew where they would encounter mines. Out of this concern, her husband, the Prince of Prussia, refused to let her risk smuggling back to London." Compared with Widomir's mood, Ferry too thought more deeply. He said, "At this time, the Empire was agitating for the independence of Scotland. One reason was that the conflict between England and Scotland broke out. Another reason might be that the Empire gradually lost patience with us. She is also one of the signatories of the St. Petersburg Entente documents, and now the United Kingdom is one of them." Widomir said, "Your Majesty, are you going to watch Britain being dismembered? Now we, the United Kingdom, is suffering from an imperial invasion. If you don't act, the St. Petersburg Entente will be a joke." Ferret 2's face is heavy, and he is thinking about this issue now. According to their agreement, once Britain faces the direct invasion of the Empire, it will be necessary for the members of the Allied powers to fulfill the Mutual Defence Treaty. The things in Scotland now are obviously caused by the Empire, and once Scotland is established, there will be another member of the Vienna Entente at the door of Prussia, and Scotland is likely to lease ports to the Empire, which would be a disaster for Prussia. After thinking about it for a while, he said, "We must discuss this matter with other member states and make joint decisions. If we can truly unite against the Empire this time, it would be a good idea to change the situation in Europe. After all, without the help of the Empire, other countries would only it's just rubbish." Widomir nodded. "The countries that have joined the Vienna Convention are weak countries except Austria. For them, these countries are not to be feared, and any one of them can conquer them." "It is true, so our real enemy is the Empire," Widomir said, "but fortunately, the Empire is too far away from Europe. If we can capture the Vienna Entente in a short period of time, we will integrate European forces in Europe. In a decisive battle with the Empire, the odds of victory will be greater." Ferretu frowned. He said, "This is a way, But now the Netherlands and other countries have received a lot of armament support from the Empire. In terms of weapons, they have not lost to us at all, even slightly ahead. But they still lost in terms of population and land area, and their army numbers are not comparable to ours. Vidomir said, the Scottish civil strife will definitely ignite the war on the British island. With Scotland's ability to resist the cloth after Trin for more than 3 months, the Empire will inevitably intervene after 3 months. Murphy will surely plunge the Empire into a war quagmire. In this way, you will have a chance to rebuild European order. Fairtu nodded. He always admired the British redshirts. In this case, it is more necessary to convene a meeting. Once France, Tsarist Russia, Spain and Portugal agree, we will attack the Vienna allies. After all, he immediately sent missions to various countries to contact. Falkland, Scotland. This is Scotland's largest city by the sea. At this time, the Imperial warships were cruising on the sea outside the city, while the Imperial merchant ships docked here, sending boxes of firing guns to the dock. Ukwan and Honiton were also at the port. After Honiton officially declared independence, the Imperial merchant ships began to call at Honiton. Compared with these weapons, I hope that the Imperial army can appear in Scotland. England has 4 times the population of ours, and we can't beat them. Hanason was a little worried. Legend Who said, your worries are a little redundant. Since you join the Vienna Entente, the Empire will naturally protect you. These materials are part of it. Soon the warships will carry soldiers from the Suez base here. Hanason breathed a sigh of relief at this time. He believed that Murphy must be summoning an army north now, and the grievances between Scotland and England are destined to be resolved through a war. For him, he really hopes that Scotland will leave England. The support of the Empire only makes him bolder. Without England, Scotland will become richer. With Ambassador Hu's words, I feel relieved. Before the Imperial army arrives, the Scots will use their bravery to prove their determination. This sentence made Hukwan very comfortable. After all, the Empire was not taken advantage of. It would be best if Scotland could consume the strength of England. After all, the consequences of this incident will be very serious, and maybe it will trigger a big battle in Europe. Chapter 1175. Ignore the Emperor. This is information sent back from Europe. The copy of the Imperial book was handed over to Xiaoming. 2 years ago the Secret Guard was ordered to set up an intelligence agency in Europe. Taking advantage of the Empire's position in the Allied powers, Wang Xuan established secret strongholds in Austria, the Netherlands, Norway, Finland and other countries. In addition to using his identity as a businessman to engage in espionage activities, Wang Xuan also hired Europeans from the Allied powers to go to Prussia, Tsarist Russia and other countries to collect intelligence. In 2 years, the Empire's intelligence control over Europe has truly reached a higher level. Now Hukwan has successfully provoked internal conflicts in the United Kingdom. With the support of the Empire, Scotland and England are fighting a civil war. It is only after the British turmoil that King Fair II quickly convened the Petersburg Entente Conference. They formally announced that if so the soldiers of the Empire set foot on the British mainland, and they will see the Vienna Entente declare war on the Petersburg Entente. While Xiaoming was reading the documents, Wang Xuan told all the information he knew. After simply flipping through the documents, Xiaoming said, "This news has been sent back by Tang Wenji, and they also sent us a note very pretentiously. They are determined to keep Britain in this action. This Britain is like a rope that encircles the European continent. Without Britain, they will lose their overseas interests forever, so they don't want to see an empire's military presence on the Scottish soil." Wang Xuan said. Xiaoming nodded. This warning from Petersburg is undoubtedly telling the Empire that if the Empire continues to interfere in British affairs, they will have to declare a full-scale war on the Vienna allies on the European battlefield. Because of this, we need to control Britain even more. Now is the time for the Empire to formulate world rules. Xiaoming's vision is far-reaching. When he decided to interfere in British internal affairs, he was prepared, whether it was an African agricultural base or the Suez Canal. Now that the Entente of Petersburg is so clamoring,
He can only take the opportunity to build a world order belonging to the Empire through war and destroy Europe's self-righteous pride. The Emperor is going to defeat the St. Petersburg Allied Organization? Wang Xuan agreed. Yes, from now on, you immediately rush to Europe, personally supervise the European intelligence collection work, and provide intelligence support for the Vienna Entente. Xiaoming said. Yes. The Emperor. In response, Wang Xuan turned and left. Sending away Wang Xuan, Xiaoming summoned Qi Shangan and Pang Yukun separately. In terms of military affairs, Xiaoming asked Qi Shangan to immediately prepare various matters of the expedition, including the new generation of weapons that were put into the Empire on the European battlefield. In terms of government affairs, he asked Pang Yukun to cooperate with the army to provide assistance, such as providing all kinds of clothing, canned food and other materials. Immediately afterwards, he summoned the commanders of the 6 military regions to formulate a war plan in Qingzhou. Yikini Thunder, Luf, you are responsible for the Southern Front War. Portugal, Spain, France, Prussia, and the United Kingdom are your main combat targets. Pointing to the battle plan route on the world map, Xiaoming gave orders to the 3. Hearing this, the 3 of them should bend. Looking north, Xiaoming said to Qi Guanyi and Liu Oxin, you are mainly responsible for Tsarist Russia and Ottoman. According to our intelligence, Ottoman is likely to be involved in this war. Finally, Xiaoming placed his hands in North America. He said to Zhu Sansi, who had returned from North America, the east coast of North America will be handed over to you. In addition, we will cooperate with the fleet to organize the United States to sell supplies and munitions. Once the United States has any changes, you have the right to take military action on your own. Zhu Sansi answered that after taking Australia, his position as the commander of the Eastern Military Region was firmly established. Because of this, he returned to the Empire from Canada and officially promoted to the 6 commanders. After formulating the main tactics, Xiaoming and the 6 discussed some details of the battle, preparing to win the war with the least cost. Falkland. After waiting for more than 2 months, Huquan received the final decision from the Empire. When he finished reading Xiaoming's final instructions, a relaxed look appeared on his face. Gnason was by Huquan's side, and when he saw it, he asked, how is it? Is there any good news for the Empire? If there is no affirmative answer, Scotland will really be over. After Scotland declared its independence, the war broke out. Butryn led 300,000 red shirts to the north and fought fiercely near the border between Scotland and England. But Hinason was prepared for this. They dug many trenches and built many forts to delay the English army here. But unfortunately, compared to the highly trained red shirts in England, the improvised Scottish militia struggled even with the aid of the Empire. Hey Nason, you are lucky. The Emperor ignored the warning of the St. Petersburg Pact and the Empire's army can go ashore. Huquan was happy. His eyes were full of pride. This is the Empire today, powerful enough to ignore any threats. Nason was excited and trembling slightly. This time he won the bet. Announcing the good news, Huquan immediately ordered people to send a signal to the transport ship staying on the ocean. In a short while, a landing ship carrying soldiers came from the sea to Falkland, while the Empire's equipment was also hoisted from the large transport ship, military trucks, howitzers, and tanks. Every sharp weapon from the Imperial War came down from the ship, and the Scottish soldiers guarding the harbour would be deeply surprised. Nason and Huquan also came to the port at this time. The soldiers continued to gather at the port, and the number quickly increased from hundreds to 6,000. These 6,000 people will participate in the war between Scotland and England to completely change the situation in Europe. This is Master Lu, who fought in the last war that defeated Prussia in Austria. When Lu Jun took the landing craft ashore, Huquan introduced Hinason. Hearing this, Hinason showed a shocked look. He said, it turned out to be Master Lu. Your tactics in Austria are perfect. Now many Scottish generals regard you as an idol. With your help this time, we must defeat England. There is no problem. In order to prevent Scotland from losing too quickly, they have been staring at the British war at sea. Now that the Empire has given a clear order, he has nothing to worry about. He said, "Don't worry, our chances of winning will be even greater this time." The soldiers he brought this time were not the soldiers who fought in Austria last time, but a group that had just arrived from China. This group of soldiers was equipped with a hand-style modified semi-automatic rifle. The artillery used a powerful large-caliber howitzer. The range of this artillery was 24 miles. There was no need to worry about the artillery positions being killed by the enemy's artillery. With the addition of these two weapons, he will be able to fight more easily in this war. 8. Chapter 1176 Force Hadrian's Wall. This is the Great Wall built by the ancient Roman Emperor Hadrian to resist foreign invasions. After years, this Great Wall, with only mounds left, has become the boundary between Scotland and England. Charge again. The Scots won't be able to resist for long. Butryn in the trench on the south side of Hadrian's Wall ordered another charge. After Scotland declared independence, he sent his troops northward, and an army of 300,000 Englishmen encountered Scottish resistance at Hadrian's Wall. In order to defeat each other these days, both sides fought very tragically, but compared to the Scottish militias, most of the English soldiers are veterans on the battlefield. Coupled with the advantages in numbers, Butlin mastered the war in just 2 months. The initiative, facing the decreasing number of Scottish troops, he continued to charge, hoping to break through this line of defense and enter Scotland within 3 days. It's just that his expectations soon fell through. When the steel monster with military green paint swooped down from the Scottish Highlands, all the English soldiers were shocked by the scene before them. The army of the Empire has landed. Butlin said that although the coast was blocked by the Empire, this did not mean that Britain was completely cut off from the outside world. It is not impossible to cross the English Channel covertly and alone. Because of this, they still maintain intermittent contact with the European continent. Through intelligence, he determined that the monster in front of him was an Imperial tank, and Scotland had no ability to make such a machine. Swish swish. When the English soldiers were in panic, a formation of 42 tanks stopped at the front of the Scottish position. Then shells roared from behind the Scottish position, and when these shells fell on the English position, a huge explosion appeared. The landing points of the shells were all exploded into huge craters. The soldiers hit by the shells were directly lifted into the air by the air waves, and their bodies were even torn apart. But what frightened them even more was that they could not find the position of the enemy's artillery within their visible range. Scottish positions. Llywelyn and Hinason were observing the English position on the south side of the Great Wall. After preparing the army, he immediately led the army into the battlefield. After all, Falkland is only 2 hours' drive from the battlefield. Ha ha ha. These English people should have been bombed enough. Hinason smiled very happily. Because of the range of the howitzer, their artillery was set up on a high ground, 5 kilometers away from the front line, and this also prevented the artillery from being attacked by the enemy. In Llywelyn's eyes, the howitzer shells fell like raindrops in the torrential rain in Pinghu, setting off one wave after another. With every explosion, gunpowder and dust fly in the air, taking the lives of English soldiers. Looking at this scene, Llywelyn pressed his lips tightly. With such a significant difference in weapon generation, England's failure is doomed. In this war, he did not want to waste too much time, so he ordered the tanks and infantry to advance after the carpet bombing of artillery. Like the Austrian war, he got the command of the Scottish army after entering the battlefield, so now the Imperial army is only responsible for fire coverage, and the melee and fighting on the battlefield are carried out by the Scots themselves. This determination Hinason did not refuse. For him it would be more meaningful for the Scots to defeat the English and then win. Boom boom boom. Da. A forward composed of 42 tanks slowly advanced towards the English position. During the march, the tanks continued to shoot at important targets while the machine gunner poured bullets. The Scottish soldiers followed the tank, and their position in the trenches was now occupied by the machine gunners and mortars of the Empire. The soldiers of the Empire will clear the roadblocks for them to advance. English positions. The dust that Butryn had shaken off his body got up from the trench, and then he saw the tank advancing and the Scottish soldiers following the tank.
He pulled up the adjutant lying in the trench to let him lead the English soldiers to prepare for a counterattack, but found that the bullet hole between the adjutant's forehead was bleeding. This scene reminded him of the Battle of India. At that time, he was facing this kind of despair, but this time they had no retreat. Shutting through the trenches, Butlin looked for alive soldiers to join the counterattack, but what shocked him was the casualties caused by the shelling. The tank moved quickly, and the English soldiers had not organized an effective counterattack. At this time, the Scottish soldiers behind the tank rushed into the trench. They took out hand grenades supported by the Empire and threw them into the trenches of the Englishmen, and jumped into the trenches with bayonet-firing guns to fight the English soldiers. The Imperial tanks provided fire support to the Scots in front of the English positions, and the machine guns continued to sweep the area where the English resisted fiercely. It's just that the English people have a strong will to fight. Although many English people have died under the shelling, they are still fighting stubbornly against the Scots. The first group of Scottish soldiers to attack was soon rushed back by the English soldiers who still had the advantage. In the face of this situation, Lejeune was very calm. The number of soldiers in England was almost 3 times that of Scottish soldiers. Even though the Empire's firepower was fierce, it could not kill so many enemies at once. Therefore, such recoil cannot be successful at one time, and it requires repeated consumption. Tennyson had already known Lejeune's plan in advance, so he was not furious about the failure of the first charge. According to Lejeune, the more impatient England is now, the less they can be anxious, because England's current fragile economy may be dragged down by this war of attrition at any time. On the contrary, Scotland, which has the support of the Empire, will receive a large number of food commodities from Africa, and is not afraid of consumption with England. At the same time, in order to force England to surrender, Xi Yuan is leading the Marines to attack London. This is his and Lejeune's plan to attack the West. Lejeune is responsible for trapping Butryn on the front line, so that he can wipe out the English aristocracy. Shelling. Looking at the pocket watch, the Imperial warship outside London suddenly launched an attack on the London port. One after another, shells fell on the London dock, once again turning this place into a fire. Only when the citizens of London thought that the Empire was just a routine bombing, they suddenly discovered that a series of landing craft were carrying soldiers towards the port of London. The London garrison, who discovered this, immediately concentrated on the port, but the Imperial soldiers quickly occupied the dock and constructed a defense system. The machine gun burst into flames, and the bullets flew towards the British soldiers who had been continuously reinforced. 8. Chapter 1177. World War. Murphy paced back and forth in the bureau anxiously. The rumble of cannons in the harbour made him restless. Although they fully considered that the Empire would attack London and made sufficient preparations, he still had some drums in his heart. After all, he had never played against the Emperor. When he was worried, the officer rushed in and shouted at him, "Prime Murphy, we have to evacuate London now. The Imperial soldiers have landed on the docks. Their firepower is too fierce. Can't stand it." Murphy's heart suddenly raised his throat, and he asked incredulously, "Are you true?" The officer said, "Prime Minister Murphy, this is true. The rifles carried by the Imperial soldiers can be fired continuously. The firepower of the machine guns is even more fierce. Our several assaults have been repelled by them. Now we can only abandon the port. Use our geographical advantage to fight against them in London." Murphy nodded, and he said, "The weapons of the Empire are the most powerful in the open area. As long as you use buildings to hide yourself and attack them secretly, at least our casualties will not be so high." "This is exactly what I think," the officer said. "For any army, urban warfare is a very headache." On the sea, Xi Yuan ordered the second group of landing soldiers to land on the north side of London and the third group of soldiers to land on the east side of London. In this way, he made dumplings in London, and then focused on building defences on the north side and encircling aids. At the same time, he also passed the news. He believed that the front lines would soon understand what happened. Neither he nor Junlu had considered entering the city for street fighting. They clearly understood the current advantages and disadvantages of the British. Therefore, Murphy, who was preparing to eliminate the Imperial team in the street fighting, soon discovered that London had become an island, and it was still a city in crisis. Just as he was worried, a British soldier delivered a letter of persuasion to Murphy. Just glanced at the contents of the persuasion book, Murphy was like falling into an ice cave, because Xi Yuan threatened Murphy in the persuasion book. If they refused to surrender, they would choose methods including the massacre to deal with the defeated London. This intimidation was very effective, and the MPs who had not had time to escape suddenly panicked. To them, there is nothing more important than life, and more congressmen are persuasive. Let Murphy make the right choice, instead of getting hot-headed and letting everyone bury him. The British smoke suddenly spread, and the news soon reached Prussia. Upon hearing the news, Ferre II flew into a rage. Does the Vienna allies think that our St. Petersburg allies are all nonsense? At least the Empire feels that what we are talking about is nonsense. Now the Empire's army is on the British mainland. If we don't react, Britain will be completely defeated in less than a month. Vladimir said bitterly. She felt her pride was insulted by the Empire's ignorance of them. After hearing the words, Ferrier II pondered for a while. He said, "Sooner or later, we will have a battlefield war between us. If this is the case, it is better to happen now, otherwise the Empire will come up with other powerful weapons and we will have no chance of victory." After a pause, he said, "In this case, let us proceed as planned. I believe that with the cooperation of the 6 countries, we will be able to defeat them in the European battlefield." Vidomir smiled. At the last St. Petersburg meeting, they had formulated a plan to counter the Empire. Ferre II said so, which means that the treaty was fulfilled. The next day, Ferrier II's request was sent to all the allies by envoys. On the same day, Ferrier II declared that Prussia had entered a state of war. They would unite Britain, Spain, Portugal, Tsarist Russia, and France to resist the invasion of the Vienna allies. The news arrived one by one. Like Ferrier II, the other 5 countries formally declared war on the Vienna allied powers. Vienna. After Tang Wenji learned the news, he immediately summoned the members of the allied powers. At the same time, facing the sudden declaration of war in St. Petersburg, they decided to use force to fight back. In this tense atmosphere of confrontation, after a month of preparations, the war broke out when France suddenly attacked the Netherlands. At this time, the Empire's expeditionary force passed through the Suez Canal from Italy. They docked in Venice, where a large number of personnel and equipment gathered. Commander Liu, Commander Yi, Riesling. Tang Wenji was slightly excited when he saw the commanders of the 3 major military regions of the Empire appear in Venice. Liu looked at the streets of Venice. He laughed. He said, "Tang Wenji, don't talk nonsense. Let's talk about the current situation in Europe. We have been floating at sea for more than a month, and a lot of things must have happened." Yi Qinyan and Lu Ming are also concerned about this matter. This time all the 6 major military regions of the Empire are dispatched, which means a battle will set the world for them. Such a battle cannot be missed. The St. Petersburg Entente declared war on us. Now that France has invaded the Netherlands, Tsarist Russia seems to be ready to take action against Finland, Norway and Sweden, and France, Prussia, Spain and Portugal are ready to take action against Austria and Hungary. Tang Wenji said the situation had become too fast in this period of more than a month, which made him somewhat unresponsive. Tang Wenji's news caused Lu and the 3 to fall into a short silence. After a while, Lu asked, "How is the mood of the Vienna Entente now?" "It's still very stable at the moment, because they have received weapon support from the Empire in the past 2 years. They are not without the power to counterattack the St. Petersburg allied powers, but if the Empire does not participate, they might have different intentions." Lu nodded. "You can now announce to them that the Empire's army is coming." After finishing speaking, he said to Lu Ming and Yi Qinyan, "The core of St. Petersburg is France, Prussia and Tsarist Russia. Tsarist Russia has Liu Oxin and Qi Guanyi to handle it, and then France and Prussia will be handed over to us." Lu Ming said, "Leave it to me." Spain and Portugal. Lu nodded. "Yi Qinyan, France is yours. Prussia will leave it to me." As for Britain, Lu Jun and Xi Yuan are enough. Tang Wenji said, "This is true, England is now on the verge of collapse, and it is estimated that we will see the difference in the next few days. The three of them have a good understanding of the situation in Britain, but they are not worried about it. Their focus now is on the European continent, especially when France invaded the Netherlands at this time. If they do not take action in time, once the Netherlands is destroyed, the blow to the Vienna allies will be huge. Because of this, they prepared to take a 3-day break and attack the St. Petersburg Allied Powers. 8. Chapter 1178 Bullet Train Strait of Gibraltar. This is a narrow strait between the southernmost part of Spain and northwestern Africa. At this time, a special imperial fleet was passing through the sea area considered by Spain as its own bond. This is the most powerful battleship in the empire at present, a powerful fleet composed of battleships and cruisers. Report to the general that the Spanish fleet is found ahead. They are fleeing. On a battleship revitalization, the soldiers responsible for observation reported to Ding Chang on the conditions on the sea. After the formal declaration of war with the Allied powers of St. Petersburg, the Imperial Navy was tasked with cleaning up the European fleet. Now that the British fleet has been annihilated, Europe only has France, Spain, and Portugal still retain the navy. What they have to do now is to sink the last European fleet into the sea. Catch up, Ding Chang calmly ordered. After the battleships and cruisers were put into service, he, the instructor of the naval cadet, was dispatched to the fleet to lead the fleet to annihilate the enemy. Upon receiving the order, the Imperial fleet quickly caught up with the Spanish fleet at full capacity, as reported by the soldiers. This Spanish battleship was fleeing. Knowing that it was not an opponent of the Imperial fleet, the three navies chose to avoid the Imperial attack and wander the sea. This makes the task of the Imperial fleet much more difficult. The enemy's fleet came into sight, and Ding Chang immediately let the battleship's artillery fire. For him, this maritime mission was very easy. The super long range of the battleship's main guns allowed him to strike European warships at a long distance. Boom boom boom. After the order was issued, the main gun on the battleship quickly adjusted its angle, and with the loud roar, the shell exploded in the Spanish fleet. The nearly 1-ton shell exploded, and the powerful force set off sprays tens of meters high, and the Spanish battleship hit by the shockwave even shook. This scene caused the Spanish battleship to panic even more, but more shells followed, and a battleship was hit and instantly blown to pieces. Then came the second and third. When the gunfire subsided, only the wreckage of 12 Spanish battleships remained on the sea. Continued to search. Ding Chang ordered that he would sink all enemy warships playing hiding games in the sea and the Imperial fleet. Venice. 3 days passed in a flash. The fatigue of the 3 days passed by the soldiers disappeared from the journey, and the time difference also reversed. According to the plan, Luff summoned all the generals on this day. The 3 military commanders gathered in Austria this time, but he was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the expedition and could directly order Ming and Yi Qinyan. According to the plan, we will launch an offensive at noon today. This time we are carrying many advanced weapons. In this war, we will use the advantages of weapons to minimize casualties. Luff pointed to the dense tanks, transport vehicles, and rocket launchers. Said the howitzer. On the battlefield, Luff was their superior. Yi Qinyan and Ming gave a military salute, and they answered yes. After discussing the details of the battle with the two, the three led their own soldiers to the battle zone. Kasem. This is a small city on the southwestern border of Austria, and across from Kasem is the border of Spain. When the relationship between the two countries was normal, Kasem was very noisy as the trading city of the two countries, but now Kasem city wonders a little bit of anxiety about war. The Austrian army from Vienna has built fortifications here, and the 15th Army from Spain and Portugal also arrived here a few days ago. Yesterday, they launched their first attack on the Austrian army. However, under the stubborn resistance of Austrian soldiers, the Spanish and Portuguese coalition forces made little progress. Now everyone is worried about today's war. After all, they heard that the French army is also coming to Austria. They cannot fight against 3 countries at the same time. When they were worried, suddenly Kasem faced the direction of Vienna, and heavy smoke rose up when they saw clearly what was in the dust. The residents and army of Kasem cheered, as with the defeat of France, the Imperial Army once again came to Austria at a critical moment. The Empire is Austria's forever friend. The residents of Kamsen rushed to both sides of the street, everyone with a smile on their faces. Austrian soldiers were lined up on both sides of the road, saluting the imperial vehicles. This time Austria is in charge of the southwest front by General Sentia, who set off with Thunder while in Venice. General Thunder, now every Austrian resident has a very good opinion of you. It was you who saved Austria last time, and I hope it will be the same this time, Senta said sincerely. With a smile on Lu Ming's face, this special treatment gave him a triumphant return to the country. He said, this time 150,000 people from the 3 military regions came to Europe to end the evil rule of the Street. Petersburg Entente. I will prove that the Empire can fulfill its promise, Senta said. I believe you. Now the command of the Austrian army is yours. Lu Ming nodded, and the convoy stopped in front of the position. He immediately let the machine gunner enter the trench, and at the same time ranged the howitzer and rocket launcher in the rear. Then he put 86 tanks on standby, ready to harvest the remnants of the battlefield after the artillery preparation. Everything was ready. Thunder and Senta came to the rocket launch position. For this European war, 180 rocket launchers were transported here, so under the cost, they had only one purpose, and that was to crush the enemy's will in the first battle. General, what exactly is this weapon? Senta was very interested in the rocket launcher, but Thunder never told him. Hearing this, Lu Ming said with a smile, the reason why I didn't tell you is to let you see after all. He said to the tent of the artillery battalion, go ahead. After receiving the order, the artillery battalion commander issued an order, and the 24 rocket launchers swish flew out, drawing traces of tail flames in the air. At the same time, other rocket launchers also began to fire. 60 rocket launchers belonging to Thunder were shot out by more than 1,000 rockets in a short time. Senta was already frightened, because the Spanish and Portuguese positions were instantly covered by dust from the explosion. When the smoke cleared, he found that the positions in Spain and Portugal were dead, as if everyone was dead. When Lu Ming saw this, he was still calm, and at this time he let the howitzer shell the enemy's position. Having experienced wars of all sizes, he clearly knew that artillery was the main force to destroy the enemy on the battlefield. This time, in order to defeat the Spanish and Portuguese coalition forces in one fell swoop and leave them with indelible memories of terror, he decided to blow up enough. Chapter 1179 Advantage. Sean hid in the trench in horror, and he almost went crazy in the face of the Empire's continuous shelling. The cover bombing that came just now caused heavy losses to the Spanish and Portuguese soldiers who had not yet reacted. Like every Spanish soldier, he had never seen such a brutal artillery fire. Turning over the dead officer's body on his side, Sean took the pocket watch from the officer's hand and stuffed it into his pocket. For him, this battle is impossible. He doesn't want to squat in these dirt pits and be blown apart. There is a huge disparity in strength. They have no chance of winning, and they will not last long. He was thinking like this, when the intermittent explosions suddenly disappeared, and his curiosity made him look at the front of the battlefield with his head exposed. At this time, the picture in front of him overwhelmed the last trace of persistence in his heart, and he picked up the gun and ran back desperately. Because now the Austrian soldiers are attacking them under the cover of more than 100 tanks. This weapon, which has been spread throughout Europe, is a nightmare in every soldier's heart. Da. Boom boom boom. As the tanks advanced, machine guns and artillery kept firing at their positions, and the defensive fortresses on the positions were cleared one by one. Boom boom. Spanish soldiers fired back at the position, but their bullets could only produce sparks when they fell on the tank. The Austrian soldiers followed the tank and kept close. Faced with this desperate picture, the surviving Spanish and Portuguese soldiers finally collapsed. They were no longer under the control of the officers and threw away their weapons and fled. Before the Austrian position, Thunder was observing the Spanish and Portuguese defensive fronts. As he expected, when the Imperial tank group covered the Austrian soldiers approaching, The Spanish and Portuguese soldiers finally collapsed. The howitzer and rocket attack that lasted for an afternoon has caused them to suffer heavy casualties. Now this kind of attack that is unsolvable for them is even more shocking than artillery fire. I never thought this war would be won so smoothly, Center said with a complex expression, and the Empire once again proved its military strength. Tanks, machine guns, howitzers, rocket launchers, any of these weapons can change the collection of weapons of war. In just half a day, the number of casualties in Spain and Portugal exceeded 30,000. A smile appeared at the corner of Thunder's mouth. This time, the Empire's war machine was fully activated for the European war. When they came, the bombers produced by the Empire had been assembled from major production centers to King's for bombing and shooting training. Once the Empire's aircraft carrier is launched, these bombers will cross the ocean to Europe, and this is the ultimate weapon that can truly make Europe completely give up. You will get used to it later, Thunder ridiculed, and then he let the soldiers sound the charge. The Imperial soldiers rushed to the Spanish and Portuguese positions behind the Austrian soldiers, driving Spain and Portugal out of their trench positions like ducks. At the same time, Louf and Yquinian reached the southwest border of France and Prussia. Although Portugal and Spain have had a glorious history, they are far less powerful in Europe than France and Prussia. According to the information they received, Henry urgently expanded the French army to 800,000 for this war, and even teenagers over the age of 14 took weapons on the battlefield. The situation in Prussia is similar, except that the number of soldiers is less, known as 600,000 elite, and their allies have only 120,000 Hungarian soldiers, 80,000 Austrian soldiers and 90,000 Dutch soldiers. In the face of the firepower of the Empire, 800,000 and 1 million are just numbers. Looking at the battle line that stretched for more than 30 miles, Yquinian said to the Austrian Prince Oberner very confidently, compared with the firepower of Thunder on the southern front, he has more powerful firepower, with 240 tanks, 200 rocket launchers, and 300 howitzers, with sufficient ammunition. Oberner had followed him to see with his own eyes the battle that defeated France, and now he has no doubts about Yquinian's words. Moreover, France's 800,000 troops are too watery, he said. According to what we know, only 200,000 of the 800,000 French troops are regular troops. The rest are made up temporarily, and the weapons used are mostly backward smoothbore guns, and many soldiers don't have guns, so they can only share one. Yquinian nodded slightly. He was not surprised at this situation. France had just gone through a civil war and its industry had declined a lot. It was impossible to satisfy 800,000 soldiers with weapons and equipment for a while. In his opinion, the only thing capable of doing this now is the Empire. If the Empire's industrial capabilities are fully turned to the needs of war, millions of troops can be armed. This is why in just 2 years, the Vienna Allied powers have changed their shotguns. Their military strength has increased greatly. France, Prussia, they are just struggling in vain. This time the Empire will let them understand what war is. Yquinian made a shelling gesture while speaking. His voice fell. The rocket launchers made a dense swish sound, and the rockets pulled out a dense plume of smoke and flew toward the French army. At the same time, howitzers roared one after another, and shells followed the rockets and landed on the French position. Leipzig, the Imperial Army led by Louf, is also shelling the positions of the Prussian army. In fact, after Yquinian reached his position, he soon reached his position, for no other reason. There are many European countries, but the overall area is small. From France to Prussia is actually nothing more than spanning 2 provinces in the Empire. After arriving in Leipzig, he found that the Prussian army was heading towards Austria on the northern front, and the Hungarian coalition forces launched a charge. So he immediately ordered the tanks to attack and easily drove the Prussian army back to the position, and then he ordered shelling to beat the arrogance of Prussia. This white-eyed wolf, let's see how I clean up you this time. Louf gritted his teeth and said, Prussia and Tsarist Russia are undoubtedly the 2 strongest in the street. Petersburg Entente. The French army has too much water. Although Prussia also has water, It is not much. So this time he chose to personally meet Prussia, and in order to defeat Prussia as soon as possible, he has 30% more weapons than Yi Qinyan. The number of imperial soldiers who went to the Prussian battlefield reached 50,000, and there were also many machine guns and howitzers. Give me a bomb for 3 days and 3 nights. Glancing at Prussia to build a tight line of defense, Luft cautiously gave orders. Time is on the side of the Vienna Entente. He has sufficient time to destroy the enemy's will. Chapter 1180 Straw to the Camel King. Zhu Xiaoming is testing the first submachine gun in the Empire. In the history of the development of firearms, the submachine gun is also called a short-barreled machine gun. It is a close firearm used by infantrymen. After the hand-style modified rifle was installed, Xiaoming ordered Song Qingping to make every effort to develop a submachine gun, because in his opinion, the imperial soldiers urgently needed an assault firearm between a rifle and a machine gun. This kind of assault firearms will help soldiers to win faster in street fighting and trench fighting. DADADA. At the shooting range, with a burst of clear and rapid gunfire, some scattered bullet holes appeared on the wall 50 meters away. Well, the firepower is good, Xiaoming said with a smile. As an assault weapon, the submachine gun does not have many requirements on the range, generally around 200 meters, and firepower is its important performance. The Song-style submachine gun developed by Song Qingping has a combat rate of about 40 rounds per minute for a single shot and 100 rounds per minute for a burst, which is qualified in firepower. Hearing this, Song Qingping breathed a sigh of relief. These days, he was overwhelmed by the development of submachine guns and light machine guns. Now that the submachine gun was approved, he finished half of it, and then he asked the technician to bring a light machine gun. If this machine gun also passed, his character was perfectly completed. Emperor, this is our Fire Hedgehog light machine gun. Compared with the long flat machine gun, this machine gun is lighter, only 16 kilograms, and can be used by a single person. It is very convenient. Song Qingping pointed to the machine gun held by the technician. Xiaoming smiled satisfied when he saw this. He said, now the Empire is fighting on the European battlefield. If these two weapons are equipped, it will definitely be of great benefit to the war. From now on, you will must produce the two weapons. Yes. The Emperor. Song Qingping answered yes. Now the war in Europe affects the hearts of every empire, because once the empire wins, the rules of the world will be rewritten by the empire from now on. After observing the performance of the two guns, Xiaoming took a special car back to the palace, and then he called Zhang Liang to ask about the construction of the aircraft carrier. In contemporary times, the world's first aircraft carrier was born in 1917. It was a modified cruiser in the UK. The central building of this cruiser has not been demolished. The decks are two front and rear. It is inconvenient and dangerous for the aircraft to take off and land. In 1918, the United Kingdom converted the cruise ship carriers under construction into an aircraft carrier and renamed it 100 Eyes Giant. This is the first aircraft carrier with a through deck. The flight deck is 168 meters long. Under the deck is a hangar. There are multiple elevators that can lift the aircraft to the deck and can carry 20 aircraft. Now that the Empire has the ability to build battleships and large merchant ships, building such early aircraft carriers is naturally not a problem. Besides, all he needs is to let the aircraft carrier carry bombers to Europe. In his view, victory in the European battlefield is very simple. It is rare to completely destroy the enemy's will. This is like the contemporary atomic bomb that disintegrated Japan's will to resist. The Empire is not yet capable of developing atomic bombs, but he believes that aircraft, a cross-age weapon, will have a great deterrent effect. After all, tanks can still be destroyed, but Europeans had nothing to do with things like airplanes flying in the sky. The arrival of the imperial reinforcements made Xi Yuan ready to launch a storm of London. Prior to the arrival of the European troops, he had been fighting around the spot according to orders. In the past month, he repelled hundreds of attacks by the British Redshirts, but they counted 30,000 British soldiers. After London was trapped, the British troops on Hadrian's front line immediately chose to retreat. and Lu Jun immediately led the Imperial and Scottish soldiers in pursuit of the plan. When the situation became clear, Wales immediately announced its accession to the Vienna Allied powers, and Ireland also dispatched an army of 20,000 to land on the west coast of England. England is now completely isolated, and the main British army led by Butlin is caught between Xi Yuan and Lu Jun, unable to advance or retreat. "Hey, these battleships are really strong." Xi Yuan looked at the battleships on the sea very enviously. During his more than a year in Europe, he did not expect such a brutal sea monster to appear in the Empire. Of course, such a battleship can defeat a group of ironclad ships, the leader of the Navy said. This time he is responsible for transporting ammunition supplies, weapons and personnel support for Xi Yuan. Xi Yuan nodded. He didn't think the young general was bragging. The large-caliber artillery on the battleship was enough to explain many problems. Gazing at the warships on the sea for a while, he said, "Since you are here, you have to perform. The mission of bombing London is entrusted to you. These British people have not surrendered yet. It seems that they can only come hard." "Naturally, there is no problem," the young general said confidently, and then he made a gesture. The main guns of the Imperial battleship had a range of 20 kilometers, more than enough to shell London City. Xi Yuan sneered a few times at this time. It has been a month since he launched an offensive against Britain. He didn't want to win the battle before the end of the European continent. Boom boom boom. Deafening explosions came from the sea, and the large-caliber main guns on the Imperial battleships burst into huge flashes of flames. After the flash, a dense explosion sounded in London. The buildings in the city that were hit by the shells collapsed instantly, and the terrifying destructive power made the British in the city scared to death. Also frightened were Murphy and a group of nobles. During this month of siege, the central area of London had never been shelled. After all, the city of London was very large. "Murphy, when will you hesitate until you really want to kill everyone? Don't forget the threat of the Empire." In the office, a group of nobles shivered with fright. After the shelling was over, they immediately came to Murphy. Along the way, they saw the horror of being shelled in the city. The building collapsed and the corpses were everywhere. At this time they began to believe that the threat of the Imperial massacre was no joke. Thinking of this, they were really scared. Now Vladimir is living outside, like a bereaved dog, sweeping the ground with royal majesty. What else can they hold on? Compared to a rich life, how about surrendering the empire? Murphy was unkempt at this time. He was very aware of the current situation in London. Over the past month, his insistence was to hope that Butryn would be able to make a siege, but now Butryn can hardly protect himself. More importantly, London has now run out of ammunition and food. If the siege continues, London may collapse on its own. Slowly standing up, Murphy looked at the nobles and councillors in the office. They were all eager to give their final orders. With a wry smile, he said, "I declare that all the soldiers in London lay down all their weapons and surrender to the Empire." Chapter 1181 Gradual Change Surrender. Xi Yuan was a little confused after receiving the British surrender. He thought he would bomb for a few days, but he didn't expect Britain to surrender now. Murphy looked gloomy. He bowed and said, "Yes, I hope the general can treat the citizens of London kindly and provide them with food." After hearing this, Xi Yuan recalled that the shelling was actually just straw that overwhelmed the camel, but the city of London was already overwhelmed. Difficulties at home and abroad finally made the British Prime Minister choose to surrender. Ha ha ha. This is my promise. It will definitely be fulfilled, but as a defeated country, the Empire also has the right to dispose of all British assets. Xi Yuan said cunningly. Murphy's body trembled slightly. He understood that Xi Yuan was about to forcibly occupy the wealth of the British government. "Does the general think it is appropriate?" Murphy did not answer directly. "Of course it is appropriate. Compared with robbery, we will be more civilized. What's more, the Cao family and his sons transferred the huge wealth from the Empire to the United Kingdom. We are just getting back what belongs to us." Xi Yuan doesn't bother to care about Murphy's current mood. What prevails in the civilized systems of Western countries is the law of arbitrarily arranging for the weak and strong. He just gives the British a taste of being bullied. Faced with Xi Yuan's indifferent expression, Murphy chose to remain silent. What else could he say? Now the Empire's invasion of Britain is just like the process of colonizing other continents. His only hope now is that the Empire can be slightly more civilized than them. Watching Murphy leave, Xi Yuan said, at this moment, some people are left to collect weapons, and others immediately follow me into the city to collect the spoils. The officers became excited one by one when they heard the words. This Britain is an old colonial power. The wealth plundered from all over the world is unknown, and the wealth of the Ko family and his sons has also been transferred here. Seeing that the officers were so happy, Xi Yuan also laughed. He immediately let the soldiers in the army rush into the city of London with live ammunition and block the Bank of London. After a while, boxes of gold bars were removed from the bank by Imperial soldiers. At the same time, the envoys sent by Murphy crossed the Imperial soldiers' blockade and came to Butrin's camp. After seeing the surrender letter signed by Murphy, Butlin took it madly and tore it to pieces, throwing Murphy's messenger in front of him. He shouted, "Murphy, this coward, I will not surrender. I will never surrender." "You can't help it. The British army is not your personal army," the messenger said coldly. His words fell, and a group of officers and soldiers surrounded Butrin. Looking at the muzzle of a black hole, Butlin's expression became desperate, as if he was 10 years old. In an instant, after the Battle of India, he was eager to regain his honor. But now it turns out that his idea was wrong, and fighting against the Empire itself was a mistake. Thinking that he might be tried by the Empire in the future, he suddenly took out a short-barreled musket and shot himself in the head. Butrin's actions made a group of officers look complicated. Compared with Butrin, they believed that even if they were tried, they would not be held very seriously responsible. After all, Butrin was the initiator of all this. Königsberg. The news of England's surrender came here on the 5th day, because the Imperial warships personally sent Murphy onto the territory of Prussia. Facing Murphy, Vidomir looked incredulous. "You signed the letter of surrender?" "You really signed the letter of surrender?" Vidomir asked twice. "Yes, Your Majesty. England has been occupied by the allied forces of Scotland, Wales, Ireland, and the Empire. All our soldiers have surrendered." Murphy said calmly, "Please trust my Majesty. If there is a better choice for me, I will not choose to surrender." Brooke heard the words and said, "Your Majesty, accept this fact. We have been running for too long and it is time to return to England. Based on my experience in the Empire, we will not win." "Cowards, you are all cowards." Vidomir dare not accept this fact yet. At the moment when the St. Petersburg Allied powers were fighting against the Vienna Allied powers, once the British surrendered, this was a great blow to morale. If the leaders of other countries know, they will be furious. "You can't do this. I now order you to withdraw the signed surrender, in the name of the Queen," Vidomir said. Murphy had already anticipated Vidomir's reaction when he came, and he said, "Sorry, Your Majesty. According to the Bill of Rights, as long as the House collectively passes, I can give orders, and Your Majesty, you have no right to interfere." Vidomir's face was pale. She knew that she had been abandoned once again, and the prestige she had accumulated through hard work finally disappeared in the Empire's gunfire. Suddenly got up, she said angrily, "If this is the case, what are you doing here? Go back. I never want to see you again." Murphy smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, you are the Queen of England, and England is your home. Prussia is not safe." "Fuck. These cowards lose the war. Will others also lose?" As soon as her words fell, her husband came in suddenly with a gloomy voice. "My Majesty, Murphy is right. I'm afraid we won't last long for this war." "What's wrong?" Vidomir exclaimed. The Imperial and Austrian coalition forces invaded Madrid, and an Imperial fleet carried soldiers from the west coast of Portugal. Spain and Portugal announced their surrender. "What?" Vidomir felt dizzy. "So that only France, Prussia and Tsarist Russia are left?" "I'm afraid it is. But there is news from Tsarist Russia. The Imperial Tank Regiment has approached Moscow, and the situation is not optimistic." Murphy and Brooke looked at each other, and Murphy continued, "Your Majesty, come back with us. If you continue to delay, your uncle may let his daughter inherit the throne." and he will give most of his wealth to the Empire. Now very much appreciated by the Empire. My uncle? Vidomia's nerves tightened suddenly. She stood up and said, "We will go back now. This hypocritical person, I will not let him get the throne that belongs to me." After all, she asked the maid to clean up and salute. But at this time a tall figure suddenly walked in. It was Ferrier too. He heard the conversation between Murphy and Vidomia clearly, which made him very angry. "None of you can leave," Ferrier too said angrily. "You traitors will turn your guns at us when you return home." "What are you talking about?" Vidomia's face was a little ugly. Ferrier too sneered, "The defeated Britain is just a running dog of the Empire. From now on, you will be my enemies." Chapter 1182 Henry's decision. What? Prussia detained the British Prime Minister and Queen Victoria? Vienna, Tang Wenji asked in surprise. X23us. Update fastest. It is true, our news is not wrong. Ferry too has lost his mind. Wang Xuan said, "Now that the secret guards have eyeliners in European countries, the trail of Murphy and Vidomia will not escape the sight of the Empire." Tang Wenji nodded when he heard the words. This shows that Ferry 2's confidence has begun to waver. After a while, he said, "Britain, Spain, and Portugal have all been defeated. Now it is time to end France and Prussia." Wang Xuan also nodded in agreement. Lian, Yi Qinian and Liming gave each other a slap. After Spain and Portugal declared defeat, he immediately led the soldiers to attack southwestern France. At this time, France was hoarding heavy troops in the direction of Yi Qinian's offensive. He did not expect Spain and Portugal to fail so quickly. Facing the Empire's offensive, the weak southern defense line was easily broken through, and then he and Yi Qinian commanded their troops here. The two armies merged. They gathered 300,000 troops in Lian, of which 100,000 were Imperial, and Austria plus Hungary totaled 200,000. Such a strong force made Yi Qinian and Liming determined to launch a general offensive against France and completely defeat France. "Concentrate all the rockets, howitzers, and mortars and hit me fiercely." Looking at the Lion line of defense built by France, Yi Qinian issued an order. Then he ordered all the tanks to be concentrated. Now their total number of tanks has reached more than 300. Using these war monsters, they can easily tear the line of defense in front of them. French side. Henry was looking solemnly at the Empire's position. After the loss of the southern line, he can no longer sit still in Paris. Lion is the strongest line of defense in France. This line of defense is destroyed and the French hinterland will be open to the Empire. Only when he came to the front line, he began to understand the despair of the French soldiers, that the gap in this war was too great. The Empire has advanced and excellent weapons, and they are like a group of beggars by comparison. But even so, he cannot surrender, because he understands that once he surrenders, he will face the imperial trial. The empire that won the war will never tolerate the traitor to continue to lead France. He was thinking. At this moment, there was a whistling sound in the sky. He looked up and his face suddenly turned pale. Before he could react, he was suddenly thrown to the ground by the officer on the front line, and then he only heard dense explosions like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. The earth seemed to be trembling. Gun smoke and dust fell into the trench and sprinkled on him. When the explosion stopped, Henry tried to break free of the officer's body that was pressing on him, and then he found that the officer was dead. But before he had time to close the officer's eyes, another round of shelling came and Henry hid in the trench again. After this round of shelling, the imperial shelling continued for another half an hour. When all the explosions stopped, Henry stood up with difficulty. The fierce firepower of the Empire frightened him for the first time, but when he saw the soldiers of Austria, Hungary and the Empire approaching their positions under the cover of hundreds of tanks, Henry closed his eyes in despair. At this time, he finally realized his arrogance. In fact, he could not win the French Civil War without the weapons and military guidance of the Empire. He thought he had learned the skills of the Empire. But now the Empire has taught him severely with the facts. Rumble. Hundreds of tanks lined up in a straight line, and the tide of the three-power Allied forces flocked to the French position. Da. While the soldiers charged, the Imperial soldiers quickly seized a favorable position to build a machine gun position, and hundreds of machine guns fired frantically at the French position. French soldiers suffered great casualties under the fierce firepower of the Empire, but Henry's arrival greatly improved the morale of the French army. Despite the heavy losses, they still did not choose to retreat. The soldiers on the front line died, and the French reserve soldiers immediately made up on their own position. Yi Qian and Lu Ming are observing the battlefield. Although 300,000 troops have been hoarded here, in fact, it is impossible to put all the troops in a single charge in a war. After all, sometimes the battlefield is not large. So he sent 30,000 people for this group of charges. This French soldier is indeed better than Spanish and Portuguese soldiers, Thunder said. Yi Qian has a serious look. For him, no war can be underestimated. He said, Spain and Portugal are small countries after all, and small countries are mostly wall grass. If the east wind is strong, the east wind will fall, and the west wind will fall along the west wind. And because its harm is small, big countries generally tolerate this kind of speculation, while big countries are not the same. The war between big countries is a battle of life and death. Once you lose the war, you lose everything. The national luck is broken, and even face dismemberment. The risk of the United Kingdom's end is proof. This is indeed the truth. It seems that the invasion of Paris may take some time. Even if they lose Lyon, they may continue to resist. Lu Ming said. At this time, Austrian and Hungarian soldiers had entered the trenches and fought with French soldiers, who were equipped with hand grenades provided by the Empire. Entered the trench, they made full use of the weapons provided by the Empire. Grenades were thrown everywhere. Many French soldiers fell before they even fired. The soldiers of the Empire quickly seized the French trenches. They set up machine guns in the trenches and fired at the incoming French reserve soldiers. Under strong firepower, Hungarian and Austrian soldiers soon occupied the French trench positions. Then they started shooting at the French soldiers behind the trench. Henry retreated to the rear after the Empire launched the attack. Obviously, the number of people can no longer determine the victory of the war. Continued to stick to the line of defense will only increase casualties. This war of disparity in strength made him understand that frontal combat can no longer win. So, after he thought about it, he decided to break the French army into parts and resist one city after another. At the same time, he wants to mobilize all the French to use all means to resist the Vienna allied powers and continue to advance toward Paris. The French army that was ordered no longer resisted in vain. They chose to retreat one after another. Yi Qian and Lu Ming noticed that the French army is withdrawing in an orderly manner, which is not a manifestation of a defeated army. Because the truly defeated army will be scattered and scattered. Looking at each other, Yi Qian and Lu Ming ordered a chase. No matter what Henry did, he would take the opportunity to annihilate France's vitality. This is the route of France. Without a man who can go to the battlefield, France's decline will be inevitable! Chapter 1183 Fight of Volley Leipzig X-23s Update Fastest Luft has launched a 2-day charge against the Prussian army. Today's European continent, Prussia has the strongest overall strength. Because of this, he chose to deal with Prussia himself. And these 2 days proved that Prussia did have 2 brushes, and the combination of firing rifles and grenades made their offensive not smooth. This is not because the Imperial tanks are not fierce enough, but the assaulting Austrian and Hungarian soldiers were unable to seize the trench positions in the first time facing the Prussian army, which had a numerical advantage. Now their situation is in a seesaw state. But even so, the price Prussia has paid far exceeds them. When the war hits this level, Luft is not in a hurry. Obviously, the Prussians are all attendant. They are willing to die on this front, and he is naturally willing to accompany him. When the Prussian soldiers can no longer withstand the consumption, their victory will come. After all, they only need to consume shells and bullets during this time. While the battle in Europe was in full swing, Qi Guanyi and Liu Oxin had led 150,000 imperial troops into the territory of Tsarist Russia. Different from the European battlefields, the territory of Tsarist Russia is mostly plains. This kind of terrain is extremely beneficial to the mechanized army. In order to defeat Tsarist Russia as soon as possible, Qi Guanyi and Liu Oxin assembled a total of 800 tanks and thousands of personnel carriers. Using lightning speed, they quickly occupied 12 Tsarist cities and approached Moscow. But even so, the war exceeded their expectations. According to the plan, they were preparing to invade Moscow before winter. But the stubborn resistance of the Russian soldiers dragged them into winter. Fortunately, Your Majesty has reminded us, otherwise we did not lose to Tsarist Russia, but lost to the winter of Tsarist Russia. Looking at the silver world, Qi Guanyi said with emotion. Liu Oxin was burning by the fire. He was wearing a thick green cotton uniform. Before attacking Tsarist Russia, the staff sent cotton jackets and tents. This allows the soldiers to warm up in the tent in the cold winter wearing cotton-padded clothes. But even so, the heavy snow blocking the road still delayed their offense. After the two people discussed, they decided to stick to the captured city and wait until spring to continue their offense. The most important thing is that because of the convenience of communication, they were told to build the airport on the spot, which meant that the Imperial bombers might arrive on the front line next year. King Zhu, looking at the snow falling outside the window, Xiaoming frowned. People are alive and plans are dead. This is also true of the war between the Vienna Entente and the St. Petersburg Entente. Judging from various intelligence on the battlefield, this war will continue for some time. After all, it is unrealistic to want to destroy an old colonial power within a few months. But he has a normal mind about this, because time is always on the side of the empire. With the improvement of the industrial base, the empire's technology is exploding. Naturally, military weapons are also part of the outbreak. Automatic weapons, bombers, and aircraft carriers. These weapons can be put on the battlefield next year, and the situation on the battlefield will be beneficial to the empire. Thinking of this, his face showed a confident smile. While he was thinking, Qian Defu came in and said, "The emperor, the governors of all the colonies of the empire are all here, and now he and the ministers are waiting in the bright palace." Xiaoming nodded, and it was almost the end of the new year. Today is the annual report on duty, and the governors will report to him the situation of the imperial colonies. For the empire, each colony is a valuable asset, because these colonies import a lot of resources into the empire every year. It is thanks to these resources that the empire's industry has cheap raw materials, and cheap raw materials allow the empire's industry to produce a large number of industrial products. The entry of these industrial products into the lives of the people of the empire raised the standard of living of the people of the empire to a level that Europeans could not even reach. Now that even an ordinary home in the empire can afford to drink milk and eat meat every day, the people are not only seeking warmth but also pursuing fashion. After the advent of the camera, the emergence of the film made the cultural industry of the empire rise, and now a large number of films flood all the movie theaters of the empire. Over 30 years. Thinking of this, Xiaoming smiled with satisfaction. Imperial industry grew from nothing to excellence. Over the years, he has experienced too much, and in the future he will continue to lead the empire forward. After the New Year's Eve, time ran as fast as if it had long legs. When spring came, the first generation of the empire's aircraft carrier was officially launched. Immediately, Xiaoming ordered the bombers to board the ship to end the war in Europe as soon as possible. 40 days later, the first batch of 6 aircraft carriers of the empire arrived in Venice with 120 bombers. Good thing, the cat-and-mouse game should also be over. Luf, Yiqinian and Ming went to Venice in person to welcome the bombers. Like Qi Guanyi, they are also waiting for the arrival of the bombers. Although they continue to win, the resistance of France and Prussia is still very strong. The French and Prussian armies are still defending Paris and Königsberg, where their monarchs are. If the two cities were bombed directly at this time, their morale would be a fatal blow. Yes, do these France think they can really keep Paris? Hey, I must blow them up this time. Yiqinian said. Liming added, they must blow up their palace. The three laughed for a while, and immediately began to carve up the bombers, but they found that in addition to the bombers, there was also a light aircraft on the carrier. After questioning, they learned that this was an aircraft used for reconnaissance. The three people immediately became happy. With these planes, They clearly grasped the enemy's movements and deployment. After the bombers were assigned to the three returned to the battlefield one after another, and the bombers followed them to the pre-war airport. After detailed planning, Luft ordered his 60 bombers to take off to bomb Königsberg. The focus of the bombing will be on the factories, palaces, and military of Königsberg, was ordered. The bombers took off one after another, and these planes were full of powerful bombs. Taking off from the battlefield, the bomber flew over Königs in only an hour. The pilot looked for the bombing target against the map provided by the secret guard. After discovering the palace of Ferry 2, the bomber group started dropping bombs. At this time, the roar of the bomber volleyed in the air attracted the attention of many Prussians. They raised their heads and pointed at the sky, thinking it was a huge flying bird. It's just that when dense black spots fell from the air to the ground and exploded the flames, Prussia finally realized something. This is another terrifying killing machine in the empire. Asked for leave a few days ago, the snail's buttocks and tail vertebrae kept hurting. I didn't take it seriously. The pain in the past 2 days was really unbearable. I went to the hospital today and said it was a boil. I hung up 3 bottles of water. The doctor said that it might be a serious operation. I didn't want to say anything. Yes, this year snails are really bad luck. Explain 1. I have a swelling at the top of my seam, which is also called a boil. I am dying of pain these days. The snail went to hang water on the day of my leave. It has been hanging for 4 days. I still have a fever of over 38 degrees due to inflammation. When you type these words on your mobile phone, wait a few more days, the book will not be an eunuch. Chapter 1184. White flag flames covered the palace, gun smoke filled the air, and people watched in horror as the once magnificent building collapsed during the bombing. Ferry 2 was lucky enough to escape from the bombing. At this moment, he had been knocked down by fear. The huge flying birds in the sky are mechanically arranged in a neat formation, and across the sky of Königsberg, the huge roar seems to tremble the earth. These terrifying war machines keep dropping bomb after bomb. On the way they flew, everything below was turned into ashes. He was really scared because he couldn't find any way to fight against this kind of murderous terrorist machine in the sky. Vidomir and Murphy were also brought out from the imprisoned room at this time. He was also shocked by this weapon that could fly in the sky. Hot air balloons have already appeared in Europe, but this kind of thing has limited effect and cannot control the course, but this kind of weapon is completely different. They are huge in size and can make flexible movements in the air, changing course, circling, and pulling upwards, all of which can be done in one go. This shows that the new type of war weapon technology of the Daewoo Empire is superb and proficient. Murphy said to Vidomir, who was already in a state of dementia, "Your Majesty, now you should know my difficulties. If we continue to resist, the British will end up as miserable as those of the indigenous people. The facts are now in front of us. The Eastern Empire possesses such a terrifying killing machine. It is only a matter of time to kill the British. The only thing to worry about now is whether they are happy or not." After a pause, Murphy continued, "So we should rest a little bit now. It is the most important task now to preserve the foundation of Britain when we are unable to resist. Do you want to become the last generation Queen of Britain?" Vidomir once thought she was a strong woman, but at this moment, she burst into tears. "Murphy, what you said is right. The world has changed. We are no longer the overlord of the world and can no longer look at the world with the mentality of a world hegemon. The tragic situation in Britain is caused by me alone. I should not use my own selfishness to deal with the relationship between Daewoo and Britain. Your Majesty, you just want to understand. The British people are waiting for you to go back. No matter what the fate of Britain will be, the British aristocracy and people will go with you." The bombing continued. Königsberg seemed to be a burning hell, people fleeing in horror, and wailing in pain because of injuries, as if it was a cry from the abyss. Vidomir mustered up the courage and walked in front of Ferry 2. She said, "Now let us go back immediately, otherwise you will find that Prussia will have one more enemy, and I believe that even if we are from Britain today you surrender, our status will be much higher than that of Prussia and France. Because of our position,
Britain will become the chain that blocks the European continent. If you Prussia do not want to be too sad in the future, I still hope you will consider me carefully." At this time, Ferry 2 was still in the panic of being bombed. Vladimir's words made him come back to his senses. At this time, his eyes were no longer crazy, but hysterical because of fear. He slowly got up and said, "Prussia will not surrender, we will fight to the last person, and we will win." "He's crazy." Murphy shook his head helplessly. Vladimir was silent. He stopped persuading Ferry 2 because he would face a desperate situation. This weapon can appear in Königsberg as well as on the battlefield. He believes that no soldier can be under such an attack. Maintain a high will to fight. Because this is no longer a war, but a unilateral massacre. Just as Vladimir thought, a fierce battle was taking place in Leipzig, a small border town on the Prussian border. Luft did not throw all their bombers into the bombing of Königsberg. In the temporary airfield, 20 bombers repeatedly took off and landed and carried out carpet bombing of the Prussian positions. Only the dust raised by the bomb blast on the entire battlefield. Luft boldly boarded a reconnaissance plane, and while bombing the Prussian position, he personally carried out reconnaissance on the battlefield. Through the binoculars, he saw flesh and blood flying across the battlefield. Some Prussian soldiers were swept high in the air, their uniforms were instantly torn, and blood and mud fell together. He also saw the trembling Prussian officers hiding in the trenches, curled up like trembling cats. Although he was accustomed to the scene of flying flesh and blood, Luft was still deeply shocked at this time. For the Prussian army, the bomber is an insoluble weapon of killing. Soldiers on the battlefield cannot pose any threat to this weapon. They may be able to resist tanks with flesh and blood, but they can't reach this kind of high-altitude weapon. Scanning the details on the battlefield, Luft began to look for the weak points of Prussian defense. Deep and high in the sky, he could observe every defensive node of Prussia wantonly. This feeling made him very excited. Flying around the battlefield, Luft quickly found the place where the Prussian soldiers were the weakest. At the same time, he also found the fortress where the Prussian senior officers avoided. When the plane landed, he immediately gave the coordinates to the artillery and asked them to take care of it. Then he organized tanks and soldiers, ready to break through the weak points of Prussian defense. Once this opening is torn away, the defense line constructed by Prussia is equivalent to abolishment, and they can continue to expand this opening while entering the hinterland of Prussia. However, before that, he had to wait for the bombing to end. After all, using the advantage of vision, the bombers were very precise in bombing, and they were often able to hit key areas. In his opinion, the Prussian army would basically lose most of its combat effectiveness after this round of bombing was over. Everything was ready. When the last round of bombing was over, Luft ordered the tank infantry to concentrate their superior firepower assault. At this time, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. Because one white flag was erected on the Prussian position, the surviving Prussian soldiers dropped their weapons one after another, and their expressions were numb, like walking corpses, and fear had destroyed their will. Luft smiled. They won this war, and they won it thoroughly. Looking at the Prussian soldiers who kept coming out of the trench, he waved his hand to let the army press and disarm, and picked out a prisoner of war to report back. 5 days later, the soldier came to Königsberg. When he came to the most prosperous city in Prussia, he found that he was just a wilderness full of ruins. Chapter 1186 Prussian Choice. "I have surrendered," Ferry 2 said in disbelief, widening his eyes. The soldier was silent for a while, then nodded slowly. "Cowards. A group of cowards," Frederick II roared angrily. "You should all go to hell, you should all die." The soldiers were still silent. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sorrow. Perhaps in the eyes of the monarch, they were just a humble dust. Reminiscent of the brothers who died on the battlefield, he suddenly no longer feared the monarch in front of him, and said loudly, "You nobles aloft, have you ever cared about the lives of our soldiers? Why don't you nobles take the gun and go to the battlefield? You will understand why we chose to surrender." Ferry 2 was shocked. He stared at the soldier in front of him with wide eyes. He never thought that an ordinary soldier would run into him. After a brief consternation, he shouted, "Who gave you such courage? How dare you offend your monarch?" The soldier said, Rather than return to the battlefield to be killed by that terrible weapon, I would rather die here. Frederick too sneered, in this case, I am as you wish. As soon as his voice fell, an officer came to him on a horse. After dismounting the horse, the officer said in horror, Your Majesty has suffered. We found a large number of Allied troops in the town of Gara, 100 miles away from Königsberg. Our defense line was really broken, and I also saw a large number. Tank. The officer's words made the nobles of Königsberg panic. At this time, their eyes were full of horror, and some of the nobles shouted, Your Majesty, stop being obsessed. Britain is defeated. Spain and Portugal are also defeated. The situation in the French battlefield is worse than ours. Now only we and Tsarist Russia are left. But Tsarist Russia will not be much better than us. There is no hope of victory. Now that we surrender, our people will at least not suffer any more. Look at this poor soldier. He must be afraid to offend you until the extreme. Hold on stupidly. All the soldiers will oppose us like him, and then we will die without a place to bury. The nobles who surrounded Ferry II nodded. Now even fools understand that the ending of the war cannot be changed, and futile persistence will only make the country suffer severely. Your Majesty, surrender. Another nobleman said. For him, the outcome of the war is doomed, and now he has to consider how to preserve his vested interests in Prussia. Therefore, under the objective fact of not being able to win, he hopes to be a member of the push for surrender, so that he can use this to claim credit to the Allied powers after the war and obtain practical benefits. There are still many nobles who hold this idea, and the Prussian nobles who once united have cracks. Ferry II felt a sorrow. He understood the thoughts of these nobles. People live for profit, and these people are now seeking their own interests. He believes that if he continues to insist, there will be nobles leading soldiers to mutiny and overthrow his rule. By then, they will become the biggest beneficiaries, and he will become a prisoner. With a sneer, Ferry II suddenly patted the soldier on the shoulder. He said, Soldier, you are right. As a qualified monarch, I should forgive you. Believe me, you will not go to the battlefield again. Go home. The war is over. The soldier showed an unbelievable look. He was taken aback for a moment, then saluted Frederick II, and finally he shouted and ran to his home excitedly. Watching the soldiers leave, Ferry II turned to look at the nobles. You are right. Maybe we should really make a right choice now. The era of Europe is over, and now the world will look to the east. The next day, Ferry II officially announced the surrender of Prussia. On the same day, Luff led the Allied forces into Königsberg in victory. In the ruins of the palace, the Prussian nobles led by Frederick II will formally sign the letter of surrender. On the avenue leading to the palace, Luff was riding a military vehicle. Behind him was a long line of personnel carriers. Allied soldiers stood neatly on the vehicle. Their expressions were solemn, not squinting, and very solemn. Behind the personnel carrier is one tank after another. As the tanks advance, the rumbling sound is flying over the Königsberg. There were Prussians on both sides of the street. They quietly looked at the troops of the Allied powers. At this moment, they finally understood why the soldiers chose to surrender. If it were them, they would do the same. Obviously, the weapons of war of the Allies have exceeded their imagination. Prussian soldiers with firing guns fought with the Allies just like natives with wooden sticks and soldiers with muskets. There were also tears in the crowd. The defeat of the country made them feel humiliated. Once Europe stood on the top of the world, they are now defeated like natives. Others have different ideas. Their expressions are solemn, but their hearts are full of yearning for the Eastern Empire. What a magical country this would be! What would happen if they lived there? Perhaps this defeat is a national failure, but it is not necessarily a personal failure. For people who pursue freedom, there is nothing more exciting than finding a country more civilized than Europe. With a hand on the car window, Luff looked at the Prussian people on both sides of the street relaxedly. The expressions of these people were in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. In the Western European battlefield, only France is still resisting in vain. This protracted war is about to end. Through this war, the empire will completely disintegrate Europe. From then on, the empire will become the unique hegemon of the world, and the rules of the world will be written by the empire. Thinking about this,
The convoy arrived at the ruins of the palace. After getting off the car, Luff saw a crowd of luxurious Prussian nobles waiting for him. "Welcome, Commander Luff." Ferry 2 gave a stiff smile. What a shame it is to announce the defeat, but for the sake of his rights, he can only do this. Luff smiled and said with a knife, "With the help of the Empire, the Prussian army is pretty good, but a cat has learned the tiger's skills and thought he could defeat the tiger. This is ridiculous." Ferret 2's eyes faintly flashed anger, and being humiliated in front of so many nobles made his face discredited. But what can he say? After all, in the eyes of the Empire, Prussia is just a villain who is treachery. Noting Ferrier 2's expression, Luff changed the subject. He looked at a table in the middle of the ruins. "Is this the place where we signed the surrender letter?" When Ferrier 2 recovered, he immediately said, "Yes, I will formally surrender to the Empire here." Luff nodded, and he said, "Then let's hurry up, I still have a lot to do." Ferry 2 understood what? Prussia was defeated, but France and Tsarist Russia were still lingering, and the Allied powers still had a lot to do. Chapter 1187 Departed Winter. Of course can. Ferry 2 hurriedly led Luff to the table where the agreement was signed. Prussian nobles and nobles stood behind him. Luff swayed sitting on the other side of the table. Behind him were the generals of the Central Army. The two sides sat down, and Ferry 2 presented the surrender letter to Luff. He said, "This is our surrender book." Luff motioned to the translator. The translator picked up the surrender and gave Luff an accurate translation of the above. In this surrender letter, Prussia officially surrendered to the Empire, but this surrender letter is actually only an agreement between the two sides to suspend the war, and the treaty after the surrender still needs to continue to negotiate. Confirming that there is no problem with the content of the surrender book, Luff nodded to Ferry 2. Ferry 2 took the pen at this time and signed his name on the surrender letter he sent back. But at this moment, suddenly there was the roar of airplanes in the sky, and hundreds of bombers flew over the ruins of the palace. Ferry 2 and the nobles raised their heads in astonishment. They felt a tremor in their hearts as they looked at the huge flying objects in the sky. The Prussians of Königsberg were also trembling. When they saw the bombers, they fled, thinking that they were going to be attacked again. But after a long time, they discovered that these bombers seemed to fly by just to fly. Flight 2 showed a bit of bitterness from Luff's playful eyes. He understood that these bombers were just to deter them and show them the powerful military power of the Empire. "You have won." Flight 2 pushed the signed surrender letter to Luff. "Of course, but we have to say goodbye for the time being. But I believe we will meet again soon. His Majesty the Emperor will go to Europe in person. At that time, they will discuss post-war matters with you defeated countries. His Majesty Xiaoming will come to Europe himself?" Ferry 2 was taken aback. Luff nodded. The Empire was stable, and now there was only war in Europe. Regarding the direction of Europe in the future, it was related to the interests of the Empire, so he got the news that His Majesty would come to Europe in person. Ferry 2 was a little frightened but also a little excited. The monarch who built a huge empire with his own power was his idol. He was about to see the emperor now, and it was inevitable that he felt complicated. "This is simply great," Ferry 2 said. "It will be our glory to see His Majesty the Emperor." Luff pursed his lips without comment. Turning around, he led the army towards France. The war in Europe is not over yet, and they need to be busy for a while. Tsarist. The winter here has faded away, and the spring breeze brushes the land with a hint of warmth. The snow melted in the sun to expose the road, and the warmer weather made everything seem to come back to life. Butterflies pass through the flowers, birds fly over the jungle, and the silent forest begins to noisy. This winter is finally over. Liu Oxin and Qi Guanyi walked side by side. The two carried shotguns, and the guards behind them carried the hare and pheasant. They just came back from hunting, and they always need some fun in the boring days. Liu Oxin fell in love with the sport of hunting when he was stationed in Siberia. In his spare days, he always liked to go hunting in the Siberian jungle with his officers. Now Siberia has become an important fur-producing area of the empire, and the desolate snow is no longer silent because of the gathering of merchants. There are empire's business stations, and the czars who once spread across Siberia have been driven back to the west of the Ural Mountains by them. Yes,
We should start another hunting sport now. Qi Guanyi laughed. Liu Oxin looked in the direction of Moscow. Someone should be unable to sleep now. Qi Guanyi nodded slightly. Before the arrival of spring, a large number of Imperial bombers had flown to the temporary airfield constructed in Tsarist Russia, and more than 300 bombers were enough for Tsarist Russia to drink a pot. In addition to the bombers, the Empire also reinforced a lot of tanks during this period, which brought the number of tanks of the two armies to 1,000. With such a terrifying number of tanks, he believed that it would only take one day to break through Moscow. Unlike Liu Oxin and Qi Guanyi's, Yekaterina is in panic all day long. They thought they could use the cold winter to disable the Imperial tanks and the soldiers to lose their combat capabilities. But they did not expect the Imperial army to be very shrewd. They did not launch any offensives throughout the winter, but built a strong defense to prevent them from being attacked by the Russian army in the winter. This situation made them feel restless, because once the winter passed, the Empire's army would wake up like a hibernated bear. They will be unable to resist then. For this reason, the Tsarist Russian army launched several winter offensives, but the results were sad. In the face of the powerful firepower of the Imperial army, they had no choice but to leave behind the corpses of soldiers. Your Majesty. Igor looked at Ekaterina, who was standing at the window. The snow is melting, and soon the barrier will disappear in winter. Ekaterina turned her head and said sadly, "Spring is here, and the Empire is melting like this snow." Igor was silent. Before the war started, he was full of confidence, but after experiencing the terrible war, he finally understood how stupid he was. "Your Majesty, I will fight for you to the last moment of life." Igor can only reply to his monarch in this way. Yekaterina shook her head helplessly. Now even his most trusted general is finally discouraged. Her thoughts flashed by, and then he saw Ivanov hurriedly approaching her. "Your Majesty." Ivanov's expression was a little nervous, and when he came to Ekaterina, he said breathlessly, "The situation on the European battlefield is very bad. The Allies are winning one after another, and it is said that there is a weapon flying in the sky." After being thrown into the battlefield, according to our herdsman's intelligence, they have also seen strange big birds flying across the sky. "I believe this big bird is a new weapon of the Empire." New weapons, new weapons. How many new weapons do they have? Igor was crazy. Scenes on the battlefield flashed across his mind, stimulating him. Yekaterina looked ugly. "Does this mean that we have no way to deal with this weapon, and they can fly directly to Moscow?" "I'm afraid so." Ivanov sighed deeply. The three of them were silent for a while because of the news. Now they all have the same idea, but none of Shui wants to say it first. They are all waiting for the other to say it first. Chapter 1188. Winner. Perhaps we have to continue to wait and see. If the European battlefield fails, then there is no need for us Tsarist Russia to hold on alone. After a long silence, Ekaterina said her thoughts. This is also the thinking of Igor and Ivanov. The fact is that the St. Petersburg Entente has been unable to sustain itself under the attack of the Vienna Entente. Now they just want to find an excuse to withdraw from the war. After all, no one wants their country to be broken into ruins. "Your Majesty, I will let people pay close attention to the situation in Europe. Once Europe chooses to surrender, I will inform you in time." Ekaterina nodded. "And that's the only thing now. She always finds a step down. It's just that they're naive." Obviously, Qi Guanyi and Liu Oxin did not want to give them time to stay on the sidelines. On a cloudless and bright spring day, the two decided to launch an air raid on Moscow. Watching a large number of bombers take off in the camp, Liu Oxin said to Qi Guanyi, "The war is about to begin. Europe is in full swing, and now it's our turn to play." The generals all had excited expressions on their faces. During the waiting period, they did not lose their will. On the contrary, they were all holding back their energy. Now they finally stepped onto the battlefield to release this energy. Qi Guanyi crouched and laughed. After the appearance of the plane, the communications of the Empire took another step. Now they use planes as tools between them and Europe. Therefore, they are very clear about the situation in the European battlefield. Looking in the direction of Moscow, he waved his hand. "That's too true. Let us cheer for victory in the Kremlin in Moscow." His voice fell,
the tanks' rumbling noises, a large number of tanks from the flat grassland towards Moscow. The soldiers are riding in personnel carriers, and the highly mechanized Imperial Army will show its fangs to Moscow. The Imperial camp is only 300 kilometers away from Moscow. After a short voyage, the bomber appeared over Moscow. The strange sound in the sky caused the citizens of Moscow to look up. The huge shadows of the bombers were reflected on the ground of the city. They looked towards the sky and only saw huge birds flying overhead. You have never seen anything like this before, and most people point to the bomber above. Yekaterina heard this sound too, and he looked up from the window, and suddenly sweated. Isn't this the kind of weapon Ivanov said? In Europe, this weapon destroyed France and Prussia, and now they are in Moscow. At this time he began to regret why he hadn't announced his surrender earlier. But now it is too late, and his fluke mentality eventually harmed Tsarist Russia. Azure and Ivanov came in a hurry. Their faces were very ugly. This is the idea that Azure and Ivanov no longer hide their thoughts. They directly said, "Your Majesty, it is time to surrender now, otherwise Tsarist Russia will become a ruin." Yekaterina nodded without hesitation. "Quickly, go find the commander of the Imperial Army, and say we want to surrender." Igor nodded, and he immediately rushed out of the palace and headed out of Moscow. Ivanov sighed at this moment. "Your Majesty, hide yourself. This attack is inevitable." His voice fell, and only violent explosions were heard everywhere in Moscow city. The two looked at the sky and saw bomb after bomb released from the abdomen of the bomber. These bombs fell into the city and made loud noises, emitting huge flames and gun smoke. Before she could think, she suddenly felt a tremor at her feet, and a huge explosion seemed to be sounding around her. Then, all the glass of the Krem Palace shattered in an instant. A bomb fell into the palace and exploded not far from her. Fear swept through Ekaterina's body, and he immediately followed Ivanov to the tunnel in the palace, which was her secret place for emergency refuge. The bombing of Moscow continued, and the bombers hovering over Moscow were looking for the intended target. They destroyed factories, barracks, warehouses, and office buildings, and all important targets became their targets. The bombing lasted for an hour, and when everything returned to calm, Moscow city was in ruins. At this moment Ekaterina came out of the tunnel. She and Ivanov were walking on the avenue of Moscow city, looking at the once prosperous Moscow city now in ruins, and her eyes were wet. Now he finally felt firsthand what kind of enemy he was fighting against. This can no longer be described by war. It is a contest between adults and babies. Tsarist Russia was this weak baby, and now he finally gave up his illusions and dared not continue to confront the empire. While bombing Moscow, Liu Oxin and Qi Guanyi were marching forward with the Imperial tank cluster. On their way forward, no Russian army can stop their attack. Faced with the onslaught of thousands of tanks in the empire, the defense line of the Russian army was broken one after another. Soon, the two came to the outskirts of Moscow with a large number of troops, and at this time the Moscow army had no time to prepare. Tsarist Russian soldiers were almost dumbfounded when they saw the Imperial army appearing outside the city. Azure just came to the outer defense line of Moscow this time. Looking at the Imperial army in front of him, he shouted, "Fight the white flag and give up resistance." No one is allowed to shoot. The soldiers put down their guns one after another, as if it were a hot potato. Now the empire is more terrifying than demons in their hearts. The tragic war legend came from the front line, which made the soldiers who have not yet been on the battlefield sleepless at night. Outside the defensive line, Liu Oxin and Qi Guanyi were preparing to let tanks attack Moscow, but they smiled helplessly when they saw the white flag rising from the position. They surrendered, Liu Oxin said to Qi Guanyi. Xi Guanyi was non-committal. He said, "Then let us enter the city and suffer the surrender. This war should be over." Liu Oxin nodded. He looked at the Tsarist Russian officer who was walking. From the officer's uniform, he could tell that this was a high-level officer. Generals of this level chose to surrender, indicating that this may be what Moscow meant. In fact, as he thought, Igor, who came to them, explained to the two of them the willingness of Tsarist Russia to surrender. "Two commanders, please accept our surrender. Our troops have now laid down their weapons. Soon, all Tsarist Russian troops will lay down their weapons,
and we will no longer resist." Igor said. "Very good, this is the wise choice, and the confrontation with the Empire will not end well," Liu Xun said. Qi Guanyi nodded. He added, "Go back and tell your queen that we will accept your formal surrender in Moscow." Chapter 1189. In person France. The news of Prussia's surrender has reached here. In a certain basement in Paris, Henry, who heard the news, closed his eyes in despair. Now it seemed that France was the only one left to resist on the European continent, but he knew very well that this was just self-comfort. In fact, France is now shattered, and his army has been shattered by the Vienna Entente. The strategy of breaking up into parts made him lose contact with many commanders. He didn't know where these officers were, or what they were doing, surrendering or resistance. While he was thinking, there was a sudden explosion on the ground, which is just something that Paris has to experience every day. The Imperial bombers bombed important areas of Paris once a day. He knew that the army of the Empire was looking for him and wanted to destroy it. "Your Majesty, shall we continue to insist? The cities of France have been blown up by the Empire. If we continue to fight, we will return to the Stone Age," an officer said to Henry. Another officer said, "More and more officers have lost contact with us. Our army has disintegrated, and we heard that after the defeat, Spain, Portugal, England, and Prussia will all send troops into France to join the Vienna allies. Pursue us." The atmosphere in the basement suddenly darkened. This news is undoubtedly frustrating. The reason why they persisted until now was to wait for the news of victory on other battlefields. The members of the Entente in St. Petersburg are not only defeated but also ready to deal with their former partners. It is difficult for them to imagine how France now resists many powerful countries. Henry sat slumped. His military uniform was old and dirty as if he hadn't been washed for months. The desperate situation made him bother to care about his personal image. Looking at Henry in silence, the officers left the basement with a glance at each other. Back on the ground, an officer said, "You have all seen. He is still stupidly insisting that we can no longer accompany him on adventures." Once, these officers followed Henry enthusiastically because Henry could bring them power and benefits. But now that Henry is leading them to destruction, then they have to think about it. After an exchange of eyes, the officers seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. But at this moment, they heard a gunshot from the basement. Everyone showed amazement and they returned to the basement one after another. In the dim lights of the basement they found Henry leaning against the corner, holding a short-barreled musket in his right hand, and blood was flowing from his temple. Henry committed suicide. The officers felt a sorrow, but there was another kind of ecstasy in their hearts. Now they can declare their surrender with integrity. King Zhu Xiaoming got the news of Henry's suicide on the 40th day after the war in Europe ended. The temporarily formed French government announced its surrender. This means that the last country in the St. Petersburg Convention was defeated. Before that, he had learned that Britain, Portugal, Spain, Prussia, and Tsarist Russia had surrendered. "It's time to leave for Europe." Xiaoming handed the news to Pang Yukun, his expression a little excited. "Ha ha ha, after all these years of battle, the Empire's efforts have not been in vain. Now Europeans should understand who is the strongest country in the world," Pang Yukun said happily. Xiaoming nodded. "This war will cause Europeans to lower their proud heads. White supremacy will be completely crushed. The reality will tell them that as long as they learn knowledge, any race can become a civilized race. Their advantage is only based on the advanced scientific knowledge mastered earlier than others, rather than their racial advantage. The result of the war will let them know this, and the internal affairs of the Empire will be handed over to you during the time I travel to Europe." Xiaoming said. "It's the Emperor," Pang Yukun said. He wanted to follow Xiaoming to Europe, but domestic government affairs also needed someone to handle. Making a plan to travel to Europe, Xiaoming asked Pang Yukun to go back and prepare the personnel who would follow him to Europe this time. After Pang Yukun left, Xiaoming came to the world map in the Imperial Study Room. At this time, he pressed the last mark on the map of France, which meant that the World War was over. Looking at the map full of markers, Xiaoming suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. At this moment, He found that he had a lifelong mentality of seeking defeat, just like the loneliness seeking defeat in the novel. But this kind of psychology was quickly suppressed by him, because he understood that governing the country is not a fight. Although the empire has become the world's hegemon, the national fortune of a country cannot only look at the present without looking at the future. At present, he is leading the empire to victory in technology. But just as he mocked white people, as long as a race is willing to learn technology, the technological gap will always be wiped out. So in addition to technological victory, what he needs to accomplish is cultural victory. If one day the whole world recognizes the culture of the empire, takes the honor of living in the empire, and prides itself on using the language of the empire, then the empire can be regarded as the true overlord. After all, technological victory only defeated the enemy with fists, and cultural victory conquered the hearts of other people. Therefore, in Xiaoming's view, what will be carried out after the conquering of Europe by force is a cultural invasion, transforming Europe both physically and mentally. 3 days later, Xiaoming arrived at the airport outside Qingzhou City. An empire-made transport plane parked here. He will take this plane to Europe. Now the empire has well-established aircraft transfer stations on the road to Europe. Obviously, using an airplane is much shorter than taking a ship. And in order to ensure the safety of the flight, the aircraft was personally supervised and manufactured by Lin Wentao. The aircraft used the most advanced materials of the empire, which ensured the safety of the aircraft. In addition, he also carried out special skydiving training to ensure safety. At the same time, this transport plane is accompanied by other planes. Even if the transport plane has problems, he can still take other planes to return. Your Majesty, after the inspection, the plane can take off, Lin Wentao said. Xiaoming nodded. He looked back at the officials who followed him to Europe and motioned for them to board the plane. Pang Yukun, Fiaoa and others saw off at the airport. This time Xiaoming's trip to Europe will take a month. Before that, Xiaoming had never left the empire for so long. In order to ensure the stability of the empire, in addition to Pang Yukun's stay, he also deployed the army and strictly ordered the army to have any mobilization during his visit! Chapter 1190 Vienna. As a transport plane landed at the airport, the whole city seemed to be noisy. At the airport, Luf, Yiqin, and thunderous eyes were all staring at the landing transport plane. They have received the news in advance that Xiaoming will personally come to Vienna to participate in the signing of the Vienna Treaty. At the airport are also the princes and nobles of the Allied powers. Now that the war is victorious, it is time to reap the fruits. Obviously, they didn't want to miss this opportunity. They wanted to meet the mysterious Eastern Emperor as soon as possible, hoping to get the most benefit in the process of signing the treaty. The plane came to a halt on the runway of the airport. Immediately, the door of the plane opened and Xiaoming and the officials slowly walked off the landing gear. Luf and the generals walked forward at this time and came to Xiaoming. They gave a military salute neatly. At the same time, the Austrian military band played cheerful vocals at this time. The princes and nobles of the allied nations also came forward one after another, forming two teams. They scrambled for fear of being stolen by others. Thanks, commanders. Xiaoming first greeted Luf and the others. Your Majesty has worked hard, everyone said in unison, with smiles on their faces. Xiaoming nodded slightly, and then he continued to walk forward. In the evening, he had time to learn about the situation in Europe with Luf and others. Now he still needs to say hello to the members of the Allied powers. Tang Wenji stepped forward to introduce Xiaoming. Your Majesty, this is the King of Austria, this King of Sweden. Every time someone was introduced, Xiaoming stretched out his hand to shake hands with them, and he saw hundreds of people one by one. After a brief meeting, Xiaoming took a special car to the Austrian hotel where he was staying. In the evening, he and Luf and others had dinner at the hotel where they were staying. Your Majesty, in order to ensure safety, the defense of Vienna is temporarily controlled by the Imperial Army, and a large number of Imperial troops are stationed outside of Vienna. It is absolutely safe here, Luf said. Yiqin and Liming are responsible for the security of the meeting schedule. Yiqin said, The security work during the entire meeting is carried out by Imperial soldiers to prevent accidents. When I came to Europe this time, everyone was most worried about Xiaoming's safety, so everyone did not dare to take it lightly. If something goes wrong in Europe, they will really lose out. Yes, you are doing more well now than before. With you, I won't worry about safety, Xiaoming said with a smile. After a pause, he continued, have all the members of the St. Petersburg Entente arrived? Emperor Henry of France has committed suicide. Apart from the arrival of the capitals of other countries, they are all waiting for the meeting. Tang Wenji reported to Xiaoming. Well, how are their emotions? After this war, they no longer have illusions, and domestic calls for an armistice are also very high. I believe that even if the conditions are harsh, they have to accept it at this time. Xiaoming looked satisfied. He had many goals to achieve in Vienna this time. After pondering for a while, he said, the cabinet has already prepared the topic of the meeting. Take it back and take a closer look. You will start preparations based on these contents tomorrow. Tang Wenji took the thick documents and simply flipped through him with a relaxed expression. Obviously, the cabinet had already figured out what to talk about in Vienna, so he only needed to execute it. Tang Wenji was assigned a task, and Xiaoming looked at his generals at this time. The end of this war does not mean that the Empire's military presence in Europe is unnecessary. In fact, in order to prevent the St. Petersburg Entente from threatening the security of the world, the Empire it is necessary to station troops on the territory of the St. Petersburg Entente, so your mission is not over yet, but has just begun. The three of Luft were happy when they heard this. Now the war in Europe is over, which means that there will be no more major wars in the world. If so, they will be bored again. If they can station troops in Europe, then they at least have things to do. The Enid General also thinks so. Although the war in Europe has ended, Europe has not yet completely calmed down. There are still some resistance forces that are always threatening the security of the allied countries. And although the United Kingdom and other countries have been defeated, they are still unwilling. When the Empire's army leaves, they will certainly secretly develop military forces to seek the future. Luft said. Yi Qinyan believed that, Your Majesty, Commander Luft is right. During this war, we have a full understanding of the St. Petersburg Entente. They are all careerists and will not be willing to stay under the people for a long time. Once they become strong again, rising up will surely bite the Empire. So I don't have to station troops on its territory to monitor what they do. Once they have dangerous actions, the Empire can respond at any time. Xiaoming nodded. This was one of his purposes for coming to Europe this time, and he wanted to achieve complete control over Europe through this war. The cabinet has considered all your ideas. In this Vienna Treaty, the Empire will make clear regulations for the defeated countries in St. Petersburg. These regulations will trap them in a cage, Xiaoming said in a deep voice. After a brief communication, Xiaoming asked Luft and them to go back separately. At this time, the hotel where he stayed was already lined up with waiting politicians from the Vienna Entente. They all wanted to meet Xiaoming before the meeting to discuss the content of the treaty. Xiaoming did not want to neglect the members of these allied countries, because in the future, he still needs these member states to restrain these defeated countries in Europe. So after Luft and others left, he asked Tang Wenji to arrange a meeting with these people. He also wanted to hear what these people thought, so as not to have differences in opinions when the meeting was held. After meeting with the dignitaries of Austria, the Netherlands, Hungary, Sweden, Finland, Norway and other countries, he had a scrupulous mind. Like every victorious country versus a defeated country in history, these countries first raise territorial issues. Whether it is Austria or the Netherlands, they all demand a part of the territories that have been disputed with the defeated countries or territories with ties. The second is war reparations. At the beginning of the war, the Vienna Entente was attacked by the St. Petersburg Entente. Under the disparity in power, they all suffered relatively heavy losses. Now they demand compensation. Article 3. These countries hope that the Empire can formulate a plan to contain the defeated country from becoming stronger, so as to prevent the defeated country from being able to rise again after the war to pose a threat to them. Chapter 1191 Treaty The Royal Palace of Austria. There are already full of imperial soldiers with live nuclear guns. The Vienna Conference will be held here. When the sun just rose, the members of the Vienna Entente came here early, and at the same time came the representatives of the defeated countries. Compared to the triumphant pride of the victorious country, the representatives of the victorious country looked a little downcast. At 8 o'clock, Xiaoming's motorcade appeared outside the Austrian palace on time. After getting out of the car, Xiaoming and the officials of the empire walked into the palace, and members of other countries followed to the conference room for negotiation. At this time, the meeting room was ready, and a table more than 10 meters long was filled with fruits and desserts. Entering the room, the representatives of the various countries took their seats in order, and the defeated country and the victorious country sat on two sides. Everyone was seated, and their eyes turned to Xiaoming. They all know that the protagonist of this meeting is the emperor, and the decision of this emperor will affect the direction of Europe. Xiaoming noticed the crowd's gaze, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. This time, both the victorious and the defeated countries sent the country's highest leader. In this way, this meeting can solve the problem simply and neatly. At this time he motioned to Tang Wenji. Tang Wenji understood. At this moment, he stood up and sent the handpieces to the representatives of various countries one by one. The document was the main topic of the meeting. When they got the document, the representatives of various countries couldn't wait to look at it. The members of the victorious country were naturally not happy to see the contents of the document, while the representatives of the defeated country had a heavy face. When everyone knew about the document, Xiaoming slowly said, "At this time, you must have seen the content in the document, so I won't be verbose anymore. As a victorious country, we have the right to deal with the defeated country. As a defeated country, you need to compensate for your crimes." Xiaoming's voice fell, and suddenly thunderous applause broke out in the conference room. The members of the victorious nation all smiled, because Xiaoming's words were domineering enough. In fact, for them, the slander of benevolence, justice and morality is false. Today they can sit here proudly facing the defeated country for one reason, and that is that they defeated them through war. If the St. Petersburg Entente were to win, then today they are the subject of compensation. The British representative who came to Vienna this time was Murphy. As he had guessed before coming, the Emperor of the Eastern Empire was indeed a very tough man. You must be careful when dealing with such a person. Meaningless anger will only anger the strong, and the results will be extremely tragic. So after Xiaoming explained his thoughts concisely, he did not speak, but remained silent. Other defeated countries have the same attitude. This time they finally learned to be smart. Through this war, they learned the gap between themselves and the empire. They didn't want to argue about anything this time, but were ready to be tried. The only thing they hope is that the emperor can open the door. The expression of the representative of the defeated country was seen by Xiaoming. As he thought, this time the St. Petersburg Entente was really defeated by the empire. If so, the Vienna meeting will be simple. At this time he asked him to spread a huge map of Europe on the conference table. The representatives of the victorious nation saw the map, and stood up one by one, staring at the land they were asking for. The location of the land was marked on this map. The representatives of the defeated countries looked at the map at the same time, and they suddenly sighed as they looked at the enclosed land. However, they were more in consternation, because they found that the ceded land was only a disputed land, and the traditional territory in history was not divided, which made them feel confused. The land above is the land you need to cede to the victorious country. Do you have any opinions now? Xiaoming asked. Representatives of the defeated countries shook their heads. If they are doomed to lose a part of their territory, they would rather be this part of the disputed territory. Xiaoming nodded. Last night, he had communicated with the representatives of the victorious country. It was not that the victorious country only wanted this part of the disputed territory, but that he vetoed other victorious countries' demands for more territory. The reason is simple. He doesn't want to weaken the traditional powers such as Britain, and Europe will rise again from other great powers. This is the balanced policy of the empire in Europe. If the European members of the Vienna Entente no longer needed the protection of the empire, then the Vienna Convention would have no reason to exist. So he can't kill all the defeated countries with a single stick. He wants them to keep a breath, and they can save them whenever they want to. And when he persuaded the victory over the country, the reason was that he did not want the contradictions in Europe to continue to intensify. The war has been fought so far. Austria and other countries do not want to continue fighting. After all, most of the supplies of the imperial team during the war were borne by them, and the war also destroyed many of their cities. For this reason, they decided to stop. The defeated country has no opinion, and the victorious country is naturally overjoyed. They have signed the documents to confirm the cession of land. The empire also has its own requirements for the land. They formally recognized the occupation of the colonies of the world by the empire, and asked Spain to cede Gibraltar as the empire's military port in Europe. Let France, Britain, Prussia, and Tsarist Russia cede a port city as the seat of the imperial garrison. After the territorial negotiations ended, Xiaoming immediately raised the issue of war compensation. He demanded that the defeated country pay a total of 8 billion golden dragons to the empire and repay them in installments within 10 years. In addition to the demands of other victorious countries, the total amount of compensation for the defeated countries reached 9.6 billion golden dragons. When this amount came out, the defeated country was shocked. A golden dragon is 1.5 grams. And 100 million golden dragons are equivalent to 150 tons of gold. The 9.6 billion golden dragon is equivalent to more than 10,000 tons of gold. Even if this amount is shared among the 5 countries, it is a heavy burden, and they even doubt whether it can be repaid. But the verdict is ruthless, and they must implement this resolution whether they want it or not. After the compensation issue, Xiaoming elaborated on the rest. He asked the defeated country not to produce and develop destructive offensive weapons, including tanks, aircraft, and warships. Only self-defense forces can be kept in the country, and offensive troops are not allowed. In terms of economy, he asked the defeated country to open its market to the empire, allow the empire to open banks in its territory, and recognize the circulation role of the imperial dragon coin and recognize it as a world currency. In the future, all international trade will use the imperial dragon coin as the settlement currency! Chapter 1192. Our Journey is the Sea of Stars. Season Finale, July 13th. The Vienna Conference came to an end with the cheers of the victorious countries and the loss of the defeated countries. In this meeting, Xiaoming can be said to redefine the territory of Europe and the rules of world behavior. However, under the empire's powerful force, the defeated country did not raise any objections and had to accept the empire's trial. In the final stage of the meeting, Xiaoming put forward a plan for the formation of the United Nations, demanding that countries around the world must handle international affairs under the framework of the United Nations. In order to maintain the security and stability of the world, he asked all countries in the world to participate in the formation of the United Nations Army to maintain the post-war order. Any country that attempts to subvert the post-war order will be attacked by the United Nations Army. At the same time, in order to demonstrate the prominent role of the empire in the war country, Xiaoming asked the empire to have a veto in any joint resolution. Although the participating countries are dissatisfied, they are very clear that even without the United Nations Empire, they can do whatever they want, and no country can stop it. That being the case, it is better to sell face to the empire so that it has legal rights. At least they still have a say in the United Nations, otherwise they will have nothing. With the end of the conference, the contents of the Vienna Treaty spread around the world like the wind. The news reached the empire, and all strata of the empire were excited. In their view, after the Vienna Conference, the empire will become the highest authority in the world, and the world rules will be written by the empire. 7 days after the Vienna Conference, Xiaoming took a special plane back to King Zhu. When his special car was driving on the avenue leading to the palace,
He saw the people of the empire cheering loudly on both sides of the road. Many people are waving the dragon flag of the empire and holding flowers in their hands. The smooth asphalt road has already been covered with petals. There are happy smiles on their faces, and this joy is from the heart. It was the emperor in the car who had turned the empire from a weak and bullied country into a hegemon in power in the world for decades. It was this emperor who allowed the people of the empire, who once had no food to eat, to enjoy a material level 100 or even 1,000 times the world level. Therefore, the emperor in front of them is worthy of admiration and support. We sincerely hope that this emperor can lead them from generation to generation. In the car, Xiaoming felt relieved by the enthusiasm of the imperial people. At this moment, he felt that his hard work over the past few decades was not in vain. The eyes of the people are sharp, and who brought them a good day, they have their own scale in their hearts. He believes that as long as the original intention is not lost, the people of the empire will always support him. Xiaoming returned to the palace in the welcome of the common people. At this moment, he found that the concubine and the prince and princess were waiting for him at the gate of the palace. There is no doubt that the signing of the Vienna Treaty has a far-reaching impact and deserves everyone in the empire to please. After getting off the car, Xiaoming did not go back to rest immediately, but went directly to the Zhengde Guangming Hall with the officials. Although the treaty was signed, the real problem is implementation. So he needs to immediately deploy tasks to officials to truly implement the Vienna Treaty to the end. If necessary, he will send a prince to Europe to personally monitor the implementation of the treaty. When they arrived at the Zhengde Guangming Hall, the officials and the prince immediately shouted "Long live," and Xiaoming tied his hand to sign for exemption. He cleared his throat and said, "It seems that you already know the news of the Vienna Conference. In that case, I don't need to say more." Although the empire has forced the defeated countries to sign the Vienna Agreement, the empire needs to monitor the implementation of the treaty. The cabinet has to bear this matter, and you still have a lot of things to do in the future. The United Nations and the United Nations Army need the empire to realize it one by one. Pang Yukun bowed and said, "It's the emperor." The old minister will urge the cabinet to issue a detailed plan to make sure that the defeated country implement the treaty. Xiaoming nodded, and he said to Xiao Yi, "You can leave things aside for the time being about Australia. In order to show that the empire attaches importance to the treaty, I have decided to let you go to Europe to personally supervise it." Xiao Yi looked happy. He said, "Yes, father." Then, Xiaoming explained the Vienna Treaty in detail with the officials, and discussed the details with the officials. The temporary meeting ended and Xiaoming returned to the harem. At this time, Fu Ye, Luluo, Zixuan and Kui Xiuye were waiting for him. Soon, the three princes Xiao Yi also came to the palace. Xiao Yi said, "Father, now the empire is the real world overlord, and the father's wishes are considered fulfilled." Xiaoming shook his head at this time. He smiled and said, "The father's aspirations are far from fulfilled. For the father, the stars and the sea are our journey." The three princes of Xiao Yi were startled at the same time. They did not expect to get such an answer. At this moment, they have a new understanding of their father, and perhaps they will see more miracles in the future. The family reunited and laughed for a while, and Xiaoming came to the imperial study room alone and looked at the world map in front of him. While the European war was going on, Zhu Sanxi was not idle. During the war, the Eastern military region led by him went south and captured most of the North American continent, and the American sphere of influence was limited to the original 13 colonies, facing the encroachment of the empire. The weak United States had no ability to resist. They could only watch the land that should belong to them disappear little by little. For the United States, Xiaoming is too lazy to bother, because in this era, this newly born country is not worth mentioning. However, he already has his own plan. He will not hand over the heaven-sent land of North America to Westerners. In the future, he will gradually allow Westerners on this land to return to Europe, where it will become the land of the descendants of Yan and Huang. Thinking of this, Xiaoming smiled slightly. The days ahead are still long. Let the officials and the princes handle these trivial matters. He now has a real mission. Now that the world is stable, he can finally relax completely and turn the technology in the tech spa into reality. Moreover, the current industrial level of the Empire was between World War I and World War II, and many technologies in the technology spa could be realized. With care in mind, he no longer retains the technical information in the technology spa in the following days, but hands many advanced technologies to major research laboratories. As soon as these technical materials appeared, they immediately caused an uproar in the Imperial Academia. Only then did they realize that their field of research was just the fur of science and technology, and they still had a lot to learn. For a time, the academic world was caught in a carnival of various advanced technologies. In such a strong research atmosphere, the Empire made rapid progress in aerospace, atomic energy, and computers. In the 25 years of the Empire's calendar, the Empire's first atomic bomb was successfully detonated, and the Empire announced in the United Nations that it banned other countries from studying nuclear weapons to avoid future nuclear war. In the face of such shameless actions by the Empire, other countries dared not speak up. After all, no one wanted to be nuclear-leveled by the Empire. In the year of the atomic bomb explosion, the Empire made a breakthrough in computer technology. The world's first computer was born in the Empire. With the advent of computers, other researches were even more powerful. In the 35 years of the Empire's calendar, with the fire of the Ross rocket launch base, the Empire's first satellite was sent into space. In the next 5 years, the Empire has successively implemented manned flights and moon landings. On this day, the people of the Empire sat at their homes and witnessed the Imperial astronauts leaving a heavy footprint on the moon, but they also saw the old Xiaoming at the launch site in addition to the moon landing. The Imperial Emperor is now nearly 70 years old. Although the years have left marks on his face, his spirit seems to be still 20 years old. Under this emperor's rule these years, the Empire has achieved universal education and free medical care. Under such a generous life, the population has exceeded 800 million. Of course, this 800 million is not the pure growth rate of the Empire. In fact, because of the success of the imperial assimilation education, the Japanese, Goryeo, and Southeast Asian countries have adopted imperial culture as the only culture. Cultural identity allowed these countries to smoothly merge into the Empire. Outside of Asia, Europe set off a wave of immigration after the defeat. A large number of Europeans immigrated to the Empire hoping for a rich life. However, the Empire has strict immigration control and only accepts talents that the Empire needs. Otherwise the population of the Empire will be even greater. Rosu. After Xiaoming and the personnel in the launch command room celebrated the successful landing on the moon, they hurried back to King Zhu by plane. After these years of development, the Empire has undergone earth-shaking changes. The plane he took was already a jet type, and the underground trains were already powered by electricity. But while the Empire was developing, he was already old. He thought he would become history like all emperors, but he did not expect that he would suddenly make a breakthrough from the cell regeneration technology that he established a long time ago, and this also meant his fate is about to be rewritten. Back in King's, he immediately came to the biological laboratory. Huang Tingzi passed away 30 years ago. Now it is his disciples who inherit his mantle. The Emperor, after experiments we have mastered the cell regeneration technology, and now we can serve the Emperor, the researcher said. Xiaoming nodded. The Empire now has very heated discussions around the political system. He understands that once he dies, the Empire will no longer be peaceful. But for him, this is intolerable because he doesn't want the Empire to be fragmented, so as long as he lives, this kind of argument is meaningless. Allowing the researchers to inject the green liquid into his body, Xiaoming also had the psychology of a gambler. In fact, after 2 lives, he has been bearish on rights, but he has not let go of his obsession with technology spa. The reason why he wants to continue to lead the Empire is because he wants to see the stars above his head. The liquid was flowing with the blood, and Xiaoming suddenly felt that the rotten cells in his body seemed to be full of vitality. But to outsiders, his wrinkled skin is slowly regaining its youth. 1 hour later, He seems to be 30 years younger and his body is full of vitality. Looking at his youthful self in the mirror, the corner of Xiaoming's mouth raised, and he walked out of the laboratory slowly. Looking up at the sky, he murmured, "My journey has just begun." End of the book. End of this testimonial. It's over. When I finished writing these 3 words, the snail's heart was mixed. It was at the beginning of this book that the snail's wife became pregnant. By the end of this book, the snail's child has been 6 months old. Readers who have followed all the way know how the snail came over these days. I took care of my wife when I was pregnant. The child was born with a child. The child ran and broke his leg when he was ill, and his heart was broken. It can be said that this period is the hardest time for snails. Many times, snails almost have a nervous breakdown, but no matter how hard the days are, they survived, and this book has come to an end. There is nothing to write about the end of the European plot. The snail's plan also ends in Europe, and the world ends in harmony. As for the internal fighting, there is no need to write. After all, I have written too much before, and there is no point in repeating it. There are also readers who hope to have a universe chapter, but if this book is written in this way, it will change its flavor and change from history to science fiction. But the snail also left his thoughts. Maybe one day writing a science fiction question will involve it. As for the new book, Snail will take a long break to sort out the housework, and it will take more than a month at the earliest. I hope everyone can support it. In addition, I sincerely thank you all for your persistence over the past year. It is your company that allowed the snail to pass this hard time. For the snail, you are the loveliest people. Thank you here. I would also like to thank the editor-in-chief of the Snail Sharp and Lovely Huayamizi. They have been supporting the snail and giving encouragement and comfort to the snail during the slow days of the snail suffering. Thank you everyone. Thank you for meeting so loving you in the most difficult days of snail. New book release Supreme Civilization. The new book Supreme Civilization has been published, and it is still a farming essay. Iron Empire new book release The Highest Civilization is being hit. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update.